Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was son of Iron Man? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. She pressed her head against his fingers and made a soft hooting sound that somehow Harry thought was just, well, not nonsense. Really? But more a comforting sound than an actual attempt to communicate. Fly safe, he told her. And almost before he finished the words, she was aloft, hovering for a moment to cuff his head with the tip of her wing before flapping her wings for lift and banking over the top of the tower. Harry's seeker gaze followed her until she disappeared into the mid-afternoon sun before he turned back toward the lift. Something made him turn away from the lift and toward the gazebo, though. He took a seat, grateful for the shade though the temperature was still warmer than he'd gotten used to in Scotland at Hogwarts, and stared out over the city skyline. The sky appeared a dusty blue, with airplane contrails and hazy clouds breaking up its vastness, and Harry allowed himself to think about what he wanted to do. He'd never thought about that before. The Dursleys never cared what he wanted, except possibly to make certain he never got it, and Magical Britain was hardly better, seeing him as they pleased, whether that was as their hero or a disappointment, even a villain, as the events at school last year had proved. What would happen next year? Would he still be the hero who received a special award for services to the school, the wizard who rescued Ginny Weasley from the Chamber of Secrets, who destroyed the diary that almost reincarnated Voldemort, who killed the basilisk that petrified 4 students and, almost as an afterthought, freed a house elf from horrible masters in the Malfoys? Or would he be the reviled apparent heir of Slytherin, the one who terrorized Muggleborns without even trying? Not that he actually had, but some people still believed it. More importantly, would he have any clue which one it would be before he arrived at Hogwarts? Did he want to go to Hogwarts, knowing how fickle the students could be and, worse, how little support he'd have from the staff? And then there was everything Tony and Professor McGonagall had talked about. Harry had been so happy to escape the Dursleys that he never considered what might happen when he graduated Hogwarts, other than the absolute certainty that he would never, ever see the Dursleys again once he was an adult, which didn't mean he never wanted to spend time in the non-magical world ever again, just that he wanted to avoid the Dursleys. But Hogwarts, as Tony had pointed out, wasn't preparing him for any kind of life outside the magical world. Harry didn't share Hermione's all-consuming passion for knowledge and learning, but he didn't want to limit his choices through ignorance. That ignorance had slapped him in the face earlier, metaphorically speaking, when the discussion about his elective courses had come up. He thought he'd asked for help, but Percy hadn't mentioned careers. Certainly the staff hadn't, and it seemed that the electives he chose had a lot of influence over his future career choices, if he even knew what those career choices were. He really should have asked Professor McGonagall while she was still here. But then, she hadn't been helpful at all when he and Ron had gone to her about the Philosopher's Stone, so maybe she wasn't the best person to ask. But who could he ask in her stead? Harry smiled suddenly as the answer formed in his mind. Of course. Who else would he ask? He pulled his phone from his pocket and pressed the icon to call Hermione before he could talk himself out of it. She was on holiday, after all. He almost ended the call, but she answered before the second ring. Harry? Hermione. At the sound of her voice, his scowl changed to a smile. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what time it is. If you're busy with your parents, we can talk some other time. It's fine, Harry, really, Hermione said. My parents are arguing, so it's a really good time. Arguing? Harry frowned. About whether or not they're going to cut our holiday short. Harry felt his eyes widen. Why would they do that? It's your fault, Hermione said, but she sounded amused. Mine. How could her parents arguing possibly be his fault? Well, indirectly, she said, because Dad really wants to meet Tony Stark, and you said you're not sure how much longer you'll be in England. I'm really not sure now, Harry muttered. Harry? Concern touched her tone. What's wrong? Harry winced. I said that out loud, didn't I? You did. What's going on? I don't even know. Still, he explained the conversations that happened at brunch and afterward. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. I hadn't thought about all that, she said finally, her voice quieter than he'd ever heard her. I was so wrapped up in learning everything I can about magic that I didn't even think about Muggle mundane studies. Outside of the elective, of course. Of course, Harry agreed with a grin that she couldn't see. Faded quickly. But you're thinking about it now? I'm thinking about it now, she confirmed. Then she took a deep, if shaky, breath. And I don't like what I'm thinking. They expect us to give up the world we were born into. But what about our families? I don't know, Harry said. I wouldn't have minded giving up the Dursleys, but I don't want to give up Tony. And they'll want us to, won't they? Hermione asked in a small voice. I mean, remember how Mr. Weasley treated my parents at Diagon Alley last year? And they have an uncle or maybe a cousin who's an accountant, Harry said, but Ron said they don't talk about him. It's a complete separation, it seems, and that makes no sense. The statute of secrecy, Hermione began, but Harry cut her off. Makes no sense either, he said. Not anymore, or that's what Tony says, and I can't find anything wrong with his argument. Maybe you can, when you talk to him. There was another pause. I'll get to talk to him? I hope so, Harry said. If you still want to meet up to get books, that is. Or if you just want to come to the tower. Either one works. The tower? Stark Docklands Tower. It's where we're staying while we're in London, Harry said. I hope you'll come by when you get back. I'd love to, Hermione said, excitement animating her voice. I read lots of articles about him before Hogwarts, of course, and some of what he's doing with artificial intelligence is amazing. Yes, it is, Harry agreed, thinking of Jarvis. He couldn't wait to see Hermione's reaction when she met him. He shook that thought aside to focus on the Hermione he was talking with, not the one he'd see soon, he hoped. There's one other thing. What? Did you know our electives matter to which careers we choose? If we stay in the magical world, well, I sort of guessed that, Hermione admitted. But nobody explained it, if that's what you're asking. No, nobody explained it. And Harry took a shaky breath. I picked the ones Ron did because at least I'd have someone friendly to help. There was a moment of silence before Hermione almost shouted, Harry Potter, did you not think I'd help? Of course I would dash. I know, Hermione, Harry said quickly and with enough force that the words broke into what was sure to be a rant of some length. I know, but I also know that you signed up for all the electives. I didn't think you'd have time to help me if I needed it. It was several breaths before Hermione spoke again, and for a moment Harry thought the connection had failed, as if a phone designed by Tony Stark would fail. Oh, Harry. Her voice sounded broken, like she was trying not to cry. I feel like I should apologize. No, don't, Harry said quickly. You chose what you thought is right for you, and that's absolutely right. Don't hold yourself back because of me. Don't you hold yourself back because of him. Either, Hermione snapped back, and Harry flinched from the acid in her tone. You're a great wizard, Harry. I told you that before. Don't let yourself become less to keep someone else happy. Well, Tony said something similar, Harry began, then frowned. Well, not really similar at all, but in the end, I'm changing my electives. To what? Hermione asked eagerly. I'm thinking arithmancy and ancient runes. Really? Those are two of the hardest subjects Hogwarts offers. Tony said arithmancy should be relatively easy, at least at first. Hermione scoffed. What would he know about it? Apparently he read all the textbooks last night, Harry replied. And he said that arithmancy, in the beginning, is based on maths we've already studied at school. There was another long pause. That's disappointing. Tony's talked about getting me a tutor for Muggle subjects for the rest of the summer. Not actual studying this summer. I don't think more testing to see how far behind I am. Do you think the tutor could test me too? Hermione asked. I'll happily pay the fee. That made Harry laugh. No, you won't. Because even if I wouldn't offer because you're my best friend, Tony won't hear of it. That's not fair, Harry, Hermione said. I can pay my share. I know you can, and that's not the point, Harry said. Then what is? Harry paused, considering his words. It's Tony's way of showing he cares. He doesn't see it as throwing money around, but as doing something you need, or something that would make you happy. And those words led him to a surprising conclusion. In some ways, Tony was as emotionally dumb as he was. That was something he'd have to think about when he had the chance. Well, Hermione sounded a little baffled, and Harry smiled to himself. It wasn't often that his friend was baffled. I still have to make the offer. It's polite, and speaking of polite, Harry cleared his throat.
Hermione?
There's something I have to tell you. What's that? When Professor McGonagall was here, I mentioned you'd signed up for all the electives. And, he added before Hermione could say anything, something she said made me think she's not going to approve you taking all of them. Her acknowledgement fell into a silence that Harry didn't know how to interpret. He let it linger, unwilling to break it as he had no idea what lay on the other side of it. My parents weren't happy with the idea either, Hermione said finally. There's just so much to learn. But that doesn't mean you have to learn it all in school, Harry offered. And you don't have to learn it all right away. There was another pause before a huff came through the phone. When did you start being rational? Harry chuckled, hoping his relief didn't show in his tone when he said, Tony's influence. Chemef. Well, it's good that you've got a good influence at last. Harry's chuckle turned into a full-on laugh. I think that's the first time Tony Stark has ever been called a good influence. He could almost hear Hermione chewing her bottom lip. Do you think he'll forgive me? So, Tony said at dinner that night, the table scattered with the remains of what Steve had called a poor man's meal, consisting of potatoes, onions, and kielbasa sautéed on the stovetop with salt, pepper, and a bit of some herb Tony couldn't identify. How's it coming with looking for mundane-born magicals? Not as well as I would have liked, Sir, Jarvis replied. Tony frowned around a bite of potato and reminded himself to swallow. He was in polite company, after all. Before asking, what's up? The search parameters were simple enough. That's not the problem, sir. Then what is? An issue Captain Rogers raised. Tony turned to Steve, who shot a mock glare at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. Tony thought he'd concealed it, but apparently not well enough that the super soldier couldn't see it. Jarvis remained silent. And after a moment, Steve blew out a breath. He met Tony's gaze evenly and said, It's not about whether we can do it, Tony. It's about whether we have the right to do it at all. Beside Tony, Harry sat up straight to glare at Steve. But Sirius was put in prison without a trial. I know, and that's terrible. But, Steve added with an apologetic glance at the man in question, he's not in immediate, life-threatening danger. If he were, I'd probably feel differently, but it's like carrying a gun. You can only legally draw one in America, in immediate defense of human life when there's no safe option available. What right do we have to violate a lot of people's privacy when nobody's in immediate danger? Tony watched Harry process the question. Once, his son started to speak, but eventually he flung himself back in his chair with a frustrated exhale. I wish you were wizards. Tony's eyebrows shot up, as did Steve's and Sirius. Why? Because Hermione once said that wizards haven't got an ounce of logic among them. Harry replied. Them I can out-reason. Tony laughed with the others but sobered quickly. Okay then, let's reframe the problem. How can we find a guide to the magical world without invading hundreds of people's privacy? Steve looked at Sirius. Is there anyone you know from before that might help? Anyone at all? Sirius looked thoughtful while he chewed some naan. Maybe. My cousin Andromeda was disowned when she chose to marry a muggle-born Sari, a first-generation magical. We were close as kids, so she might not burn a letter or, worse, hand it over to the Aurors to track me down. And Remus, the look on Sirius' face spoke of anger tinged with fondness. So Tony asked gently, Who's that? There were 4 of us at Hogwarts, Sirius said. Called ourselves the Marauders, me, James, the Rat, and Remus. Thick as thieves and all that. He might answer, especially if the letter comes from Harry. Did he visit you? Steve asked. Write to you? The only visitor I ever had was Cornelius Fudge, Sirius said, a bitter expression twisting his lips. Who? Tony asked. The Minister for Magic, Harry said. He's, well, the worst kind of politician, Sirius finished. Easily swayed depending on who's lining his pockets and how much. Tony couldn't help asking, just how long did he visit you for? Just long enough to throw a newspaper at me and rub my imprisonment in my face, Sirius said. But I heard talk about him before that, when he was still with the Department of Magical Creature Regulation or whatever it's called. Nice enough, I guess, in a smarmy kind of way, but they couldn't have a worse minister if they tried. Your cousin has an excuse, Steve said, being disowned and all. But I'm reluctant to trust anyone who didn't bother even to write. Tony nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't considered the choice from that perspective, but it made sense, and was certainly something to keep in mind in the future. Harry's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Do adults always make things harder than they have to be? What do you mean, Pop? Sirius asked. Why not announce some kind of contest by company email, Harry said. And make it a quiz. Give the best definitions of the following words. Words like Hogwarts or Quidditch. People cheat, Tony said. At the same time Sirius said, what about the statute of secrecy? So Jarvis can set it up so that once they start the quiz, they can't search for meanings, Harry said. And as for the statute, throw some real English words in there. Weird ones, but real ones. Like zerts or nudistortion. Well, at least Tony wasn't the only one staring at Harry. He was, though, the one to ask, how do you know those words? Harry shrugged. Uncle Vernon does the crossword puzzle. I read them when I was taking the rubbish out. That could work, Steve said thoughtfully. And add some made-up words, too, like Jabberwock and Boojum. What are those? Sirius demanded. Nonsense words, Steve replied. Made famous by a poet in the late 1800s. The Jabberwock is from the novel Through the Looking-Glass, Jarvis said. And Boojum is from the poem The Hunting of the Snark, both written by Charles Dodgson, writing as Lewis Carroll. Let's do both, Tony said. Sirius, write to your cousin. Jarvis, make up a quiz. Send it out early Monday morning. All SI employees everywhere. Ask for the best definition of the words, without looking anything up. There'll be prizes, say the equivalent of 500 in local currency for the funniest or best answers, 250 and 100 for second and third places. And block access to the internet whenever a person clicks on the quiz to start it. Will you actually follow through on the prizes? Harry asked. Tony gave a one-shoulder shrug. Sure, why not? Doesn't cost me much and it'll add to employee morale. Pepper's always on about that. Pepper? Harry asked, and Tony realized that he was the only one brave enough to voice it, though the question was evident in Sirius and Steve's expressions. Pepper Potts, Tony said, though he was aware it wasn't really an explanation. She was my personal assistant for a lot of years, and when I thought I was dying, I made her CEO. We were starting to be a couple, but after New York. Tony trailed off, considering his words. New York made everyone rethink their lives to some degree. We're not sure what we are now. And no, Harry, I haven't told her about you yet. Not because I'm ashamed or embarrassed, but because Pepper's a real take-charge type, and we need to sort ourselves out before we invite a take-charge type into us. If that makes sense. It really does, Harry said earnestly. Take-charge women are great, wait till you meet Hermione. But right now is for us, the 3-4? Of us to make a family. You're already calling him Uncle Steve, Tony pointed out. Unless you object? He added with a look at Sirius. No objection here, Sirius said. Especially until I'm fully healed. As far as I'm concerned, the more and better defenders Harry has, the better. I'll admit to surprise that the two of you aren't together, but that doesn't matter either way. Rogers blushes as red as the stripes he wears. That Steve stopped to clear his throat. I hadn't realized that's allowed nowadays. Yep, Tony said. Nobody blinks an eye at it, well, hardly anybody. Can't necessarily get married in all 50 states, but most of the outdated laws against it are gone, or will be soon enough. Good, Steve said. That's good. Tony blinked, unable to conceal his surprise. No offense, Spangles, he said. But I wouldn't have thought you'd approve. I don't have to approve to believe everyone should be treated equally under the law, Steve replied. The church may or may not allow homosexual unions these days, but that's a whole other issue from the legality of them. Tony nodded. It was exactly the kind of morality he expected from Steve Rogers given his father's reports of the man. It was just a shame that more people couldn't see past their own personal ideologies to the larger issues they represented. So, Sirius said into the silence that had descended. Not a bad silence, necessarily, but Sirius seemed to prefer interaction. Then again, Tony reminded himself he probably would, too, after a dozen years in prison with little to no company. The quiz is for Monday. I'll write Andromeda tonight and she'll respond or she won't, whenever. What's on the schedule for tomorrow? Not a blessed thing, Tony replied. I thought we might show Harry some of the sights in London, or maybe somewhere else if you've seen all of them. I haven't, Harry replied almost too eagerly. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon rarely took me anywhere, especially after the zoo incident. Zoo incident? Tony tried not to laugh as he was joined by two others in asking the question. Harry ducked his head. It was Dudley's birthday, and Mrs. Figg had broken her leg, and she couldn't keep me while they went out, so I got to go with them when they went to the zoo. Harry paused, and Tony had the impression that there was something his son wasn't saying. Accidentally made the glass of a boa constrictor's enclosure vanish. It got out and scared Dudley a lot, so I never got to go anywhere after that. We can fix that, Tony declared, unwilling to spend more energy on the Dursley family than he had to. They'd never see Harry again, and if they tried, well, they'd come up hard against the most vicious attorneys Tony could find, on either side of the pond. What would you like to see, Harry? Everything, Harry answered enthusiastically. Steve chuckled. We can't see everything in one day, so we'll have to narrow that down a bit, at least for now. What's the most interesting thing you want to see? Harry thought for a moment. The British Museum. It's got a little bit of everything. Jarvis, what time does it open tomorrow? The ticket desk and Great Court open at 9, Jarvis replied. The galleries open at 10. Civilized, Tony observed. Get us tickets and we'll pick them up tomorrow. Oh wait, Harry said, sounding crestfallen. I forgot, the Muggle authorities are looking for Sirius, too. He can't come. Tony frowned at that, vaguely recalling something about seeing Sirius' face on television at some point. Even so, there had to be a way for Sirius to join them if he wanted. But Sirius surprised him. It's okay, Pup, Sirius said, and Tony thought he looked like he meant it. Not that I don't want to spend time with you, and once I'm free, I'll show you all kinds of places, but right now, he shook his head. I spent 12 years in Azkaban with few visitors, and not much but myself for company. As great as being with you is, and as much as I'm starting to like these two, a day to myself wouldn't be horrible. Harry frowned. I just don't want to leave you here alone. I won't be alone, Sirius said. I have Hedwig and Jarvis. I'll be fine. You guys go and enjoy. If you're sure? Tony asked. If you want to come, I'm sure we can come up with something, even if it's just to dye your hair for the day. I'm sure, Sirius said firmly. Besides, I need to catch up on things, since you two already have. Tony must have let his confusion show, because Sirius grinned. The Prophet. All right. Tony shook his head. He should have realized. The stories in The Prophet were interesting to him in a distant kind of way, and mostly because some of them concerned Lily and Harry. Sirius knew a lot of the people mentioned in the articles and would surely be curious about the magical world after Voldemort. Besides, Sirius added, it might be best if I talk to my cousin first without anyone else around. He looked at Harry. Assuming I can borrow Hedwig? Of course, Harry replied immediately. She likes to be busy. Conversation turned to milder subjects. And after dinner Tony asked Jarvis to cue up Stardust. He never got tired of Robert De Niro in drag, but once he'd seen that, he abandoned the others for his workshop and figuring out how to build a better mousetrap. Or rat trap, as the case may be. Not long after, Steve joined him. Tony looked up, wondering what the problem might be, but Steve just found himself an out-of-the-way corner and made himself comfortable with a book. Tony cocked his head and could just make out the title. Parting the Waters. Nothing his father said ever suggested Rogers was that religious, but if he chose to read about Moses, Tony wouldn't judge. He would, though, ask, didn't like the movie? Steve immediately looked up. Loved the movie. Thanks for showing it to us. Tony waited, but when Steve didn't elaborate, he said, so what brings you down here? Sirius and Harry started talking magic. When it started focusing too much on Harry's homework, Steve gave a bashful grin. Well, I got bored. And I figured you might not mind some company while you worked. Tony's eyebrow flew up. That's boring. But this isn't? Steve shrugged. This is how we spent a lot of evenings. We didn't have television, remember? Let alone the internet and 10,000 methods of self-distraction at our fingertips. When I could find paper and pencil, I'd draw. Or I'd play solitaire while Bucky read the newspaper, and then we'd trade off. Quiet nights in are what we did. I feel compelled, Jarvis said suddenly, to point out that Sir's nights in can only infrequently be described as quiet. August 4th. All in all, Tony thought the visit to the British Museum was going well. He'd never forget Harry's wide-eyed expression as he took in everything from decorated ancient Greek amphorae to ancient Egyptian sarcophagi, from the Lewis chessmen to the Parthenon marbles. I'm old enough to remember when they were called the Elgin marbles, Steve murmured as they watched Harry pace the length of the gallery where the incredibly lifelike, even vibrant, sculptures were displayed. Tony snorted. I am too not setting a real high bar there, Capsicle. Steve chuckled. Then as Harry threaded his way back through the crowds, sparser than Tony expected on a Sunday in August. But then again, what did he know of museums in general, let alone this one? Pulled a sketch pad from the messenger bag he'd slung over one shoulder. Think I'm gonna stay here a while, he said. I never thought I'd get a grand tour, and maybe I won't ever, and maybe London wasn't on the typical itinerary, but I'm here now and I'm gonna make the most of it. What are you going to do? Harry asked, and Steve smiled down at him. Copying the works of the great masters is a time-honored way of honing your own artistic skills, he said. But I prefer drawing to painting, so I'm going to draw some of the sculptures and work on realism and shading. Harry sounded disappointed, maybe? That Steve wasn't coming with them, and Tony tried not to take it personally. How about we meet in the Court Cafe for tea at 3:30? Steve asked, and Tony winced internally. 3:30? Seriously? But Harry was grinning again. Sounds great. So Tony gave in with as much grace as he could muster. Okay then, see you at the cafe. What next, Harry? The Rosetta Stone, which Tony thought wryly as he followed his son, probably should have been their first stop, not just to avoid as much of the crowd as possible but also because it was closer to the entrance than the marbles. So Tony followed Harry from exhibit to exhibit, and wasn't as bored as he'd expected. But then, he doubted he could get bored watching Harry explore things that clearly fascinated him. But as they were passing yet another classical painting, this one of Satyr's, Harry's expression turned somber. Tony started to ask him what was bothering him. But before he could find the words, Harry was off again. It wasn't until they joined Steve at the Court Cafe and taken their seats that Tony could finally ask, "Something wrong? Harry? You looked a little odd back there by that painting of the Satyrs." Harry shook his head. "Not here. I had an idea about—" He glanced around and lowered his voice before saying, "how to help Sirius and us in the magical world." Tony flicked a glance at Steve, who looked just as interested as he felt. Focusing on Harry once more, Tony asked, "Should we head back now?" Well, Harry ducked his head. "We can finish tea," which made Steve laugh. Tony chuckled too, but sobered quickly. "Is it dangerous to you or any of us?" "I don't think so," Harry replied immediately. "Maybe just a little, but certainly not as dangerous as a professor possessed by Voldemort or a basilisk as thick as an oak tree." Tony blinked. He'd heard the stories before, of course, but that's not exactly reassuring. To his surprise, Harry burst out laughing. And laughed some more. Tony glanced again at Steve, who smiled, but the expression was more bemusement than amusement. Finally, Harry got his laughter down to gasping sniggers. "Your expression," and now Steve chuckled, and Tony couldn't help smiling too. "Fine. You got me. Seriously, though, is it dangerous?" "I really don't think so," Harry answered seriously, though a smile still played around his mouth. "Okay then," Tony said, his decision made. "When we get home." Sirius met them at the lift when they finally got back to Stark Docklands Tower, looking happier than Harry had ever seen him before. Not, of course, that he'd spent that much time with the man or dog, as the case might be, but his godfather's expression was just light, as though some burden had been lifted. "Have a good day?" Tony asked as he, Harry, and Sirius settled at the table. Steve headed on into the kitchen. "Very good," Sirius replied, grinning widely. "I talked to my favorite cousin. Turns out she and her husband are both solicitors, magical and muggle, and they're willing to take my case." "Great," Harry said. I didn't know you had family. Shouldn't you be with them?" Sirius snorted. "Most of my family's not worth hanging around with. They're, what do you call it, dark?" Tony asked. "Some of them," Sirius said. "And remember, dark doesn't equal evil. There's a big overlap, but it's not 100%. Andromeda was disowned for marrying Ted. He's muggle-born, and my family takes excessive pride in being pure blood." Sirius shook his head, and his expression cleared. Andy never thought I'd betrayed James and Lily, but there wasn't anything she could do about it, because she was disowned? Steve asked from the kitchen. That doesn't make sense. It does if you realize that the remainder of the Black family wouldn't have supported her, Sirius said. One lone person against a flood? That only worked out well once, as I recall. Tony snorted, and Harry wondered what reference he was missing. Before he could ask, Tony said, "What can we do to help? Pay her fees? Provide testimony on your behalf? She's willing to work pro bono for now, against a portion of whatever she recovers," Sirius said. "Or, failing that, being reinstated into the family, which I can do as the eldest surviving male of the family. Either way, I'll see to her fees if she gets me a trial." Harry cleared his throat. Would having Peter Pettigrew alive and in custody help? Of course, Sirius said. But that won't happen anytime soon, will it? End of the month, Tony said. When that family gets back from Egypt or wherever. I think maybe we can get him sooner, Harry said, reviewing once again the thought he'd had staring at the painting of the satyrs in the museum. How? Tony asked. Well, Harry began, remember that house elf I met last summer? The one you tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing? Sirius said, grinning. Yeah, we remember. Harry grinned briefly before continuing, he's a bit barmy, but he kept calling me sir, and he was fanatically devoted to trying to save my life. Not very good at it, but devoted. We never did finish talking about that, Steve said. Aren't they slaves? Tony held up a hand. I'm with you on this, he said, but first things first. Harry, what does a house elf have to do with Peter Pettigrew? Harry couldn't help ducking his head again, and he spoke more to the table than to the others. I thought, if he's still willing to help, maybe he could get the rat from Ron before the end of the month. He's pretty powerful. House elves are, Sirius agreed. Or they can be within certain limits. So you think he can do this? Capture the rat? Tony asked. It's worth asking him, Sirius said. I'd ask my family's elf, but he's, well, as I said, my family was dark in general and some of them were evil in particular. I wouldn't trust Creature with anything important. So how do I ask him to help? I mean, I don't even know where he is, Harry said. Call him by name, Sirius said. If he likes you that much, he'll come. You'll probably want to ask a few questions like where he's working now, who for, that sort of thing. Make sure he can work for you. Then get into specifics of what you want him to do. Okay. Harry took a breath and focused his concentration on the elf. Dobby. After a few seconds, the elf popped into being in front of him. In place of the pillowcase Dobby had worn at their earlier meetings, now Dobby wore a tea cozy on his head, a pair of children's short trousers, and oddly mismatched socks. To their credit, Tony and Steve barely flinched. Sirius simply sat back to watch. Harry Potter, sir. Calls for Dobby? The elf said, his ears quivering. Hello, Dobby, Harry said. How are you? And that was the wrong thing to say, as Dobby's eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter asks how Dobby is. Well, yes, Harry said awkwardly. Since you're not with the Malfoys anymore. What have you been doing? Don't cry, please? He added desperately. Dobby has been looking for work. Harry Potter? Sir? The elf replied, wiping tears from his eyes. But it being difficult, sir. Nobody is wanting to hire an elf. Harry flicked a glance at Sirius, and his godfather nodded encouragingly. With a deep breath, Harry smiled at Dobby. I have a job for you if you're interested. Harry didn't think Dobby's eyes could have gotten any wider, but apparently they could. Harry Potter, sir, has a job for Dobby? Dobby is being very happy to work for Harry Potter, sir. What job does Harry Potter, sir, have for Dobby? This was the real test, and Harry met Dobby's wide eyes with as serious a look as he could summon. I need you to go somewhere and get something for me without being seen, and without ever telling anyone what you did. Can you do that, Dobby? Can you keep this secret? Harry Potter asks Dobby to keep his secret. Dobby can. Dobby will. The elf bounced on his toes. Where does Harry Potter, sir, need Dobby to go? And what does Dobby need to get when he gets there? Egypt, Harry said. Only to watch Dobby's ears droop. Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir. The elf said, tears welling in his protuberant eyes again. But Dobby has never been to Egypt, sir, and doesn't know where it is. Dobby will punish himself, sir. The elf took a moment to orient himself before running straight at the nearest wall.
Dobby, no.
Harry shouted. and the elf stopped so quickly he tripped over his feet and fell flat on his front. Harry scrambled out of his seat and over to the elf who lay prone on the floor, sobs racking his small body. "Don't cry, Dobby, it's all right." He patted the elf's back, not sure what else to do, and looked up at the three men sitting at the table, desperately hoping one of them might have an idea. But Tony and Steve just looked somewhat baffled and absolutely horrified, respectively, so they weren't going to be any help. Sirius sat forward. "Dobby?" he said, and when the elf didn't respond, he repeated it more firmly. "Dobby!" With an exaggerated sniffle of an inhale, Dobby climbed to his feet and stood before Sirius, his head bowed and his ears drooping so they almost touched the floor. "Yes, sir, Harry Potter's friend, sir. How may Dobby serve?" "I've been to Egypt. I can apparate us there," Sirius said. "I won't be able to do much else, but I can get us there and back." "True?" Dobby asked, finally looking up. At Sirius' nod, Dobby jumped in place and clapped his hands. Dobby should not be surprised that Harry Potter, sir, has friends as great as he is. Then he turned to Harry. "What does Dobby need to get once Harry Potter, sir's friend, is taking us to Egypt?" "A rat," Harry replied, and was only a little surprised when the Daily Prophet with the story of the Weasley family sailed into his hand. He spread it on the floor and pointed to Scabbers. "That rat. You need to take him without anyone knowing, and you need to be very careful because he's a wizard." Dobby looked at the photo dubiously. "Begging Harry Potter's pardon, sir, but why does Harry Potter want Harry Potter's Weasley's wizard who is looking like a rat?" "Because he's evil," Harry said. "He did an evil thing, and he hasn't been punished for it. If you bring him back to me, I can make sure he's punished for what he did." "Dobby can do this," Dobby said. "If Harry Potter, sir's friend, will take Dobby to Egypt." "Sure can." Sirius rose to his feet, only to pause when Tony held up a hand. "What? Don't leave yet," Tony said. "If you wait until the morning, I'm almost done with the cage." Sirius looked skeptical, and Harry couldn't blame him. Tony didn't have magic, after all, so how could he possibly make a cage a wizard couldn't escape? Tony grinned and said, "Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but it's a nickel-chromium superalloy, strong enough not to break if he changes back to his human form. And it's got a 50,000-volt taser built in to render him unconscious if he tries." Dobby looked between Sirius and Tony and finally settled his gaze on Harry once again. Dobby does not understand what Harry Potter, sir's father, be saying. What does Harry Potter, sir, want Dobby to do? Harry didn't even look at Tony. "Can you come back tomorrow morning, Dobby? Say around 9? You can have breakfast with us and then bugger," he added under his breath, seeing the tears forming in Dobby's eyes once again. "Harry Potter, sir, invites Dobby to have breakfast with him?" Dobby's voice was barely above a whisper. Dobby knew Harry Potter was a great wizard. Never has Dobby been asked to have breakfast with any wizard. Harry summoned a smile. "Well, now you have. See you tomorrow morning? At 9 o'clock, Harry Potter, sir." Dobby nodded vigorously as he spoke and then vanished. Sirius finally broke the silence. "You're wrong, Harry. That elf's not a bit barmy. He's completely mad." Harry could only shrug. Sirius wasn't wrong after all. "You said you freed him?" Steve said. "Elves are bound to a wizard or a family," Sirius said. "They'll do the tasks the wizards don't want to do." Most of them seem quite content with the arrangement, though in all fairness, not all families treat their house elves with respect. Steve blew out a breath. "Well, I don't like it, but there's nothing we can do about it right now." "No offense," Sirius said, "but there's not much you can do about it at all. You're muggles. Nobody would listen to you." "Money talks," Tony said with a shrug. "And I've got a lot of it," which was very definitely true, Harry thought, but another thought eclipsed it. "I'm not a muggle. Maybe I can do something about it." "We can do something about it together," Tony said. "My money, your fame." He trailed off with a shrug. "I've done more with less." Sirius laughed. "You have the spirit of a marauder." He sobered quickly, though. "It'd be best if we had something besides a stunning spell to knock out the rat." "Dobby!" The elf popped back into view so quickly Harry wondered if he'd actually left. "Can you go to Gringotts and get money from my vault?" Sirius asked. Dobby tugged at his ears, pulling their tips down past his shoulders. "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir's friend, but Dobby not being able to do that. Dobby not bound to Harry Potter Sir's friend or his family. How much do you need? Tony asked. Sirius thought about it. It was 50 galleons before, so maybe 60 now. Just take what we have left over from our shopping trip, Tony said. It's a couple of hundred. Use whatever you need. August 5th. Tony spent the night in his workshop fabricating the cage. He'd had the design completed almost immediately, but the materials hadn't been delivered until that afternoon. He presented the cage to Sirius after breakfast, then he, Steve, and Harry waved goodbye to Sirius and Dobby a bit longer than they'd planned, thanks to the elf's happy tears at sharing breakfast with the great wizard Harry Potter, Sir, and Harry Potter, Sir's friends. Sirius estimated they'd be gone most of the day. Capturing the rat shouldn't take much time at all, but operating over long distances could be tiring and tricky, and once they got to Egypt, they still had to find the Weasleys and, by extension, the rat. In fact, Sirius said just before he and Dobby departed, it was probably best not to expect them until the next morning, which left Tony wondering what to do with Harry today. London was replete with things to see and do, and he supposed Harry hadn't seen or done any of them. Still, though, this wasn't entirely a vacation for either of them, and maybe they should spend today getting the mundanities handled, like a passport for Harry and making sure he got seen by doctors both magical and not, so he had all the proper immunizations and such for traveling to the States. Which they would, one way or another. Tony was loath to take Harry away from his friends, but nothing he or McGonagall had said endeared Hogwarts to him in any way. If the price for Harry's safety was him losing a few friends, well, he'd make new ones. Not that Tony was in any way looking forward to talking with Harry about that decision. Another museum today? Steve asked as they sat down to eat. Depends on how Harry's homework is coming, Tony replied, and looked at his son. I have an essay for charms, Harry said, and one for astronomy, but that's mostly copying down notes that I made before. I thought they didn't let you have your school supplies over the summer? Steve asked with a frown. They mostly didn't, Harry said. But I pointed out to Aunt Petunia that if I didn't do my homework over the summer, I was more likely to fail classes, and if I failed out, then I'd have to live with them all the time again. Tony chuckled, though how the Dursleys had treated Harry wasn't funny at all. He might yet turn every government agency he could think of loose on Vernon. Maybe, if he got sufficiently angry or bored before his return to the U.S. What did she say? He asked. Harry grinned. She didn't say anything, really, but after Uncle Vernon left for work, she'd pass my books through the cat flap.
Cat flap?
Tony asked weakly, and watched Steve's expression grow angrier by the second as Harry explained just what the conditions had been like at Privet Drive. Steve began, then cut himself off. Yeah, he replied. Ruining Vernon Dursley's life was climbing ever higher on his to-do list. He shook himself out of his dark mood and summoned a smile for Harry. Get those done today if you can. I'm arranging visits to doctors and the embassy as soon as we can get them. Why? Harry asked, eyes wide with a combination of excitement and fear. I'm an American citizen, Tony replied. And you're my son. You need citizenship, too. And the doctors? I'm pretty sure a medical examination is a requirement, Tony said. And even if it's not your Madame Pom-Pom, Pomfrey, Harry corrected. Tony waved the correction away. She said you and I both need to see a healer. Hedwig already took that letter, right? So we should be hearing back from them soon. I'm surprised we haven't already, Steve said. Explain, Tony said. Harry's a celebrity, Steve said. And Hedwig took the letter on Saturday. Even allowing that they might be busier on the weekend, I'd think someone would have gotten back to Harry already. That made a perverse kind of sense. Tony knew what celebrity was, and Steve did too, even if it wasn't quite the slobbering frenzy too often on display in the modern era. Celebrity meant preferential treatment, even if it wasn't asked for. At the very least, it meant a faster-than-usual response to a routine inquiry. In fact, why hadn't Hedwig returned with a confirmation of an appointment in the first place? Unless St. Mungo's was just as full of delays and bureaucracy as the National Health Service was? That was certainly possible. Could be any number of reasons, he said aloud. If we haven't heard back by tomorrow morning, we'll head over there and see what happens in person. So, Harry, you get to work on your essays. And can I read them when you're done? Because we'll be heading out to the embassy and various doctors in the next few days. Steve frowned at Tony's words, but when he opened his mouth to speak, Tony shook his head fractionally. Steve's frown deepened, but he nodded back, equally fractionally. Harry began hesitantly, and Tony focused on him. Can we go to another museum, please? Or something else? Tony smiled more naturally. Sure thing. Tell you what, finish at least one of your essays. Then you can ask Jarvis to help you make a list of where you'd like to go. Yes. Harry all but cheered. It might not be the first on your list, Tony cautioned him, but it will be from your list. Okay. Harry gathered his plate, glass, and silverware and took them to the kitchen. Tony, Steve began quietly. I know, Tony said equally quietly, but I'm sending a note to Sirius' cousin as soon as we're done here. I want to talk to her and her husband about all of this, not just Sirius' trial or lack thereof. It wasn't until mid-morning on Monday that Minerva made her way to the headmaster's office. She usually waited to confirm the upcoming year's enrollment until a few days after the August 1st deadline to allow for owls coming from Ireland or other countries in the Commonwealth that might have gotten delayed. Now, 5 days after the deadline, she felt confident that she had all the replies. Except one. Her visit with Harry Potter and his biological father hadn't gone as well as she'd hoped, or even as well as she'd expected. In her defense, and at the same time to her shame, most Muggle parents flinched at the mere thought of magic, let alone her typical demonstration of it, and didn't question her too deeply as a result. Tony Stark, however, not only hadn't flinched, he'd met her every statement head-on with a counterargument or a question of his own. She'd never felt as wrong-footed speaking to a Muggle as she had on Saturday, and she'd understood Stark's reluctance to send Harry back to a school where his life, not to mention the lives of other students, had been threatened more than once. She climbed the stairs to the gargoyle and said, "Pop rocks." A minute later, she stepped into the headmaster's office to see Albus looking over a parchment in his hand and a stack of several dozen on his desk. From his perch, Fawkes trilled a greeting, and Minerva couldn't help but smile at the bird. "Good morning, Fawkes." "Albus."
Ah, Minerva.
Albus looked up with a gentle smile. "All the registrations are confirmed for the year. We have 122 incoming students," she said. "All returning 2nd through 7th year students have confirmed their attendance." "Excellent news indeed," Albus said, his eyes twinkling. A perverse part of Minerva was looking forward to seeing his response to what she said next. Except one. Harry Potter. The twinkle and the smile died in the same instant. Minerva was reluctantly impressed and wondered idly if Albus had some minor metamorphmagus ability. Harry Potter? Why wouldn't he have responded? Albus demanded. Apparently, he was in some kind of accident with his aunt, Minerva said. Unfortunately, while Mr. Potter escaped with relatively minor injuries, Mrs. Dursley was killed. Most unfortunate, Albus murmured. Yet I fail to see how that impacts Harry's attendance at Hogwarts. Aside from Mr. Dursley refusing to allow him? Minerva asked sharply and took a perverse pleasure in Albus' minute flinch. She took a steadying breath before continuing. As it turns out, not everything we believed about Mr. Potter is correct. James Potter was not his biological father. What? Albus shouted, his expression turning fiercely angry. "Do not yell at me, Albus Dumbledore." Minerva snapped and fixed him with a glare that had frozen many a recalcitrant student. "And a headmaster." Minerva barely concealed her satisfied smirk. Instead, she said, from what Mr. Potter and his father said, James was cursed impotent, but he and Lily both desired a child. They sought out a candidate who was intelligent and who resembled James. It was a straightforward transaction, I believe. As Mr. Potter's father was aware, he had sired a child but remained out of Mr. Potter's life until recently. Albus frowned. "That is most interesting news. You met Harry's father?" "I did. And you believe he won't let Harry return next year?" "I believe it's a possibility. He seems quite determined that Mr. Potter's choices not be limited by his circumstances of birth or education." Seeing Albus' frown deepen, she added, "It was made abundantly clear to me that should Mr. Potter want a career in the non-magical world, Hogwarts is not the best choice for his education." "How can that be?" Albus demanded. "Hogwarts is among the top schools in Europe. We don't offer any Muggle subjects," Minerva answered simply. And the Muggle world has advanced enough that falling behind in their studies can be crippling. The twinkle returned. Certainly not, certainly so. I saw the evidence myself, and would be happy to share the memory with you. Albus' expression faltered for a moment, and Minerva knew she'd struck a nerve of some kind. But all he said was, very well. Minerva debated with herself where to start the memory she would share with Albus, finally deciding on the part where she did her best to convince Stark to allow Harry to return to Hogwarts. The rest of the meeting certainly merited further study, but the meat of her day had been that particular discussion. So she summoned that memory to mind, pressed her wand to her temple, and a moment later deposited a silvery strand into the pen sieve. Albus entered the memory immediately. Minerva chose not to follow. There was no need to revisit one of her lesser moments as a representative of the magical world, at least not when the injury to her pride was still so fresh. Later, next month perhaps, or next year, after her pride had recovered, would be soon enough for her to try to learn from the mistakes she'd made with Tony Stark. And, if she were brutally honest with all of the Muggle-born students or first-generation magicals, since she'd become the deputy headmistress and accepted the responsibility of introducing those students to the magical world, she'd failed them in ways she expected to take the rest of her life to understand. Even that long wouldn't be enough for her to make any sort of apology or reparation to those students, so her options were to resign and allow someone younger and hopefully more adept in the non-magical world than she to take over, or to take that sabbatical year and bring herself quite up to date with that world so she could better serve all of her students in the future. Each choice held its appeal, whether that appeal lie in handing off the burden to someone else or in redeeming herself somewhat, and the choice would not be an easy one. Although perhaps Mr. Potter and Miss Granger might offer her assistance if she chose the sabbatical year. Even if they personally couldn't help her, perhaps they knew someone who could. And Mr. Stark and Mr. Rogers, too. They were both concerned with Mr. Potter's choices, so surely they'd understand her task. With that thought, the choices weren't quite as evenly weighted as she'd thought. Not long after, Albus emerged from the pen sieve with his features etched in a frown and the twinkle absent from his eyes. That was disturbing. I should say it was. Minerva snapped. To think that we've been failing our students for so many years. What? Albus blinked at her as though he hadn't understood. Then recognition dawned. Oh, of course, Minerva, of course. That must be addressed, certainly. But I was speaking of the chance that Harry will not return for his third year or any other. We must convince this Stark fellow to allow him to return. That could prove difficult. Mr. Stark made a number of excellent and, I'm sorry to say, quite valid points and, as you saw, is committed to Mr. Potter's future in whichever world he chooses. Harry is a wizard, Albus said. He's part of our world. James and Lily would have wanted that. But James and Lily aren't here, Minerva said with more force than was strictly necessary. Albus flinched, just a little, at her tone, but she couldn't bring herself to regret it. Tony Stark is, and he's the one we'll have to convince to allow Mr. Potter to return. I'm certain if we remind Harry of the good things Hogwarts has to offer, he'll convince Mr. Stark for us. It was on the tip of Minerva's tongue to protest, to remind him of the man he'd seen in the pen sieve. And then she reminded herself that she was sitting across from the most stubborn wizard she'd ever known. Albus wouldn't take her word for anything, and a stab of realization hit her right in her gut. He hadn't in a long time, at least not on anything that mattered, like Harry Potter. She'd protested leaving the child with his Muggle relatives, and Albus had overruled her despite hearing how badly behaved the Dursley boy was. How he'd kicked his own mother while yelling and screaming his way down the street to some destination Minerva hadn't known then and wouldn't try to guess now. But she reminded herself in as stern a manner as she'd ever used on a student. She didn't have to fight this fight. Mr. Stark had proven himself capable of arguing her to a stalemate. She'd enjoy watching him do the same to Albus. Albus apparently took her silence for consent, as he rose from his chair. Shall we speak with them now? Minerva shook her head. I promised them time to discuss the matter as a family. I have an appointment to meet with them on Friday for their response. Friday? Albus repeated. Oh no, that won't do at all. This afternoon. It took all of Minerva's willpower not to give in to the impulse to roll her eyes.
No, Albus.
I'll send an owl to ask if we can meet with them tomorrow. There's no sense starting off a discussion of the merits of Hogwarts with its headmaster being unconscionably rude. Albus looked like he desperately wanted to object, but in the end, his expression turned just a little calculating. Perhaps you can invite them here for tea tomorrow? It wouldn't do for Mr. Stark to make his decision without seeing the school, after all. Tony met the Tonkses at the elevator. Andromeda Tonks was a striking woman with light brown hair and well-defined cheekbones. Her husband, Ted, had fair hair and a little bit more than the beginnings of a pot belly. Both seemed far more at ease in the tower than McGonagall and Pom-Pom had. So Tony let himself relax a little as he offered his hand. Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, good to meet you, he said, the words rolling from his tongue easily. He'd said them so many times before, but rarely meant them like he did today. And you, Mr. Stark, Ted replied. He had a firm grip that contrasted amusingly with his somewhat rumpled suit. Tony, please, he said, turning to the female part of the pair. Thanks for coming so quickly. Then were Andromeda and Ted. Andromeda's grip was as strong as her husband's, and Tony was silently grateful that neither of them appeared to have a need to intimidate through a too-firm handshake. And your phone call wasn't unexpected. Not after speaking to Sirius yesterday. Can I just say I'm glad you guys have phones? Tony said, leading them into the conference room. He would have preferred having this meeting on the roof as it was a gorgeous day, but Harry had claimed the gazebo for doing his homework. It hadn't taken Steve's pointed look for him to yield to his son, especially as the roof meant Hedwig, and she was almost as good a distraction for Harry as homework. Ted laughed easily. For most Muggleborns, the world isn't as divided as the Ministry wants to think. Many of us straddle both worlds relatively easily, even with the lack of non-magical subjects at Hogwarts. Tony asked, there's coffee and tea there, help yourself. The cafeteria will send up some food after the lunchtime rush is over. Even so, Ted replied, though his expression turned serious as he poured himself a cup of coffee, well, half a cup of coffee, to which liberal amounts of milk and sugar were added to fill the cup. Some of us realized relatively quickly that prejudice in school frequently translates to prejudice after school, and in my year at least, a number of us got together and asked our parents for textbooks for Christmas and birthdays. Impressive, Tony said, especially considering you were, 13 or 14 when you figured it out. Ted shrugged as he moved to a chair near the end of the conference table. To be bluntly honest about it, it was an older sister of a sixth-year student who told us exactly what happened when she graduated. She'd gotten 7 NEWTS, all EE or better, and at every job interview, whatever the position, she was only offered clerical work. What did she do? Tony asked as Andromeda filled her cup. Her tea-to-goodies ratio was much higher than her husband's coffee-to-goodies ratio. She had contacts in New Zealand where they're more liberal, for lack of a better word, than they are here, Andromeda said. She was the one who inspired us to start our firm. Actually, the firm she works with in Auckland does the same thing and has a thriving practice. Tony filled his own cup nearly to the rim from the carafe labeled high octane and took a seat across from them. Ingenuity finds a way, he remarked. It's just a shame your ministry is so stupid that it has to. Speaking of ingenuity, Andromeda said, I was hoping to see Sirius again to give him a progress report. He's not here today, Tony replied, then grinned. He's on an errand that could make your job a lot easier. She frowned. What kind of errand could possibly do that? Tell you when he gets back, Tony said nonchalantly, then grinned when her frown deepened. Meantime, I've got a few questions about Harry. Yes, about that. Ted cleared his throat and glanced at his wife before meeting Tony's gaze. Sirius said that you're actually Harry's father? Yep. Got the DNA tests to prove it. And Tony added a report from a medical witch? Madame Pom-Pom or something. Madame Pomfrey, from Hogwarts? Andromeda asked. Yeah, that's it, Tony said with a snap of his fingers and a point in her direction. Paperwork's in the folder. Ted stretched an arm to the end of the conference table and snagged the folder. He opened it to skim the contents before passing it to his wife. When this gets out, it'll cause an uproar, he said. You'll probably want to reveal the news yourselves, rather than let some unscrupulous reporter get hold of it. I'm working on a press release, but figured we'd wait until Harry decides what he's going to do about school before we sent it out. Tony didn't miss the glance between the couple across from him, But Andromeda said only, just don't wait too long. The tabloid press in the magical world are, if anything, worse than in the muggle world. Which segues nicely into the real reason I wanted to talk to you, Tony said. Harry's a celebrity in the magical world, right? A hero? Not to everyone, Andromeda said. But yes, he is to many. Tony sat forward. I've been in Harry's life about a week now, and I haven't seen any fan mail or hate mail, for that matter, come for him. Just a couple of letters from his friends. Is that normal? The Tonkses shared another look, this one full of surprise. I know some people left him money in their wills, Tony said, and that made the Tonkses' mouths drop open. Synchronized jaw-dropping, it's a thing. So I expected some fan mail, especially since it was his birthday last week. Ted cleared his throat. Harry certainly should have received some fan mail, though of course I can't estimate when or how much. Our own daughter, Nymphadora, sent him cards when she was younger. Is there anything that might have prevented him from getting it? Tony asked. From what I've seen, owls at least know that he's not with his mother's sister anymore, and not just his own either. Owls from his friends found him, too. Ted pulled something from his pocket, and with a wave of his hand it enlarged to a legal-sized notepad. A pen followed, and he jotted a note. I don't know how it is here, but tampering with the mail is a federal offense in the States, Tony continued. It's an offense here, too, Andromeda said while her husband continued writing. Subject to 6 months in prison and a level 5 fine. Which means what exactly? Tony asked. Level 5 fines are unlimited, she replied. I expect the actual fine varies case by case depending on the value of the item or parcel involved. But I don't know. It's not an area of law I've ever had to practice in. We'll have an investigator look into the matter, Ted said, including having Harry and his prior residence checked for wards that might interfere with mail. Assuming you retain us, of course. It was Tony's turn to be surprised. I figured that was a given. Sirius recommended you, and you straddle both worlds just like Harry does. How much of a retainer do you want? 5,000? Will dollars do, or do you want pounds? Or galleons? 2,000 pounds is fine, Ted replied. I do have our standard retainer agreement with me? Sure, let's see it, Tony said. I'll have my legal people look it over and get it to you tomorrow, along with the retainer check. The Tonkses exchanged another look. Ted smirked and flexed his writing hand before taking up his pen once again. What else? Tony grinned. Lawsuits. Lots of lawsuits. Harry was just finishing his essay for charms when a spotted burrowing owl soared down and landed on the chair opposite him. He thanked the owl and removed the message it carried. Before he could offer it food or water, it was airborne once again. That's got to get annoying, Steve said from where he sat at the table with Harry. A sketch pad rested on the table in front of him, but from this angle Harry couldn't quite make out what he'd been sketching. What? Harry asked, being randomly interrupted when someone else wants your attention. It's even worse than a telephone, because you have to make sure to offer the owl a treat or something. I hadn't thought about it quite like that, Harry said, only to be interrupted by an eagle owl coming in to land in the same spot the first one had. Ignoring Steve's chuckle, Harry examined the new owl more closely. You're from Hogwarts, aren't you? The owl just stuck its leg out, as regally as its species would suggest, and Harry quickly removed the letter it carried. Unlike the burrowing owl, the eagle owl simply settled in to wait. I guess that means they want a reply? Steve asked. Harry nodded absently as he opened the letter from Hogwarts and scanned it quickly. The headmaster's invited us for tea tomorrow, he said. I guess he wants to get to know Tony. Harry snorted. He probably wants to send me back to Uncle Vernon. You know that won't happen, right? Tony won't let it. Harry just shrugged as he reached for the other letter. He frowned when he saw the wax seal keeping the envelope closed. A crossed wand and bone. St. Mungo's, maybe? Odd choice of symbols for doctors, if so, Steve replied. Why not a caduceus, maybe using a wand instead of a staff? I've only been in the magical world 2 years, Harry pointed out. I've no idea why they do most of the things they do. Steve chuckled and Harry opened the letter, giving it more attention than he had the one from Hogwarts. They're making themselves available to us tomorrow at 2. Then tea at Hogwarts has to wait a day, Steve said. We don't know how long it will take after all. And I've heard that doctors always run behind. Harry picked up his quill but hesitated before starting to write. What is it? Steve asked, perceptive as ever. Can I just accept an invitation for Tony? Harry asked quietly, and then was grateful that Steve appeared to give the matter serious thought. I don't know Tony that well yet, Steve said finally, but I think you're better off refusing an invitation for him than accepting one. Jarvis? I agree, Captain, Jarvis replied. However, I conveyed the request to Sir, and he replied that the Friday meeting already arranged, and I quote, suits me fine. Then that's what you write, Harry, Steve said. Maybe a little more formally, though. Okay. Harry jotted a note back to Professor Dumbledore, saying tomorrow wouldn't work, but he was welcome to join Professor McGonagall on Friday. The note finished, he got up and went over to Hedwig's perch. He was only somewhat surprised to see that Hedwig had allowed the visiting owl to join her on the perch, but then he realized that he had no idea what kinds of relationships owls made with each other. Maybe Hedwig and this eagle owl were friends? Harry promised himself that he'd ask Hedwig about her relationships with other owls at some point. For now, though, he focused on the visiting owl. Hi, he said to the eagle owl. You don't have to leave right now on my account, but I'm going to go ahead and give you my reply. I just don't want to forget it later. Okay. The eagle owl eyed him warily a moment before sticking out its leg. Right. Stay as long as you like, Harry told it as he secured his message. Or until Hedwig kicks you out, he added with a grin. Hedwig hooted indignantly, and the eagle owl just gave a peck that somehow conveyed amusement. Harry grinned at both of them before turning back to the gazebo, where he saw Steve looking over the essay he'd been working on. How bad is it? Harry asked as he resumed his seat and took a drink of the lemonade he'd brought out with him. The ending is a little vague, but otherwise it flows well, Steve replied. I understood what you were saying, at least even if I don't know what all the terms mean. That sounds wrong, Harry said. How can you understand what I'm trying to say if you don't know the meanings of the terms? The charms, Steve said. I don't know what the charm to cure reluctant reversers is for, but I understood the words around it. So I just replaced the name with something like Process X in my mind as I read. That sounded so simple, and yet so many magical people seem to think of and treat non-magical people as children, or worse. Certainly Muggles didn't appear deserving of any kind of basic courtesy, judging by how Hermione's parents had been treated last year when they went to Diagon Alley. Before Harry could pursue that thought any further, though he wasn't sure what further might mean in this instance, Dobby popped into existence beside him. Begging Harry Potter Sir's pardon, Dobby is, the elf said. But Harry Potter's dogfather be sending a message with Dobby. What does he have to say, Dobby? Harry asked. Harry Potter Sir's dogfather says he be staying in Egypt until tomorrow night. Harry Potter, Sir, Dobby said. We be finding Rat, and he be saying he knows someone who can help. Harry looked at his companion to see that Steve seemed as surprised as he felt. After a moment, Steve shrugged. If Sirius thinks he's found someone who can help, that's good. But Harry said, what if it's a trap? What if this person's just going to hand him over to the ministry? Sirius is a grown man, Steve said. Sure, he doesn't always act like one, but he is, and that means he's allowed to make his own decisions, even if we think they're dumb ones. This one may or may not be dumb. If it turns out that it is, we'll do everything we can to rescue him from it. Or, failing that, Tony's voice came from behind Harry, who hadn't even heard the lift arrive. We'll darn well avenge him. Harry Potter, Sir, shouldn't worry, Sir, Dobby said. Dobby will keep Harry Potter, Sir's dogfather, out of trouble. Dobby popped away again, and Steve looked at the space where the elf had been thoughtfully. We should find a way to hire him permanently, Steve said. What? Why? Harry asked. He said he's having difficulty finding work, Steve answered. Harry frowned, and Steve added gently, it's your fault he's in that position. Anger shot through Harry and his grip tightened on his quill. But the Malfoys were hurting him, making him hurt himself. I didn't say that where he was before was good, Steve said patiently. But he did have a roof over his head and food to eat, which is a bare minimum standard, I know. That said, he doesn't have either of those things now, and it doesn't sound like he'll get them anytime soon. The quill fell from Harry's fingers as he slumped. I hadn't thought of that, Steve smiled. I hadn't expected you had. Now that he was thinking about it, Harry had come to a rather sad conclusion. I don't know that Tony has enough work to keep him busy and happy. It's not something that has to be solved right now, Steve reminded him. But with both of us thinking about it, and Tony and Sirius when he gets back, we'll come up with something. And I can ask Hermione, Harry said. She always has good ideas. August 6th, Tuesday dawned bright and clear, which, Tony had learned, was only somewhat unusual for London in the summer. It was too bad, really, that the gorgeous day was going to be spoiled by visits to the doctor. At least the day was starting off well. With a hearty breakfast, Steve and Harry were cooking together in the kitchen. Tony helped himself to coffee and took a seat at the dining table, flipping through items in the news feed on his tablet while he waited for them to finish. Sir. Jarvis' voice sounded quietly, which meant it was coming from the tablet, not the speakers built into the room. What's up, Jay? Tony asked without looking up. The magic game, as Master Harry referred to it, has concluded. Oh right. They'd agreed to leaving the quiz live for just 24 hours, given how many employees SI had. How many participated? 19,263, Jarvis replied. Less than 20%, Tony mused. How many of them got all the magic questions right? 4,709. Another 272 had similar enough answers that they may be magical, as opposed to getting the answers correct by random chance. Less than 0.5%, which is probably about right, given the size of Diagon Alley, Tony said, then took a breath. Of the 4,700, how many of them are here in London? 63. Another 117 are in the European Union. 63 what? Harry asked as he brought a plate piled with bacon, eggs, potatoes, and roasted tomatoes to Tony. He carried a similar plate for himself, and Steve followed with a similar plate plus one piled with toast. Probably Magical Stark Industries employees in London. Tony set his tablet aside and adjusted the plate in front of him as his two companions took their seats. That seems like a lot, Harry said. So now what? He dug into his eggs with enthusiasm that Tony appreciated, given how poorly the Dursleys had treated him. Tony took a bite of his own before looking over at Steve. You up to interviewing a few of them today while the Sprague and I head to the doctor? Me? Steve looked honestly taken aback. Why me? Couple of reasons, Tony said, taking a bite of potato. First, you know as much or more than I do about the magical world. Second, maybe more important, you know how to fight a magic user if it comes to that. Which we hope it won't, Steve muttered, then straightened even more in his chair. Okay, fine. What are you looking for? Sell it as an executive assistant of some kind, Tony replied. One where a knowledge of the magical world is the main qualification. Or do you mean the kind of person I'm looking for? He added as Steve's expression had turned pensive. That Steve said. Shem. Tony stacked his fork with eggs, potato, and bit of tomato, taking a bigger bite than normal to give him a few extra seconds to think while he chewed. Finally, he swallowed and said, Look, Cap, we don't know each other that well yet, but Dad trusted you and your gut, so I'll do the same. Follow your instincts. I can do that, Steve muttered, more to himself than to anyone else, Tony thought. Then he looked toward one of Jarvis' cameras. Jarvis, can you have some marbles delivered? Marbles, Captain? Jarvis asked, and Tony swore he heard surprise in the question. Marbles, Steve confirmed. Or anything small, dense, and reasonably aerodynamic that you can get in quantity. Britain apparently has draconian laws about weapons, so I'll have to improvise. Do you think it'll come to that? Harry asked, wide-eyed. I hope it won't, Steve said. But like the Boy Scouts say, be prepared. After a moment, Jarvis said, a set of 160 will be delivered by 10. Great, Steve said. So start scheduling the appointments at 10:30, please. Half an hour should be plenty of time between them. And do a random draw among the ones who got all the questions right for the top prize, Tony said. Second and third prize from everyone else. He caught both Steve's and Harry's inquiring looks and shrugged his free shoulder as he stabbed a tomato with his fork. It's the fairest I know how to be in this case. Tony paused in front of the red brick department store, Harry beside him. A sign on the front door of Purge and Dow's Limited read closed for refurbishment, and the mannequins in the window were chipped, their wigs askew, and dressed in clothes that were at least 10 years out of date, and perhaps more like 20. Wizard kind certainly went in for odd choices of concealment, but if this was the entrance to their hospital, Tony supposed he could put up with it. For now, anyway. What now? He asked. Harry stepped forward to address a female mannequin sporting a green pinafore dress that wouldn't have been out of place in a Disney cartoon. Hello, he said to it. Harry Potter and Tony Stark. We have appointments. The dummy gave a slight nod and made a beckoning movement with its finger. Harry grabbed Tony's hand and took a step forward. Tony followed him, through the glass, and into what looked like a waiting room, judging by the people sitting in chairs, wooden rickety chairs. Tony frowned at that. He had expected uncomfortable chairs. Waiting room chairs always were, or at least he remembered them being that way the last time he'd actually visited someone in a hospital. But rickety? If they didn't care for their furnishings, how would they care for their patients? At this time of the morning on a Tuesday, Tony wasn't surprised that the lobby, because surely that's what this was supposed to be, was nearly empty. Only one other case appeared to be ahead of them, man and a woman standing at a desk labeled inquiries. The woman had a foot, seriously, sticking out of her left shoulder. A plump blonde woman sat at the desk, her expression rather irritated. Really, Mr. and Mrs. Morgan, this is the 4th time you've been here for a similar condition. You should know by now spell damage is the 4th floor. Off you go now. Tony frowned at her attitude but allowed Harry to take the lead. He was, after all, the famous one in this world. What would her behavior toward him be? Good morning, Harry said as he got to the desk. We have appointments with... He looked at the parchment he carried.
Master Healer Chiswick.
It doesn't say where. The Master Healer's offices are on the 5th floor, the woman said, and maybe it was because they didn't have identifiable problems, or maybe because Harry had obviously consulted the parchment before asking, but her tone was more polite than it had been to the people ahead of them. Past the tea shop, there's a sign for private consultations. Go through that door. Then Master Healer Chiswick is the 3rd office on your right. How do we get to the 5th floor? Harry asked. Through those double doors and down the corridor, she said. You'll see the stairs. Stairs? To the 5th floor? What about people whose legs are hurt? The questions flooded Tony's mind, and he found himself pondering magical medicine as he and Harry followed the woman's directions. Magic, he assumed, could heal most injuries very quickly, however long it took to wave a wand and say an incantation in most cases. Then, according to Harry's textbooks, there were potions for recovery, and for minor ailments magic even cured the common cold. So maybe it made sense that they expected their patients to climb stairs. And maybe the relative brevity of any visit explained the lack of effort to make the place at all welcoming. Even so, there was no excuse for keeping a workplace unclean. Untidy, maybe God knew Tony's workshop could become a bit of a disaster area after a particularly creative night, but not unclean. Tony could only hope this healer Chiswick was clean and professional. Finally, they emerged onto the 5th floor and Tony spotted the door labeled private consultations in the same split-second Harry did. And it was only a few minutes after that when they knocked on the 3rd door on the right. Come in, came a pleasant voice, most likely female, if lower in timbre than Tony usually encountered in women. He let Harry open the door and was relieved to see a neat space that was a cross between an examination room and office. To the left, a bed was tucked against the wall. In the far right corner was a desk, behind which sat a somewhat overweight dark-haired woman in lime green robes with a quill in her hand. She finished whatever she was writing and looked up with a smile that was warmer and friendlier than anything Tony had seen before in the magical world. Mr. Stark and Mr. Potter. She stood and offered her hand. Dahlia Chiswick. It's a pleasure to meet you both. She shook each of their hands in turn, then gestured them to seats across from her. Now, Mr. Potter, your note wasn't specific. What seems to be the problem? Tony was pleased that she focused on Harry first, but his pleasure turned to mild annoyance when Harry ducked his head. Tony should go first, Harry said, and though Tony was irritated at the self-sacrifice his son was showing, Harry's next words belied that. He has pieces of shrapnel near his heart. That's got to be more important than what's going on with me. That's very considerate of you, Mr. Potter, Chiswick said before turning to Tony. Are you comfortable being treated with magic, Mr. Stark? I'm getting there, Tony said. What do you want to do? First, a basic scan to show me exactly what's going on and, if it can be treated, how to do so, Chiswick replied. Then it would depend on the answers to those questions. Fair enough. Do you have the Hippocratic Oath? To do our best in the practice of healing, and never to harm our patients? Yes. Okay, Tony said. Do the scan. Then he looked at Harry and tried to inject a bit of humor into his tone when he added, if anything goes wrong, sue the heck out of them. Okay? Harry managed to smile, though Master Healer Chiswick looked somewhat scandalized. Well, let her. It's not my fault she's so provincial. Very well. It will only take a moment. Chiswick drew her wand and Tony tried not to grip the arms of the chair. He sat in too tightly as she waved it at him. It may look like a toy, but it's a weapon. Never forget that. A moment later, Chiswick holstered her wand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Am I going to live? Tony quipped. I don't understand how, but yes, she replied. Or at least, whatever has been done to you to this point appears to be working properly, bearing in mind that I know little about Muggle electronics. You can pronounce it, Harry said, and that's more than some. Chiswick laughed quietly, but her expression was sober when she looked back at Tony. I could transfigure the shards in your body into blood. Tony raised an eyebrow. There's a but in there somewhere. But I don't know that I could limit the spell to just the shards. The thing in your chest might be transfigured as well. The arc reactor? Oh heck no. Tony forced down his initial, instinctive reaction, reminding himself that he was a scientist and he should approach this in a reasonably scientific manner. What are the dangers of doing that? He asked. Minimal, Chiswick replied, and Tony heard Harry's relieved sigh despite how quiet it was. At the same time, I'd be mending the arteries, veins, and bones, so while there might be some blood loss into the chest cavity, it would be minimal. And this transfiguration, you called it, is permanent? Usually. Usually? What does that mean, usually? Tony demanded, trying to ignore how his heart rate sped up at the healer's nonchalant tone. Any transfiguration can be reversed, Chiswick explained. But I would have no reason to, and no one else would think to try. What about the general counterspell? Harry asked. Will that affect it? Chiswick's brow furrowed. I shouldn't think so, and I'm not willing to bet my life on that. I'll think about it. How about Harry? Chiswick drew her wand again and cast at Harry. Tony felt certain it was the same incantation and wand movement he'd watched her use on him and congratulated himself on learning to recognize at least one spell as it was being cast. Chiswick paled and she cast again. And a third time. Harry turned wide, scared eyes to Tony, and all he could do was reach over to take his son's hand. Whatever it is, we'll get through it together, he murmured, and was pleased when Harry relaxed, however fractionally. Please accept my apologies, Chiswick said, stowing her wand once again. Her voice was remarkably steady considering how shaken she appeared. It wasn't my intention to frighten either of you, but something you saw frightened you, Tony said reasonably. Frightened? No, Chiswick assured him. Surprised me? Certainly. Disgusted me? Very few people wouldn't be disgusted if they saw what I did. But frightened? No. What did you find? Harry asked, his voice small enough that Tony wanted to take him away from this world and the people in it. The foulest of magic, Chiswick replied. I'll order tea, we'll all want it, or something stronger before we're done. The marbles had arrived promptly at 10. And Steve supposed he shouldn't be surprised at the service money could buy. At least Tony, like Howard before him, did his best to do good things with his money. Steve rolled several marbles in his hand, testing their weight and getting used to the feel of them. His only advantages against a wizard were surprise and the enhancements Dr. Erskine's formula had given him: strength, speed, and agility they wouldn't expect, and their general dislike of physical exertion. The marbles would do. A single one, thrown with sufficient force at a vulnerable target, would make an effective weapon, and a handful of them would distract his opponent. Thanks, Jarvis, he said again. Talking to the air still felt strange, and he hadn't read enough in science and technology to understand exactly what an artificial intelligence implied. But Jarvis had helped him more than once, and his mama had taught him manners. You are quite welcome, Captain. There was a brief pause before Jarvis spoke again. Commander Maria Hill is calling, asking to speak with Sir. Maria Hill? It took Steve a moment to place her, Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury's left hand as Phil Coulson's Steve fought back a wave of grief for the man's death. Had been his right. What was she calling about? She appears to know about the contest, Jarvis added, and Steve sighed. I'll talk to her. He replaced the marbles in the box they'd arrived in and set them on the coffee table. His cell phone rang, and he answered the call. This is Steve Rogers, Commander Hill. I'd hoped to speak to Stark. He's out now, ma'am, Steve replied. And I'm not sure when he'll be back. Can I help you? After a moment, she said, maybe. He sent out a questionnaire to his employees that referenced things he shouldn't know about. I want to know how he does. Steve felt his mouth tightening into a frown. And how do you know what happens within Tony's company? Commander Hill. My cousin Crispian works for SI. He and I both know about those things. Jarvis? Steve asked. A Crispian Paddington answered all but one question correctly. Jarvis replied. His mom and my mom are sisters, Hill said. Steve didn't need to know her entire family history, so he cut to the chase. Why are you calling, Commander? Crispian called me when he saw the quiz, she replied. He read me some of the questions and... She broke off and he could almost hear the frown in her voice when she asked, Do you know what's in the quiz? Steve grinned, just a little. Not exactly, but I know the gist of it, including what those sensitive words mean. How? Since she could find the answer given the right clearance and a few hours of research time, Steve decided to tell her. I fought beside some wizards during the war. Hill sounded flummoxed, but recovered as quickly as Steve had expected. So why does Stark know about magic? Why should I tell you? Steve countered. You still haven't told me why you're calling. To give Stark a heads up, she replied. Fury will eventually find out about it, and want to know everything, if not bring Stark in to consult. Steve winced. And we all know how he'll respond to that. Exactly. So, Stark? Steve blew out a breath. I don't know that I should reveal personal information, Commander, especially since I'm not entirely certain where your loyalties lie. I'm not sure what you mean, Captain. The governing body of your organization ordered a nuclear strike on New York City, Steve said. I had to look it up, what that meant. They would have killed everyone in the city, and I don't understand why. We were being invaded, Hill said. We were. But how many had died at that point? It can't have been many, relatively speaking, and given a population in the millions. Approximately 8,175,000, according to the 2010 census, Jarvis said. Thanks, Jarvis, Steve said. Not even 1% of them suffered an injury. How can nuclear force be justified in that instance? Can't, Hill answered, and Steve gave her credit for honesty. And Fury's looking into that situation. Because how can S.H.I.E.L.D. be a force for good if it's supposed to carry out acts of unspeakable evil? That's why you're still with them? Yes. I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. does good work, necessary work. But it's not perfect. Nothing and no one is. I still don't have the right to tell Tony's secrets, Steve said. But Jarvis? Will you call Tony, relay this conversation, and ask what he wants to do? Certainly, Captain, Jarvis replied. Though he may not be able to answer immediately. Understood, Steve said. Also, push the interviews back until after we hear back from him, please. Certainly, Jarvis said again, and the room was quiet. I admit, Captain, Hill said, I'm surprised you're with Stark. I thought Fury had invited you to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. He did, Steve told her and smiled at her surprise. But I wasn't ready to accept. Do you mind if I ask why? Rip Van Winkle missed 20 years, and in those 20 years the American Revolution happened, Steve said. I've missed 70 years and still have no idea all the things that happened. I'm not ready for the kind of work S.H.I.E.L.D. does. Not without a lot of catching up. I'm sure Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. would arrange for your reintroduction to the world. Probably, Steve agreed. And equally probably, everything they recommended would be biased in favor of America. Hill bristled. Captain America doesn't care for America? I didn't say that. Steve scowled, and irrationally wished she were there to see it. I said whatever Fury's people gave me would be biased in favor of America. I love America, her ideals, at least, even if her people don't always live up to them. But that doesn't mean I believe America is always right or that it's the only country on earth that matters. Nor does it mean that I'm actually whatever stereotype of me has evolved over the decades. Stereotype? Hill's disbelief came clearly through the phone. There's no stereotype. Steve snorted. Trading cards. Pardon? Trading cards, Steve repeated. Agent Coulson was telling me all about them, and then Fury had them after Coulson died. Now, they could just be antiques ephemera, I think it's called. Paper goods? But I did a little looking, and there were also comic books and even a short-lived series of pulp novels. All the pieces are there for a stereotype to be created. After a long pause, which Steve hoped meant she was considering what he'd said, she spoke again. May I ask why you're with Stark? I was in the tower when he stopped himself before he said something he shouldn't, contenting himself with, I offered to come along as backup. Are you a witch? Squib, she replied, her tone turning harder. My cousin's a wizard, though. Does it matter? Only in that Tony's looking for someone knowledgeable about that world. He doesn't care whether that person has magic or not. He just needs the knowledge. Crispian would be a good person to know, then Hill said. His dad Clive Paddington holds a seat on the Wisengamot. Think of it like Parliament or Congress, but there's only one house. Before Steve could respond to that, Jarvis spoke. Sir gives permission for you to discuss the broad outline of the reason for his visit. Great, thanks, Steve said. And would you ask Crispian Paddington to come up in 10 minutes? I'll need to see his personnel record, too, please. Of course, Captain. Then Steve refocused on his conversation with Maria Hill. Tony has a son who's a wizard. Circumstances have changed such that Tony's taking custody of him. Hill blew out a breath. And Stark needs a magical education. And someone who can represent him in that world, Steve said. I have the impression that wizard-kind, British wizard-kind, at least don't look too kindly on non-magicals. They don't, generally speaking, Hill said by way of confirmation. Then, thank you for telling me. You have my word I won't tell Fury, or anyone else. But if I'm asked, I won't lie. Steve grinned briefly. Which is why that's all I'm telling you. Hill laughed. A pleasant sound. And amusement came through her tone when she said, You have good instincts, Captain. Harry stomped off the elevator onto the residential floor, and didn't even acknowledge Steve's greeting as he went. Tony frowned after his son, but chose not to chastise him for his lack of manners. This time, things go badly with the healer? Steve asked from where he lounged on the sofa, a book open in his lap. Could have gone better. Let me get a beer and I'll tell you about it. Want one? Sure. By the time Tony fetched 2 bottles of beer from the fridge, his favorite this side of the pond, Harvey's Imperial Extra Double Stout, grabbed a bottle opener from where it hung on the side of the fridge, popped the caps off, returned the opener to its place, and strode back into the living area. Steve had set his book aside and sat up properly. Tony handed him one of the bottles and flopped down across from him. Not a fan of St. Mungo's. Dingy. Not dirty that I could tell, but full of rickety furniture and not really well cared for. Makes you wonder how well they take care of their patients. Steve winced in silent sympathy. What about the healer? Good enough, I guess, a master healer, so presumably one of their best. But the only suggestion she had for me was transfiguring the shrapnel into blood. Steve quirked an eyebrow at him. Why is that bad? Because transfigurations can be reversed. Tony punctuated that statement with a long pull on the stout. Probably not the best choice, then. Steve took a swallow before asking, So there's nothing they can do for you? Actually, I'm thinking if we can find a surgeon in the know, we can combine magical and mundane treatments, Tony said. The wizard, or witch, can support the surgeon's work with potions and whatever else. Best of both worlds. Makes sense, Steve said by way of agreement. And Harry? Tony felt his mouth pulling into a scowl. The healer thinks Harry has part of someone's soul trapped in his scar. Steve stared at him, slack-jawed, and the beer nearly slipped from Steve's hand before the other man jerked upright and put the beer carefully on the coffee table. How's that even possible? All the healer would say is that it's the darkest of magic. She referred us to a cursebreaker, and the best cursebreakers work for Gringotts. That's the bank, and their top team is in Egypt, Tony said. They're going to recall the team, but it'll be a couple of days before they get here. We'll have a consultation with them and see what they have to say. Steve took another swallow of beer, and Tony followed suit. Then, so how was your day, dear? A mild glare was Steve's only reaction to his sarcasm. Tony grinned and added, aside from the call from the lovely Agent Hill, of course. She knows about magic? She's a squib magical parent but can't do magic herself, Steve said, then frowned. I don't like how all their terms for non-magical people are derogatory. It was Tony's turn to raise an eyebrow. This from a man born in a time when calling someone colored or a Negro was acceptable. It was never acceptable to me, Steve snapped. Neither were Wop, Kike, Dago, Spick, or any of the others. Tony held up both hands in a gesture for peace, not caring that his right hand still firmly gripped the stout. Can't blame a guy for asking. Steve let out a breath. You're right. I'm sorry. Just, the conversation with Commander Hill left me a little off. Tony frowned at that. What kind of conversation had they had? Then he told himself firmly that it was none of his business, and if Steve ever wanted to share, he would. Steve took another swallow of his beer, and when he finished, he looked more like the calm, collected Captain Tony had willingly followed into battle in New York. Her cousin is a wizard, Steve said, and her uncle, his father, is on the Wisengamot. I think he might be a good person to have on our side. Is he the only one you talk to? Tony hoped his tone didn't carry censure in it. I talked to a dozen people, Steve replied, and I still think Crispian Paddington is the right choice. You worried he'll tell Hill things he shouldn't?
No.
He offered to take an unbreakable vow that he wouldn't reveal anything without permission. Tony took another swallow. You tell him it's Harry? Steve shook his head. Though I expect he can find out if he asks around, or visits Diagon Alley. He has another cousin in America who is a wizard and can help out if you take Harry there. Tony nodded, accepting that, but still wanted to know, what about the others you talked to? Steve grimaced. A mixed bag, one or two might be good, but I favor Paddington, if only for his connections. Being friends with the son of a Wisengamot member, think a senator, can only help, especially given how much of a celebrity Harry is. Makes sense. Jarvis, arrange a meeting with Paddington tomorrow morning. Will you? Certainly, sir. Before Tony could pick up the thread of conversation, a soft pop sounded and Sirius and Dobby appeared in front of them. We're back, Sirius announced unnecessarily, and with a grin that nearly split his face in two. Tony frowned, looking more closely. Sirius didn't just look happy, he looked better, as though he'd had at least a good night's sleep or two, which he'd had here, or Tony thought he'd had here. So what had happened? While he was pondering that, Steve said, welcome back. Join us for a beer and tell us what happened? Sure. Sirius had barely turned toward the kitchen before Dobby wagged his finger at him. No, Harry Potter's dogfather, sir. You be sitting down. Dobby is getting beer. Sirius gave a one-shoulder shrug and dropped onto the sofa next to Tony. You're looking at a free man. Great, Steve exclaimed. Sounds like this calls for more than beer, Tony said. Dobby? The elf popped into place in front of him, bouncing on his toes. How can Dobby help? Champagne instead of beer, Tony said. There are bottles in the wine fridge, the cabinet with the glass doors and bottles inside it. Dobby gets. Tony downed the last of his beer and set the bottle on the table. So what happened? Getting the rat was easy enough, Sirius said. And thanks for the cage, it helped a lot. Once we got him, I realized that I couldn't just bring him back here. Why not? Steve asked. An open bottle of champagne and 3 full flutes appeared on the coffee table, and almost in unison all 3 of them reached for a flute. Because, Sirius answered, I don't like what I've been hearing about the current minister. I'm not convinced he wouldn't have both me and the rat kissed on sight or thrown through the veil. I thought kissing is a good thing? Steve said. I know I enjoy it. Sirius didn't smile. That's what it's called when a Dementor takes your soul. And just like that, Tony was ready to blow the statute of secrecy to smithereens and the entire magical world with it. How is that even real? He demanded. And how can that possibly be seen as a reasonable punishment, no matter the crime? I'm not that religious, but I don't have to be to think that's barbaric. Sirius made an unreadable gesture with his free hand. Couldn't tell you. It's been that way as far back as anyone knows. Add that to the list of things that need to change, Tony said, and kept on talking before Jarvis could respond. So what did you do instead? I got a message to someone I know in Cairo works for the ICW, International Confederation of Wizards. He added to what Tony was sure was his puzzled expression. Think the League of Nations, or I guess these days it would be the United Nations, Steve said, and Tony nodded his thanks at the explanation. Go on, he said. Long story short, I took the rat to him, I offered to testify under Veritaserum, they questioned Pettigrew under Veritaserum, and the ICW has issued me a conditional pardon and a passport for all their member nations. Except Britain? Steve asked. Assuming it's a member? Even Britain, Sirius said. In theory, I could present it to the Aurors here and they'd leave me alone. In practice? Tony asked. Sirius shrugged. Who knows? I'm not going to risk going out in public too much to find out. What are the conditions? Steve asked. I have to register my Animagus form within 30 days, and I have to testify at Pettigrew's trial. That doesn't sound so bad, Tony said. It's more than I ever expected, Sirius replied. So, how were your days? And where's Harry? Tony blew out a breath. That'll take a while. HP. Harry closed his potions textbook with a sigh. He'd been staring at it without seeing the text, much less completing the part of his essay he needed it for, almost since he and Tony had gotten back from Gringotts. Tony had offered to stop at Fortescue's for ice cream, and Harry had refused with enough ill grace that he could be mistaken for an angry goblin. He'd have to apologize to Tony for that, which wouldn't be fun, but still it had to be done, and he might as well do it sooner than later. He rose from his chair and crossed to the door. When he opened it, there was someone immediately outside it, hand raised to knock. Harry jumped back a step before he recognized his visitor. Sirius? When did you get back? Hey pup. Sirius opened his arms, and Harry accepted the hug with gratitude. Sirius just held him for long moments before saying, Heard you had a bad day? He's in me, Sirius. Harry tugged him into the room and closed the door. A part of him is inside me. Sirius led him to his bed and made him sit down. When he had, Sirius sat beside him and draped an arm around his shoulders. Harry allowed himself to lean into the comfort his godfather offered. Strange that he felt so comfortable with the man so quickly, but then he thought maybe he subconsciously recognized Sirius from when he was a baby. It was as good an explanation as any, and not one that Harry cared to examine too closely. By him, you mean the dark wanker? Harry snorted. Trust Sirius not to be, well, serious, and therefore lighten Harry's mood a little by barely trying. If you're talking about Tom Riddle, the self-styled Lord Voldemort, then yes, Harry said. That's a heck of a thing. Sirius pulled him closer briefly. Tell me? So Harry told him about the visit to St. Mungo's and the consultation with Master Healer Chesick. She was horrified and pleased at the scar on my arm, he said. Horrified because a 12-year-old faced a basilisk. Pleased because the phoenix tears cleansed the venom completely. I can't say I don't share those reactions, Sirius said, his voice a little unsteady. Just how big was this basilisk? I don't. Harry took a breath, let it out slowly. There was a shed skin in the chamber probably 20 feet long. Its body was thick as an oak tree, maybe 6 feet across. I don't have a clear memory of how long the live snake was. Except too long, he added, trying to lighten the mood as Sirius had done earlier. Much too long, Sirius agreed with feeling. I expect Tony and I will be having words with Dumbledore, the Board of Governors, and probably the DMLE too. DMLE? Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What else did the healer have to say? That Harry swallowed past a lump in his throat. That my scar has some dark magic around and within it. That it's a part of Voldemort inside me. That's rough, Sirius said. Can it be removed? She didn't know she couldn't do it. But Cursebreakers might be able to, so we went to Gringotts, but their top team is in Egypt right now. Harry was aware that he was babbling, but considering the circumstance, he figured he was allowed. Easy there, pup. Sirius' other arm came around him again, and slowly Harry settled. What's the plan? The bank's recalling their team, and once they get back, I'll have a full diagnostic session with Healer Chesick and the Cursebreakers. Well, Sirius said, there's no sense worrying about that until it happens, is there? I guess not, Harry admitted, but it's hard not to. You've gotten some shocking news, Sirius allowed. On top of all the other shocking news you've gotten in the last week. I'm actually surprised you're holding up this well, pleased, but surprised. Harry laughed a little. At least most of the surprises have been good ones. Exactly. One bad one shouldn't eclipse all the good ones. Even if that one is pretty bad, Harry finished silently. But Sirius was right, and Harry straightened up to look at his godfather. How was Egypt? Better than I could have hoped. Sirius gave him a predatory grin. Come on, let's get something to eat and I'll tell you all about it. August 7th. It only took Jarvis prompting him 3 times for Tony to set aside the plans he was working on, nothing to do with energy or combat safety and preparedness today, but rather improved breathing apparatus for patients with lung disease, and stumble out of his workshop and into a hot shower before his meeting with Crispy and Paddington. 10 minutes later, showered, shaved, and wearing jeans and a gray MIT t-shirt, Tony wandered up to the residential floor, where he found Steve watching as Sirius and Harry played some kind of magical game that involved a stack of cards that sometimes exploded, to judge by the bang he heard as he stepped off the elevator. You're not trying to bring down the tower, are you? He asked as he drew closer to the table. There's very little danger of that happening, Sirius replied without taking his gaze from the stack of cards which was steadily growing between him and Harry as they took turns dealing cards from their hands. It's like regular Snap, Steve said, except if nobody realizes there are doubles, the cards explode. Seems counterproductive, Tony observed as Harry collected a pair. Potentially losing your cards every time you play. Unless they explode and reform? No, Harry said. You have to buy more, unless you win so much it doesn't matter if you lose a few cards now and then. I don't know whether to be impressed or annoyed by that. Why would you be annoyed? Sirius asked, and he made the mistake of looking up when he did, and so did Harry, just as they dealt doubles and missed the time to call it. So the small pile of cards exploded, leaving a fine dust of ash where they had been. Because it makes the game more difficult for everyone to enjoy, Tony said. I wouldn't care if I lost a few cards, and Harry wouldn't either, but there are some people who couldn't afford to lose any. I assume that holds true in the magical world, too. There are, Harry replied, focusing again on the game. Like my friend Ron's family. When we went to get money for school supplies last year, I accidentally saw inside their vault, and they only had a single galleon and a few sickles. I don't know how Ron could buy so many chocolate frogs. He had 500 cards. Cards? Steve asked, saving Tony the trouble. Each frog comes with a trading card featuring a famous witch or wizard, Sirius answered. He grabbed the doubles that had just been played, then started to gather the cards. When Harry made a noise of protest, Sirius said, It's almost time for your father's meeting. Tony hoped he concealed his surprise at how easily Sirius referred to him as Harry's father. He'd half expected that Sirius would be angry with him over it, and despite the man's behavior, that expectation hadn't faded entirely. His meeting, Harry said. Not mine. All of us, Tony said. He's going to be working for all of our benefit, so we all need to like him. And he needs to like us too, Steve said. Or he won't do his best for us. But you like him, Harry protested. That's good enough for me. It shouldn't be, Sirius said firmly, then shot an apologetic look at Steve. No insult to Steve, but you need to remember this, Harry. Nobody cares more about you than you do, so you need to feel comfortable with this, too. It won't do any good if the 3 of us like him, but you can't stand him. Harry looked like he wanted to protest again, but Jarvis spoke first. Mr. Paddington has just gotten onto the elevator on the 47th floor. Tony didn't even have to glance at Steve before he was heading toward the elevator. The door slid open, and Tony heard a brief exchange of greetings before Steve said, Your wand, please, Mr. Paddington. There was a brief silence. Then a pleasant baritone voice said, I thought we were getting on rather well yesterday. We were, Steve agreed readily enough. And I hope we continue to. But as a matter of safety, until you've sworn an unbreakable vow, I'll need to keep your wand. There was another, equally brief, pause before Tony heard a chuckle. I'm glad someone takes magical security seriously around here. What's the vow? First, not to reveal anything you learn here today without permission. Steve repeated the condition Sirius had suggested. If you take the position, we'll modify it so that you can perform your duties. All right. Now there were footsteps, and a moment later Steve led another man into the kitchen. The newcomer appeared to be in his late 30s and stood as tall as Steve, with close-cropped medium brown hair and blue-gray eyes, which widened when he saw Tony. Or, more probably, the 2 wizards with him. Tony Stark, Steve said. Crispian Paddington. Mr. Paddington, Tony Stark, Harry Potter, and Sirius Black. Tony watched Paddington's expression shift from polite neutrality at his name, to astonished curiosity at Harry's, and finally to controlled anger at Sirius. Do you know, he began, but Sirius held up a hand. Paddington paused, but his fingers twitched, and Tony was grateful Steve had taken his wand. Before you finish that sentence, please take a look at this. Sirius pulled a parchment from a pocket and held it out to Harry. Give this to Steve, please. He can pass it on. You never told us what that actually says, Tony said conversationally as Harry did as he was told. Mr. Paddington, would you read it aloud? Sirius asked, his expression lacking any of his usual mirth or mischief. Paddington glared at him but took the parchment from Steve without comment. He opened it and glanced over it, his expression changing to a puzzled frown as he did. Well, Tony said, don't keep us in suspense. Paddington cleared his throat and began to read. From Andrea Thomas, Chief Investigator, Hitwick's Division to Ardith Bay, Deputy Mugwump. Subject, Sirius Black. At your request, I have questioned both Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew under Veritaserum and have retrieved copies of their memories of the events of October 31st through November 3rd, 2001. The results are conclusive and have been independently verified by aurors from France, Germany, and Turkey. A full report, including copies of the memories and transcripts of the interrogations, will follow, but the salient points, arranged in chronological order for your convenience, are: Sirius Black was not the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. Peter Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper. No unbreakable vow was required of him. Pettigrew revealed the Potter's location to the wizard, styling himself Lord Voldemort in hopes of advancing himself in Voldemort's terrorist organization, the Death Eaters. On the night of October 31st, Pettigrew accompanied Voldemort to the Potter's house, but was not allowed inside during the attack. After the attack, Pettigrew retrieved Voldemort's wand and escaped by shifting into his animagus form, a rat. Sirius Black had added himself to the protective wards at the Potter's house and arrived as quickly as he could via flying motorcycle. He had been in the Muggle world, and there was no safe place to apparate from nearby. Upon arriving at the Potter's house, he retrieved Harry Potter, then aged 15 months, from his nursery and intended to take him to safety. As he left the house, he encountered Rubeus Hagrid, then the Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts, who claimed to have been sent by Albus Dumbledore to look after Harry. Black handed over his motorcycle and the child to Hagrid, told him that Pettigrew had betrayed the Potters and that he, Black, was going after him, as he had the best chance thanks to his own animagus form, a large black dog. Black then tracked Pettigrew for 2 days and confronted him. The reports of that confrontation are generally accurate and will suffice. Black was taken into custody by British aurors and summarily sent to Azkaban. He has no memory of being questioned, nor of having a trial. Tony's hands hurt. He looked down and saw that they had clenched into fists. He knew most of what the letter had said already, thanks to Sirius himself, but hearing it laid out so neatly, so clinically, just made it more real somehow. To his credit, Paddington looked ready to kill, and that look wasn't directed at Sirius. He controlled his expression after a moment. The rest, Paddington said, is a recommendation to summon the British Ministry before the ICW to answer for this. I also have a pardon and ICW-issued travel documents, Sirius said, and documentation for the mundane world, too. I probably shouldn't go into magical Britain at all, but that's not much of a hardship. Paddington took a long, slow breath and released it equally slowly before looking at Steve. I'll make that vow now. I presume you needed to tell me this much so that Mr. Black can act as bonder? Steve nodded and offered the man his wand back. I'm sorry to have had to do it. I understand completely, Paddington said. Have you drafted the wording of the vow? Paddington reviewed the paper Steve handed him quickly and then turned to Tony and offered his hand. Tony bit back a wince. He hated shaking hands, but this was necessary and stepped forward. When he would have clasped Paddington's hand, Paddington shifted so they were grasping each other's wrists. Steve and Harry watched, wide-eyed, as Sirius drew his wand and touched it to the joining. A thin tongue of actinic flame spare from the wand and surrounded their wrists. Tony supposed he shouldn't be surprised that he felt no heat. At Sirius' nod, Tony recited each question in turn. Will you, Crispy and Paddington, keep secret everything you learn today, unless permission to reveal it is directly given or keeping the secret would interfere with your duties? I will, Paddington replied, and a second tongue of flame surrounded their wrists. Will you, Crispian, protect Harry Potter and his secrets from this point forward, unless permission is directly given or doing so would interfere with your duties? I will, Paddington said, and a third flame circled their wrists. After a moment, the flames sank into his and Paddington's wrists, and Tony felt a tingle up his arm. Paddington let go of Tony's wrist immediately and blew out a breath. Before you get started, I have 2 questions, if I may. Tony glanced between Steve and Sirius. Neither man appeared to object, so he nodded once. Paddington fixed Sirius with an even gaze. Mr. Black, may I have your permission to forward a copy of the ICW report to my father? He sits on the Wisengamot and can begin an inquiry. Sirius, unless you're going to insist on Mr. Paddington? Sirius quirked an eyebrow at him and received a grin in response. Right. Then yes, please do. Thank you. The second question, how the heck did you get Ardith Bay, High Chieftain of the Medjai, to launch an inquiry at the ICW? Sirius shrugged. Called in a favor. Tony really hoped Jarvis would let him look at the expression on Paddington's face whenever he needed a laugh. The man's jaw had dropped open, and he was staring at Sirius with eyes almost as wide as Harry's had been during the unbreakable vow. He also really hoped he could get Sirius drunk enough to tell him the story. He might not know who exactly Ardith Bay was, but Paddington's reaction suggested it would be a story worth hearing. That all your questions for now, Paddington Bear? Tony asked, and that was another expression he'd want to look at again and again. For now, Paddington agreed, then looked at Harry. I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. Potter. Harry blinked, and Paddington smiled gently. Your parents, whatever happened that night, they didn't survive, and the magical world is poorer for it. Thank you, sir, Harry said quietly. Well then, Paddington turned his gaze to Tony. Perhaps now you can explain why Iron Man wants to talk to a wizard. After being excused from the dinner table, Harry retreated to his room and flung himself onto his bed, smiling so widely his cheeks hurt. He'd gone from having no family at all, because surely the Dursleys didn't count, to having an abundance of family: Tony, Steve, Sirius, and now Crispian Paddington. Okay, he'd only known Crispian for the day, but already the man had shown him as much care and concern as anyone else ever had. That Crispian would be available to help him out in the magical world was just icing on the cake. That was in addition to Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, of course, who were technically family because Mrs. Tonks was Sirius' cousin, but they were more professional than family. That could change, of course, once Harry met their daughter Nymphadora. He wrinkled his nose at the name. It wasn't the strangest name he'd ever heard in the magical world. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore came to mind, but it seemed that the magical world had far more than its fair share of unusual names. Like Hermione, except she wasn't magical when she was named. Or, well, she was, but nobody knew that. Her non-magical parents gave her that name and even had a justification for it. Unusual it might be, but it was from Shakespeare, and nobody argued with a pedigree like that. And, really, he couldn't think of a better name for his friend than the one she had. Or was it? He frowned, thinking. The name came from Shakespeare. That much he knew. But was Hermione the character worth naming someone for? There was one way to find out. Jarvis? Yes, Harry? There's a character from Shakespeare named Hermione. Which play is she in? She is the Queen of Sicily in The Winter's Tale, Jarvis replied immediately. Has it ever been made into a film? 3 times. A silent film in 1910, a 1967 movie, and a 1981 television program. Do you have access to any of them? Harry asked. I'd like to watch it. Maybe not the silent one, though. There was a pause before Jarvis spoke again. None of them appear to be publicly available. I am submitting requests to the production companies to allow us to screen one or the other of them. Thank you, he added, because it wasn't Jarvis' fault they didn't have access to the films. In the meantime, if you wish, Jarvis said, the text of the play is freely available. I can broadcast it for you, assigning different voices for different characters. The idea struck Harry as wrong, somehow, and he couldn't explain why. Still, he didn't want to disappoint or offend Jarvis, so he thought for a moment before saying, Does Hermione have a major part in the play, or is she just, I don't know. There? She is quite central to the story, I assure you. Then does she have a defining moment? A speech she's known for? Several. Then would you please pick one, And play it for me? I'll hold off on the others until we have a film. Very well. I will program a suitable voice. Harry toed off his trainers, more difficult now that he had a pair that actually fit him, and adjusted his position on his bed so that he was a bit more comfortable. Act 3, Scene 2, Jarvis said, and a moment later, a feminine voice surrounded him. Since what I am to say must be but that which contradicts my accusation and the testimony on my part no other, but what comes from myself, it shall scarce boot me to say not guilty. Mine integrity, being counted falsehood, shall, as I express it, be so received. But thus, if powers divine, the door to Harry's room swung open and a moment later, Tony was asking, listening to poetry? Nothing wrong with that, was never my thing though. This Shakespeare, Harry replied. The character my friend Hermione was named for. Ah, interesting. Play it for me while I'm working sometime, Jay. As you wish, sir. Then Tony focused on Harry. How's the homework coming? I'm almost done with everything, Harry said. And it was simply the truth. I just have my potions essay to finish. He felt his shoulders rising toward his ears as he added, Thank you for letting me do my homework. Letting you? Tony scoffed. Making you more like, at the least encouraging you. Harry managed a laugh, weak as it was. Maybe I should have said, Thank you for caring whether I get my homework done or not. Tony suddenly looked uncomfortable. And that leads into what I wanted to talk with you about. You may not like it. Hoping his sudden unease didn't show, Harry shuffled to a sitting position. What? Tony stared out the window for a moment, watching the late evening shadows darkening London. Finally, he focused on Harry once more. I get it, you know? He said finally. I get that Hogwarts was a refuge for you, an escape from the Dursleys. And in those circumstances, well, I'm still not happy about it, but Hogwarts probably comes out ahead in that contest. Contest? Harry frowned, not entirely certain what Tony meant. But things are different now, Tony continued. The Dursleys aren't in your life anymore. I am, though, and while they didn't care if you lived or died, I do. I care very much. Harry could only nod as he swallowed past a sudden tightening in his throat. It's because I care, Tony continued, that I don't want to send you back there. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Tony just kept on talking. First year, it was a troll and a possessed teacher. Second year, it was a possessed diary and a basilisk, of all things. And just thinking about a basilisk still makes me homicidal. So, the change in timbre of Tony's voice made Harry focus more seriously on his father. Make your case, Tony said. Tell me why I should let you go back to Hogwarts ever again. It was a reasonable enough request, and Harry opened his mouth to answer, and then shut it again when there were no words immediately at hand. So he thought about the question, looking at it from different angles, trying to see past Tony's focus on the bad things at Hogwarts. It was hard to do that when Harry himself didn't think of the things as bad so much as exciting. Oh, facing Voldemort and the basilisk had been scary in the moment, but looking back, Harry privately admitted that doing so much when he was so young was kind of cool. At least he'd actually done those things, as opposed to being hailed for something nobody living knew the truth of. Harry gave himself a mental shake and brought his thoughts back to the question at hand, somewhat surprised that they drifted so easily. Focusing again on why Tony should let him go back to Hogwarts, he was almost embarrassed when the only thing he could find to say was, my friends are there. Ron and Hermione. Hermione, you've talked about her, Tony said. But who's Ron? My first friend, Harry said, then corrected himself. My first human friend, before him there was Hedwig. There was only a flicker of anger across Tony's face at that, and no trace of anger in his voice when Tony asked, So when did you meet Ron? On the train to Hogwarts, Harry replied immediately. He was looking for a seat because every place else was full. We talked on the trip, and he told me a little about the magical world, and he trailed off thinking again. And? Tony prompted gently, and he helped me get through the traps protecting the Philosopher's Stone, Harry finished, and even he could hear how lame the words sounded. What else? Tony asked, and Harry blinked up at him. Tony smiled gently at him. That's not all, not with the expression you had. What else? Being able to trust an adult, even considering being able to trust an adult, was still a new feeling. Still, Tony had already done more for him than any other adult in his life, and he'd been remarkably open about magic. That, Harry told himself wryly, really shouldn't be too surprising, since Tony routinely flew around in a suit of armor in Gryffindor colors. Maybe, just maybe, Tony wouldn't abandon him if Harry told him the truth. There was only one way to find out. Harry took a breath. Remember I said that people thought I was dark just because I can talk to snakes? Tony's expression clouded. Did he? No, Harry said, then frowned. Or at least he never said so to my face. But he didn't defend me either. And that hurts? Tony asked. Harry shrugged. Maybe, but it's not the worst I've heard. Emotional pain can be. Tony stopped and huffed a breath. And you know that, too, because I'll eat my arc reactor if the Dursleys weren't emotionally abusive as well as physically. Harry managed a slight grin, then blew out a heavy breath. Ron's, well, jealous. I don't know how he'll take me suddenly having even more money and an even more famous father. If he's even heard of Iron Man or Tony Stark, which I'm not sure of. But somebody will know and he'll find out and then… Harry trailed off with a shrug, unwilling to admit aloud that he hadn't written Ron with his news for just that reason. Tony came further into the room and sat down on the edge of Harry's bed. Sounds like he might not be as good a friend as you want him to be. Harry bristled, but Tony just met his gaze without flinching. And after a long moment, Harry sank back in his chair. I kind of thought that, he admitted quietly. But I figured I just didn't know enough about what friendship is to judge. Tony looked like he wanted to give Harry a hug, or murder the Dursleys, or maybe both. In the end, he just ran a hand over his face, and when he looked back at Harry his expression was normal. You'll have to talk to Spangles about real friendship, he said. He's probably had more of it than the both of us combined. Or maybe, Sirius, the way he talks about his friends from school makes me think he knows a bit, too. What I do know is that real friends may be a bit jealous, even envious of each other from time to time. That's natural, but they get past that and stick with you. Unless you do something unforgivable, of course, but that's really rare. And that might have been the most Tony had ever said to him at once. Then again, they'd only known each other a week? Really? Harry counted the days over in his head and, yes, it was just over a week since they'd met. Felt like longer. Felt like Tony had always been in Harry's life, which was the only reason Harry felt free to grin over at him. That sounded almost parental. Don't be insulting. But Tony was grinning, too, if only a little. So Harry didn't think he'd actually offended the older man. They fell into a comfortable silence for a moment before Tony quirked an eyebrow at him. You realize you haven't made a good case for going back to Hogwarts. Because I can't, Harry admitted. And I'm pretty sure the only things I'd really miss are Hermione, Ron, and Quidditch. And maybe Hagrid. Hagrid? Tony frowned. Then his expression lit with recognition. Big guy took you to Diagon Alley the first time. That's the one. Tony grinned, but sobered quickly enough. Okay, time to get real. If Hogwarts is out of the question, what's your best case scenario? What do you want? That was a question Harry hadn't considered before, and he found himself blurting the first thing that came to mind. I don't want to give up magic. Why should you give up magic? Tony asked, obviously befuddled. Nobody's asking you to give it up. Magic's a part of you. Harry swallowed hard. You're awfully accepting of this. Magic, aliens? God of Thunder. Tony shrugged. And that God of Thunder said magic and science are the same thing. Sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and the corollary of that is that magic is just sufficiently advanced technology. Science and technology aren't the same thing, Harry observed. Close enough for this discussion, Tony shot back. And once I work my way through your arithmetic books, arithmancy, right, those, and the books on runes, I might be able to combine them here on Earth. But magic and technology don't mix, Harry protested. Bullshit. Harry blinked. Bullshit? Tony pointed at him. Don't use that word until you're legal. But yes, bullshit. Where's the entrance to Diagon Alley? Harry blinked again at the apparent non sequitur. The Leaky Cauldron. Which is where? Harry thought for a moment. Charing Cross Road. Yep, somewhere between Trafalgar Square and the British Museum, Tony said. Heard of any power outages there? Unusually large number of computer glitches? Well, no, Harry admitted. But would I? Trust me, if technology in that part of London didn't work, everybody would know. and be shouting for the power company to do something about it. The whole place would be swarming with reporters and repair people faster than you can say electricity. Harry felt as if he'd fallen off his broom in the middle of a Ronsky faint. But why do they tell us that?
No idea.
And maybe there's something we don't know yet, but on its face I call bullshit. Now that's done, back to the question. What do you want if Hogwarts is off the table? Hermione and Quidditch, Harry replied immediately, and thought for a moment. Ron, maybe if he's not too jealous. If you're asking if I want to go to school or be tutored, I don't think I have a preference. If you're asking if I want to stay in Britain or go with you to America, then I don't care. Maybe getting away from the whole boy who lived thing would be good. Okay, let's make it happen. Harry blinked. Just like that? Tony grinned. Just like that? So Hermione's in France, right? Until the week before classes start. Pretty sure we should discuss this in person, Tony declared. What, an hour-and-a-half flight? So how about we fly down tomorrow? I'd love to, but I don't have a passport, Harry said. Sure you do, Tony replied. I ordered one as soon as I realized you didn't have one in your things. No, I didn't snoop, really, just saw what you brought with you when you were unpacking. But it's only been a week? Harry's voice sounded weak. He hated that, but his overwhelm was quickly growing beyond his ability to manage. There's a saying in the software industry, Tony said. You can have it cheap, fast, or good, pick any two. So I picked fast and good using a picture Jarvis supplied. Came this morning. There really wasn't anything Harry could say to that. So he just sat there, for once letting himself feel surprised. So call her up, find out what her plans are tomorrow, and we'll meet her there, Tony concluded. Just like that? Harry asked, startled once again at how Tony just made things happen. Just like that. HP. After dinner, Tony retreated to his workshop. He wanted to know why the magical world thought magic and technology couldn't coexist despite obvious evidence to the contrary in London proper, and the best place to start seemed to be with arithmancy. He'd scanned the textbooks he'd bought, admittedly paying less attention once he realized the kind of math involved, but tonight he resolved to read them thoroughly, however boring he found the math, to try to grasp the underlying concepts. It wasn't quite as challenging as building a miniature arc reactor with, as Spock said in that one episode Tony could never remember the title of, Stone Knives and Bearskins, but it should be enough to keep him occupied for a while. Some time later, the elevator dinged softly. Tony blinked, focusing eyes that hadn't blinked in too long on the door that slid open to reveal Sirius Black. Safe to enter? Sirius asked, looking around more cautiously than curiously without actually stepping off the elevator. Sure, come on in. Tony set the book aside to stand and stretch muscles that had been in the same position too long. Just reading. Sirius emerged fully and started toward him. Steve and Jarvis both said I could interrupt you, if you can spare a minute. Take 5. Or 10. However many you need. I probably should rest my eyes a bit anyway. Beer? Whatever you're having. Tony went to the fridge. All his workshops had refrigerators fully stocked with water and his favorite soda and beer, to retrieve 2 bottles and open them before gesturing Sirius to a seat. Need to move a bit, don't mind me, he said. He handed Sirius a bottle and rolled his shoulders. What's up? Harry got an owl from Hogwarts, Sirius replied, offering to let you guys have your meeting there on Friday. Something in the other man's manner set Tony's instincts tingling. Any reason we shouldn't? Not that I know of. Sirius took a drink and rolled the bottle between his hands. It's just, I've never heard of Muggles visiting Hogwarts before. And you don't think that's a problem? Sirius looked up. What do you mean? Hogwarts expects mundane parents to just send their children there for 9 months a year. 10. The point, Tony glared mildly at the other man for the interruption, is that there's a threat involved that I really don't like. Threat? What threat? Sirius' frown deepened. You've got to know that trolls and a possessed teacher aren't usual at a school. Not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the threat that if the parents don't agree, they and their children are made to forget anything about magic. That's bad enough, but the children's magic is bound. They cripple the kids if the parents don't send them to Hogwarts. Sirius' mouth opened and shut. Then he glared at Tony and drained his bottle before slamming it down on the coffee table. Then he sank back on the sofa, all the fight in him suddenly gone. Sirius blew out a breath. You're like a force of nature. I've been called worse. Tony grinned and took another swallow of beer. He sobered again. What bothers me most about this is how little consideration is given to the parents. Here, your kid can do magic. Gosh, wow, cool. But they have to go to a special school that, unlike regular boarding schools, you can't visit, and then when they get home, they can't even show you what they're learning. What mundane parent could find that a good situation? The statute of secrecy doesn't apply. The parents already know about magic. As long as the kids are just practicing what they learned, what's the problem? Sirius shook his head. You're going to turn the magical world upside down. But he was grinning when he said it, and Tony grinned back. Sirius' expression fell more quickly than Tony would have liked, and he raised an eyebrow. Something else on your mind? Harry. What about him? Sirius grimaced. Not so much Harry as what you plan to do with him. I plan to give him a home, make sure he gets a solid education in both worlds. I plan to be a father to him, even if I have no idea how to do that. Good, Sirius said. That's good. He took a breath and met Tony's gaze. 2 questions. First, are you going to do all that here or in America? Mostly the States, Tony replied. Sirius nodded as though he'd expected that answer, then straightened. Is there any room in that life for his godfather? Tony stared at him, figuring his bafflement showed on his face. Why would you think otherwise? It's just Sirius got to his feet and paced away from Tony. Tony bit back the impulse to tell him not to touch anything. I thought I'd be his father. Once they questioned me and released me. But they never did, and now you're here and I don't know what to be. Be what you were to him before James and Lily were killed, Tony said. I'm betting you were the uncle who told him very seriously to mind his parents and then snuck him candy when they weren't looking. Sirius laughed. He was a toddler, no candy. But no, that was more Remus than me. I was actually the more serious one. No pun intended. Pun very seriously intended. Sirius grinned briefly but sobered almost immediately. It was a huge responsibility James gave me, naming me Harry's godfather. I didn't want to let him down, either of them. His sober expression slid into a scowl. And then I did, and Harry was abused for 12 years. No, you didn't, Tony said. The magical world let you both down. Maybe you shouldn't have gone after Pettigrew that night. But there's no way in heck the powers that be should have ignored James and Lily's wishes for their son. It's their fault, not yours. Sirius blew out a breath. You make a good point. Tony raised an eyebrow at him. But you'll still feel guilty about it all now and then, won't you? Sirius laughed weakly. I had 12 years in Azkaban to build up a store of guilt. Yeah, well, stop selling it, 'cause nobody's buying any. Tony grinned and for a moment felt a genuine camaraderie with the other man. Then something occurred to him. You know, the only reason I hired Paddington to be our liaison to the magical world is because of the dumbass here in Britain, right? Huh? Sirius looked puzzled. What are you talking about? I thought you knew, sorry. And Tony explained what they'd done while Sirius was in Egypt. So don't take it as an insult as soon as the Brits get their heads out of their collective asses. I hope you'll help us out when we need it. Of course, I don't know how the American magical world works, but I'm a quick study. August 8th. So where were Hermione and her family headed today? Tony asked as he preceded Harry down the steps of the Stark Industries jet they'd taken from London to Linus T. Exupéry Airport at much earlier an hour than he usually preferred. But if they wanted to surprise Hermione, and Harry did for whatever reason, and it was a simple enough thing for Tony to indulge, they'd needed to be sure they landed with enough time to get wherever they needed to be. The Muse de Beauart? Harry replied, and Tony was glad that he was in front of his son, so Harry wouldn't see him smile at the mangled French. Half an hour drive. Thereabouts, Tony murmured as his feet touched the tarmac. Should have plenty of time to clear customs and still get there. Soon enough, Tony was pulling a rental car into a parking space outside the Musée des Beaux-Arts. A glance at his phone told him there were still 15 minutes before the museum opened. So he shifted in his seat to better look at Harry. You're sure about this? Interrupting her holiday? Yes. Harry looked away, and from this angle, Tony could see his throat move as he swallowed. She's always been there for me, always had good advice. I wouldn't feel right making the decision without her input, and we're going to Hogwarts tomorrow, so there's really no choice. Tony didn't like the hint of resignation in Harry's tone on the last sentence, but the emphasis in the first more than made up for it. Then we'll find a spot where we can watch the people coming up to buy tickets. Harry smirked. Bet you a galleon they bought their tickets online in advance. Fine. We'll find a place to watch both lines. Tony didn't bother scanning the crowd for people he didn't know. Instead, he caught up on emails from Pepper that really shouldn't wait any longer than they already had. Thinking of Pepper made him wince internally. He still hadn't told her about Harry. Not because he was afraid she'd be disappointed or angry, but because the moment he told her, she'd be all over getting a press release ready and telling the world that Tony Stark had a son. It would happen eventually, there was no getting around that, but for right now, Tony was enjoying the relative privacy and lack of intrusive press. Hermione! Harry's cry brought him back to the moment, and Tony shoved his cell phone into his pocket before following Harry to where he was fast walking toward a group of 3 people, presumably parents with their child. The child, a girl who looked to be about Harry's age, had bushy brown hair and somewhat buck teeth, which he could see easily as she smiled widely and ran toward Harry. Tony was only mildly surprised when the ground didn't shake from the impact of their collision. And then he could only offer thanks to whatever deity might be out there, except Loki, thank you very much, that Harry had at least one person he could call a friend. Harry, she exclaimed, what are you doing here? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Is this why you asked me what our plans were for today? I came to talk to you, it would ruin the surprise. And yes, Harry said when she finally let him go. Oh, you. The girl, Hermione, presumably swatted Harry lightly on his chest. What did you want to talk to me about? Harry cleared his throat. Maybe we should do introductions first? Tony, this is my best friend Hermione Granger and her parents, Dr. and Dr. Granger. My father, Tony Stark. Good to meet you, Tony said to the elder Grangers. Then he looked down at Hermione. And you? Harry talks a lot about his friend, the brightest in their class. Hermione blushed, but she was grinning when she said, Thank you for the phone, Mr. Stark. Even if my dad keeps taking it away to play with it. I do not play, the male Dr. Granger said with full formal dignity. No, his wife agreed cheerfully. You just check out all of its features. Again and again. But thank you, Mr. Stark. Tony, please, he said, and then added for Hermione's benefit. For all of you. And if you like it that much, I'll just have to send you one of your own. Oh, there's no need for that, the female doctor said. And please, it's Monica and Wendell. Pleasure was all Tony could say before Harry spoke. Settle a wager. Hermione? Do you or don't you already have your tickets for the museum? Actually, Hermione answered with a rather adorable, Tony thought. Huff. We don't. We were going to go to the Musée du Cinéma et de la Miniature, but it's currently closed for renovation. So we're here, instead. But she frowned. You came all the way from London just to talk to me? Why? What could possibly be so important? And is it something we should be talking about out here? Wendell Granger asked. Harry looked up at Tony, and his expression suggested that he hadn't considered that aspect of it. Not a problem, Tony said. As long as we're careful. Let me go get tickets. One of the Grangers, or maybe all 3, started to speak, but Harry's voice cut across them all. Don't argue with him, Harry said. It'll just be a waste of time we could be spending in the museum. Tony pushed to the head of the line, got cursed at in a handful of languages, and then proceeded to buy admission tickets for the dozen people or so who were waiting to get in the moment the museum opened, which led to him being cheered and thanked, though he managed to avoid any cheek kisses as he headed back to Harry and the others. Here you go. He passed out tickets to the others and met both adult Granger's gazes in turn. You okay with letting the kids explore by themselves while we talk? Just stay in the musée, Hermione, Wendell said. Of course, Dad. Hermione replied before grabbing Harry's hand and dragging him into the museum. Keep your phone with you, Harry, Tony said and got a wave from Harry's free hand as a response. There's a very large part of me that wants to fanboy all over you, Wendell said, and panic welled in Tony's chest. But Monica tells me that would be rude. So I'll just say thank you for Hermione's phone and ask what does bring you here? Harry, Tony answered simply as they made their way deeper into the museum. He's got a decision to make soon and wanted Hermione's advice. I get the feeling they're close? He added tentatively. Monica burst out laughing. I'll have to show you her letters sometime. They're half Harry this and Harry that. Only half? Wendell asked. Seems like more. What's the other half? Tony asked as they made their way toward the medieval and Renaissance sculpture gallery. Everything she's learning in class and her other friend, Ron, Monica answered. Tony let the Grangers set the pace. It was, after all, their vacation that he was crashing. What's your impression of Ron? He's a bit of a prat, Monica said, then gave him a shrewd, evaluating look. How much has Harry told you about his school? Specifically, his adventures there? Tony lowered his voice despite there being only a handful of people in the same wing where they were. Troll, possessed teacher, basilisk, possessed diary? Those would be the high points, Wendell said, and Tony thought he was trying to joke. But the underlying fear in his voice rendered the effort futile. We can start with the troll, Monica said. I'm sure that Harry and Ron went after Hermione when they realized she wasn't at the feast? Yep, Tony said. I'd be upset with him, but it's not like I haven't done rash, impetuous things in my life, and usually for a less positive reason. Did he tell you why Hermione needed to be rescued in the first place? Monica demanded. That Weasley boy Ron called her a nightmare earlier in the day, and she was in the bathroom crying her little heart out. Sounds like he's a real, what did you call it? Prat? Yeah, a real prat, Tony said. Prats are everywhere, Wendell informed him solemnly. You can't escape them and you can't just kill them. Except in Texas, Tony murmured absent-mindedly. Maybe. I'm not entirely clear on that. Why are you asking about Ron Weasley? Monica asked. That decision Harry's making? It's whether or not he wants to go back to Hogwarts, Tony said. When I asked him what he would miss most about it, Hermione was the first thing he said. Then Ron and Quidditch. Not necessarily in that order. Both Granger parents looked surprised at that, and before their silence could turn awkward, Tony continued, and since Harry's talking to your daughter, I thought I'd talk to you. What are your impressions of Hogwarts and that world in general? Severely unimpressed, Monica said at the same time her husband said. Totally underwhelmed. It's not just me, then, Tony muttered. Can you give specific examples? Other than the ones I know about? Our daughter was petrified for 3 weeks, Monica said, and nobody bothered to inform us. We had to find out after the fact. They said it would have done nothing but cause us to worry needlessly, as she would be fine, and besides, we couldn't see Hogwarts even if we went, Wendell added. Then he frowned. Should we be talking about this so openly? Tony shrugged. Most people are wrapped up in themselves. Best way to avoid attention is not to look like you're trying to avoid attention. And bullshit that you couldn't see it. No, Hermione told us there are wards, Wendell began. But Tony cut him off. Probably. But I've been invited up there for tea tomorrow, so there's a way. Those Monica broke off with a huff as they passed into the courtyard sculpture garden. I really shouldn't say what I'm thinking in polite company. Then it's a good thing you're not, Tony quipped, and both Grangers laughed. But if Harry doesn't go back there, Monica said with a frown, I thought they have a law or something that requires a certain amount of education or else they snap your... Make you not one of them? Hogwarts isn't the only school in the world. Is it? Tony asked, then waved the question away. Even if it is, there's such a thing as private tutors. They allow that? Monica asked, wide-eyed. We were under the impression that it was Hogwarts or nothing. Who told you that? Professor McGonagall, when she came to tell us about it. She has a vested interest in children coming to her school, Tony pointed out. Why would she tell you about other options? I don't think it was malicious necessarily, just human nature. And we were too shocked to ask. Wendell murmured, shame evident in his tone and the lines of his body. Yeah, well. Tony grimaced and focused on the statue nearest him, an odalisque, he thought, based on fuzzy memories of required art classes, to give the man a little privacy as well as hide his own discomfort at the intensity of Wendell's emotions. Water under the bridge, at this point, Tony said after a moment contemplating the statue. What matters now is they both have options, and if they pick the same one, can we agree to make it happen? Yes, Monica declared immediately. Whatever it takes. Harry wasn't surprised that Hermione led him directly to the antiquities collection, given how much she talked about taking ancient runes as an elective. He was a little surprised when she took him directly to the Magna Graecia artifacts at the department featuring ancient Greece and Italy. Then he realized that most of the people already in this department had paused at the room featuring a portion of a statue of a young woman clothed, thankfully, so this room was relatively empty. On second thought, the room being relatively empty meant their voices would carry a bit more. "What are you doing here?" Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper when she spoke, and Harry realized that as long as they spoke in whispers, people would assume they were talking about the items they were looking at. "What else?" Harry murmured back with a smile. "I need advice." "So you just flew from London to Lyon?" Harry shrugged. "It wasn't my idea, Tony just arranged it all." "Why? Why couldn't you have waited until I got back?" "Is it that important?" "Well, we have a meeting at school tomorrow, but mostly I think it's that Tony isn't sure how to be a dad yet." At Hermione's shocked expression, he added, "That's okay. I'm not sure how to be a son yet." Hermione broke off with a sigh. "I don't even know what to say to that." "So what do you need advice for?" "I'm trying to decide whether to go back to school or not." He'd known that would surprise her, known it would make her mouth fall open like that, and still Harry had to bite back a smile at her expression. It wouldn't do to appear to be laughing at her when he honestly really needed her advice. "But you don't, do you?" A voice that sounded like a cross between Steve Rogers and Sirius Black whispered inside his mind. "You know what you want to do. You're just hoping she'll decide the same, or, failing that, you're hoping she won't end your friendship here and now." When Hermione finally spoke, her tone was hard. "I hope you don't mean quitting your education?" "Of course not," Harry protested. I don't know that I should get my education there." "Why not?" Hermione glanced around to see that the room had gained a few more occupants in the few minutes they'd been speaking. "Troll, possessed teacher, basilisk, possessed diary," Harry replied quietly, then added more normally, "and look at how the school treated me during that whole air business. But mostly, I don't think I'm getting as good an education as I could there. But it's the best school of our subject there is." Hermione protested. "God, I hope not." Harry hadn't realized he'd said those words aloud until Hermione gasped beside him. He held up a hand to cut off whatever rant might be building. She might be his friend, but she had her faults just like everyone else. "No, really, Hermione. You can't think Snape's a good professor. He's a bigot and a bully. And Binns? Binns would be a joke, except he's probably ruining history for all of his students." Hermione's face shifted through a number of emotions. Defiance, thoughtfulness, and finally resignation. "You're right about them, but what about the others?" "McGonagall and Flitwick are great," Harry replied immediately. "Changing DADA teachers every year doesn't provide much continuity to the coursework. Everyone else is just okay." "About what I expect from a teacher." Hermione blew out a breath. "Those are good points, but what other options are there?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But Mr. Paddington will be letting us know soon." Hermione's brow creased in a frown. "Mr. Paddington? Oh, right, sorry," Harry said. "I just met him yesterday. He's one of us who works at SI London. He's agreed to be Tony's, well, ours together, really liaison to our liaison. Tony's got him looking up other schools and options for tutoring." They were quiet for long moments as they made their way past one bronze helmet after another. They might be culturally and historically significant, but so many in one place with few obvious differences between them skirted a little too close to Bin's style for Harry's preference. Finally, Hermione took a breath. "I don't know what advice I can give you, Harry, except to follow your heart. If that takes you away from school, I hope we can still be friends, of course." For the first time, Harry initiated a hug with her, pulling her close and a little closer to the nearest wall so as not to block foot traffic. "I don't have so many friends that I can afford to lose one, especially not my best one." Hermione jerked back. "Best? But Ron? He's a friend, but he can be jealous and rude. Even a bit of a bully," Harry said. He hated admitting it, but he couldn't hide from the truth. "But even without all that, he's not you." Before the moment could turn awkward, if it wasn't already awkward, he asked, "What about you?" She frowned. "What about me? Do you want to go back to Hogwarts if there's another option available?" Hermione began, then stopped, and her expression of complete bafflement was one Harry bet she rarely wore. "I hadn't thought about it. I thought if I didn't go back, they probably would," Harry said, "if you didn't already have a plan in place." If that plan is to transfer to another school or engage a private tutor, though, he didn't need to complete the sentence because he saw the moment Hermione got it. Then her expression fell once more. I don't know that we could afford another school, she said. Mom and Dad are well off, well, at least compared to people who aren't Tony Stark, she clarified with a grin. But even they can't afford £15,000 a year for my schooling. I'm pretty sure Tony would offer to pay, Harry said. At least half. Money's not the same for him as it is for us. He'd offer because it's what you want and it would make me and you happy. But if your parents insisted on paying a portion, or even paying him back, I'm sure he'd let them. I'm sure I'd make him let them. Hermione seemed taken aback by that explanation, but then her expression turned resolute. Yes, Malfoy and others were horrible to me last year, all the Muggleborns, of course, and nobody did anything about it. Not the staff, not the headmaster. If it's Hogwarts or losing my magic, I'll suffer Hogwarts. But I'd really rather not. HP. Tony found himself surprised at how much he'd enjoyed the day in Lyon. Museums weren't really his thing, never had been, except the Museum of Science and Technology in Chicago, and that not just because he'd endowed a wing there. No, it was the people who made the visit to the Musée des Beaux-Arts so enjoyable. Wendell Granger impressed him by having the courtesy to wait until the important discussion was out of the way before fanboying over him. No, not over him so much as over his tech, the things he'd created. Tony could appreciate that. Heck, he fanboyed over his toys more than anyone else. Why else would he create them? He'd eventually surprised himself by telling Wendell about Dummy, Butterfingers, and the bots he'd created to help with his various projects, and then laughing with the dentist over some of their antics. By contrast, Monica Granger was the kind of mother he sometimes, in the quietest, darkest corners of his heart, wished his own had been. Steady, intelligent, supportive. Even when she wasn't entirely certain of the world she found herself in. Thanks mostly to her, Tony had confessed his uncertainties about being a parent. Both Grangers had been more understanding than he'd ever dreamed anyone could be, and he'd ended up giving them his personal cell number and briefly introducing them to Jarvis. Then Harry and Hermione had joined them in the Salon de Thé for a late lunch, and it felt strangely familiar, though Tony couldn't remember his parents doing anything so informal with him. After lunch, he'd tagged along with the Grangers as they followed the kids on a whirlwind tour through most of the museum. Watching Harry's eyes and expressions as he saw and experienced so many new things with his best friend beside him was a highlight not just of Tony's day or week or year, but of his entire life. It was the best counterpoint to the aftermath of the Battle of New York that he could have asked for. They stayed at the museum until closing time and then found an out-of-the-way bistro for a late dinner. Tony offered a generous tip over and above the service compris because they lingered until twilight descended, and finally parted with promises to keep in touch, and Tony surprised himself again by offering the Grangers an open-ended stay at any of the SI properties that had apartments attached. Now, at almost 9:45 local time, twilight was closer to night than day, and Tony prodded Harry back up the steps into the SI Learjet. Harry buckled in and was asleep almost immediately. Tony smiled as he watched Harry's head fall against the cabin wall, knocking his glasses a bit askew. Tony watched out his own window as the plane took off. He had about an hour and a half before they'd land, and the time difference was in his favor for once. And Harry was asleep, so he took a breath and pulled out his phone. A minute later, Pepper Potts' face filled the screen of his phone, and her voice came through the earpiece he wore. "Tony, what's going on?" At least her tone was more curious than demanding. "Jarvis told me you were heading overseas but nothing else." "Sorry, Pep. Something came up and I had to handle it personally." Tony offered her a smile. "And now I have to tell you personally before word gets out." Her face etched into a frown. "What are you talking about, Tony? What word gets out?" "We've been darn lucky so far," Tony murmured, more to himself than to her. "But luck runs out sometime." He focused on her once again. "I have a son, Pep." Her expression shifted into frustrated annoyance. "Not another one. I thought we agreed. Harry's different." Tony cut off what was sure to be a significant rant. "Mostly because I've known about him since almost the day he was born, knew that I was having a kid even before that." "What?" Now Pepper just looked confused, and she sank back into what Tony could now tell was her office chair. Start from the beginning, please. So he did. He told her about James and Lily, and James' injury and the request they'd made. He told her about the letter he received from them with a photo and a lock of Harry's hair. He told her how he'd eventually effectively forgotten all about Harry, believing him safe with his parents, until Afghanistan and the Battle of New York had made him think about his life in more ways than one, and how he'd eventually searched for Harry, only to find out that Lily and James had been killed when Harry was a toddler and, rather than seeking Tony out as they should have done, the powers that were at the time placed Harry with Lily's sister. Finally, he told her about the accident that took Petunia's life and how Jarvis had found Harry. He concluded with, "I got all the paperwork started for me to get official custody of him and hopped a jet to England. We've been getting to know each other, and I think it's going reasonably well." For long minutes, Pepper didn't respond, and Tony wasn't certain how to read her carefully neutral expression. Finally, she said, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Tony blew out a breath. "A number of reasons. Not least is, I never expected to want to have him, to want to check in, see how he was doing, and if there might be a place for me in his life. Which means I never thought about him, so I never thought about telling you." She nodded, her expression tight. "Is that all?" "This most," Tony said. "What else?" Tony blew out a breath. "What are we, Pepper?" "I don't know what you mean." Tony smiled, though sadness filled him. "I think you do. We're friends. At least I hope we still are friends. Colleagues, formerly employer and employee. And I like to think we were on the path to becoming something more." Her eyes narrowed. "We were on the path?" "We were," Tony said by way of confirmation. "But after New York, you went back to California, and I've barely heard from you since, and then only for business." "I'm sorry for that, Tony, really," Pepper said. "But you know how much work there was, still is, to be done. Getting the tower repaired, getting the Avengers organized, arranging counseling for all of us," Tony put in. "Or at least Barton, me, and the Capsicle. Plus the SI employees who were close to the action. Heck, probably everybody who was in New York that day needs some, but I can't be responsible for everyone." "Why would you need counseling?" "I flew a nuke into a portal in space and detonated it," Tony replied, then reconsidered. "Maybe I didn't detonate it, but I threw it at the Chitauri mothership, knowing it would detonate. And yes, I know it was the right thing to do, but that doesn't make it any easier. Rogers needs counseling because, hello, 70 years in the future. And Barton, he was literally controlled by Loki, his free will subjugated. I don't know him that well, but anybody would need counseling after that." "I hadn't thought of it that way." "No reason you should," Tony told her, his voice gentle. "You're a heck of an administrator, and I'm glad you're my CEO. But," she managed a smile, a small, trembling one, but a smile nonetheless. "But you're not a fighter." "There's nothing wrong with that," Tony added without any hurry that might suggest otherwise. "I'm glad you're not a fighter, we have plenty of those. Great administrators? Not so much. So no, there's no reason for you to think the way the fighters do." "I'd fight if I had to," Pepper protested. "It's our job to make sure you never have to. But we're off topic." She took a breath and let it out slowly, silently. "Right. What do you need?" "A press release. Something simple, whatever you think will satisfy the rabid reporter horde, but stress that Harry is a minor and is to be left alone or face the wrath of even more rabid attorneys." "It'll have to be worded better than that," Pepper observed with a wry grin. Tony grinned back. "That's why I have you. Or an entire PR department, either one." "Tony." Pepper's expression said she would have smacked him if they'd been in the same room. Then she softened. "How is he?" "Harry, how old is he?" "Are you getting along?" "He just turned 13 last week." "And surprisingly well," Tony answered. "Wanna see?" He caught her off guard with that, apparently because all she could say was, "See what?" Tony grinned and unbuckled his seat belt before taking the couple of steps that brought him to Harry's seat. He turned the phone so its camera was angled on Harry. A sound came from his phone that he'd never heard Pepper make before. He turned it to face him again. "Did you just coo?" "He's adorable, Tony," she said, and there was no hint of a blush. "I'm allowed to coo if he's adorable." Tony could only chuckle at that. "Do you have an idea when you'll be back in the States?" Pepper asked. "We've got a meeting at his school tomorrow," Tony answered. "I expect we'll be withdrawing him. Then it'll just be a matter of getting the visa and such, and then finishing up a couple of medical appointments while we wait for that. A week? Do you need someone to look into schools in New York? Or California? No, actually, Tony replied, hoping she wouldn't notice his grimace. I've hired a tutor for him for now. It's less than a month until school starts, right? I don't know that we could investigate and pick a good one in that time. Good point. Pepper looked thoughtful for a moment before. I'll have a room set aside for him at SI in New York and California. Any place else? Not right now. I don't expect to be traveling much for a while, so no sense setting up something we don't need yet. Pepper nodded her understanding. Let me know when you'll be back. I can't wait to meet him. August 9th. I should go with you, Crispy Paddington said from where he sat across from Tony at the kitchen table. The remnants of a grazing board spread between them. They invited us, Tony reminded him. In less than an hour, he and Harry were scheduled to be at Hogwarts, and Paddington had appeared uneasy in a very British kind of way as the time drew closer. Besides, it's a school. You don't expect anything to go wrong at a school, do you? Paddington glared at him, and Tony bit back a smirk. Upper-crust Brits, and the Paddingtons were absolutely upper-crust Brits, were usually the easiest to annoy, even if they hid their reactions behind stiff upper lips and keeping calm to carry on. Aside from the dangers you yourself listed at Hogwarts, Paddington said stiffly, it's unlikely that Albus Dumbledore will appreciate Harry leaving the school. Don't care, Tony replied offhandedly. Paddington frowned. At 30-something, it was an impressive expression. Tony figured in another 20 years the man would be able to level a city with it, and he wasn't sure that was an exaggeration. You do remember that Dumbledore is a wizard, correct? Paddington countered. One of the most powerful wizards of the modern era. In fact, he defeated Gellert Grindelwald, and he's the only wizard Voldemort feared. What are you concerned about? Steve asked from where he leaned against the nearest wall. I can almost forgive whoever placed Harry with the Dursleys originally, Paddington said. It was wartime, and on a short-term basis, leaving Harry in the non-magical world could be seen as a safety precaution. I cannot forgive ignoring the expressed last wishes of James and Lily Potter, instead leaving Harry there without checking on him, because clearly no one did, or they would have seen signs of abuse. No argument from me, Tony said. And more to the point, in the non-magical world, educators are taught to recognize the signs of neglect and abuse and are required to report it to the authorities. That magical educators apparently aren't is only one reason I'm withdrawing him from Hogwarts. And it's a good reason, Paddington said. The best reason. But my point is that, whoever placed Harry at the Dursleys originally, Dumbledore must be complicit with them now. Else why would he insist that Harry return there each summer? What are you thinking? Sirius asked. That he'll attack Tony and Steve? He doesn't even have to attack. A compulsion charm that convinces them to leave Harry at Hogwarts would be enough. Aren't those illegal? Steve asked. I mean, certainly they're unethical outside of certain situations, but aren't they illegal? It's so cute you think bad guys care about the law, Tony snarked. A gasp made him look up to see Harry standing wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the entrance to the kitchen. You're talking about Professor Dumbledore, Harry said weakly. Among other unknown parties, Tony said simply, then waited to see what else Harry would say. But he's a good man. Maybe, Tony allowed. I don't know. I do know that sending you back to an abusive home, and why does he have the authority to do that? Where's the magical world's child welfare people? Is not good by any definition. Harry blew out a breath. I'll have to think about it more after we get back from Hogwarts. And no. Tony pointed at Paddington. You're not coming. Not only would it be rude to bring someone else along, you and Sirius are our ace in the hole. Aces in the holes? Whatever. I don't understand, both men said at the same time. If we come back. Different, Tony said. Jarvis will have a recording of everything that happened. Get us out of the country and then get us treated. Backup plans, Sirius said and glanced at Paddington. You'll have to take the lead on that. I'm 12 years behind. Paddington nodded. I can do that. Great, Tony said, rising to his feet. Now how are we getting there, exactly? The last letter they sent was a portkey, Sirius replied. When the time comes, Harry will touch it with his wand and say whatever the activation word is. Does that count as underage magic? Steve asked, and Sirius shook his head, then frowned briefly. Shouldn't, he said finally. If it does, Then one of the professors can write to the office and get it removed from Harry's file. Tony glanced across at Paddington. You should start working on a proposal for underage mundane-born or raise students to show their families what they're learning at school. Paddington Bear. Then he frowned. Okay, that's not a good nickname. I agree, Paddington said dryly. Not least because it's the one everyone uses. Maybe just Bear, then Tony mused. Then he shook himself free of the thought and focused on Paddington. If the ministry can register the magic at all, maybe it can register the spell, and as long as the student's not doing anything more than a year above their current grade, it's fine. Or something. Whatever you think the ministry might accept. Any proposal will have to include how to keep non-magicals from noticing it, Paddington said. And possibly some form of security or oversight. These are children, after all. Some are children who don't have magical parents to supervise, Steve said. Children who are immediately disadvantaged as a result. Maybe older students, the ones about to graduate, could volunteer? Notice Me Not charms should cover most of the security issues, Paddington offered. They'll have to pay for them, though. That can't be too expensive. Can it? Tony asked. I mean, even the best plumbers are, what, a couple of $100 an hour at the most? There could be a trust or a scholarship or something for those who need assistance. Honestly, it should be included in the first year's tuition, Paddington said. I'll get started as soon as you leave. Tony nodded, then frowned when he saw that both Sirius and Harry were staring at him. What? He asked. I want to see Harry do magic. I figure other non-magical parents feel the same. It hasn't been done before, Sirius said slowly. But it's a good idea. You have the letter, Harry? I wish you could come with us. Harry murmured as he pulled the letter from his pocket. Not yet, Sirius replied, smiling a little. But soon, if the ICW has its way. Harry came to stand beside Tony. Are you ready? As I'll ever be, Tony replied. Spangles? Are you sure, Tony? Steve asked, but he was already coming forward. Yep. Tony chose not to offer any explanation. Sure, he had Ted and Andromeda Tonks on retainer, and Crispy and Paddington as his liaison to the magical world. But Tony didn't know any of them the way he knew Steve Rogers. Or, well, he knew the way his father had explained Steve Rogers, and then Tony had seen his father's explanation in person during the Battle of New York. There was nobody Tony would rather have by his side for this trip, except maybe Sirius Black, but Sirius was still wanted in Britain, so he wasn't a viable choice. What do we have to do? Steve asked as he joined them. Just touch it, Harry said. Maybe hold on. But not so tightly you tear the parchment. Tony hesitated only briefly, just long enough to see Steve reaching for the parchment, before taking the parchment from Harry and offering it to Steve. Steve took hold as if he meant to take it from Tony. Are you sure I can't come? Harry asked. It's a parent-teacher conference, kiddo, Tony said. What would you do while I'm talking with the teachers? Fly, Harry answered immediately. For a couple of hours? Tony countered. I'll get a practice snitch, Harry said. Oliver, he's the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, will be thrilled. Tony studied his son for a long moment, noting the hopeful expression on Harry's face. Then he gave an exaggerated sigh. Fine, as long as there's someone to keep an eye on you while you're practicing. Harry's expression clouded.
Maybe?
I think Hagrid will be there. He's the new Care of Magical Creatures professor, and I think he takes the responsibility seriously. Will a house elf do? Sirius asked from where he'd shuffled the exploding snap cards and started dealing some kind of solitaire game. Harry's eyes widened, and then he grinned. That's brilliant. I have my moments, Sirius said with a smirk. Dobby, Harry called, and the excited little elf popped into view. Harry Potter, sir, is calling Dobby? We're going to Hogwarts, Harry said, and I want to practice Quidditch. Can you keep an eye on me in case something happens? Dobby is happy to watch Harry Potter, sir, Dobby exclaimed. Steve cleared his throat, and Harry flushed a little before addressing the elf again. Great, Dobby, he said. How much do you charge for that? And how much do we owe you for helping Sirius in Egypt? Dobby's wide eyes got wider. Oh no, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby not be wanting payment from Harry Potter. Harry Potter freed Dobby. It was on the tip of Tony's tongue to make a suggestion, but he held back, wondering what his son would think of on his own. After a long pause, Harry took a breath. Okay, Dobby, you keep an eye on me while I practice today? and will consider that paying me back for freeing you. But Sirius still owes you for helping him. Dobby frowned a little, and that was inappropriately amusing, so Tony bit down on his lower lip to keep his expression neutral. 1 Canute, the elf declared. 2 galleons, Harry countered. You were helping him for 2 days, remember? 2 nuts. 1 galleon, Harry offered, and the elf scowled. Harry Potter, sir, drive hard bargain. 10 sickles. 1 galleon, Harry repeated more firmly. Because Egypt is really far away. Dobby grumbled a bit more but said, 1 galleon. But only because Egypt be being far away. Dobby see Harry Potter at Hogwarts. Then he popped away. Okay then, Tony said. Everybody ready to go? Harry put one hand on the parchment, and his wand slid from its holster into his hand. He touched it to the parchment. Whistle pops, he said. He'd barely spoken the second word before a tugging sensation yanked at Tony's gut. Then he felt like he was being pulled out of his apartment like a fish being pulled from water. He flailed, mentally, for some purchase, some way to orient himself, but found none. And then the sensation passed, and his stomach roiled. He found himself thankful that he'd worked through lunch, because otherwise he'd be throwing up about now. As it was, he stumbled and would have fallen if Steve hadn't caught his arm and held tightly until he could regain his balance. What the heck? He shook his head, and Steve let go. There's got to be a way to make that more comfortable, less nausea-inducing. He made a mental note to look into it, assuming he could find the arithmetic equations for portkeys, or rather that Paddington or someone could find them for him, and then looked around at where they'd landed. Somewhat south of them, the ruins a castle cast shadows across the craggy landscape. Off to the northeast stood a willow tree. Other than that, the landscape seemed barren. Where's the school? I thought there was supposed to be a magical school, he said. It's here, Harry said. Only mug mundanes, sorry, can't see it. I can, Steve said. And it's incredible. Tony glanced at Steve, whose expression seemed a little odd, then followed the super soldier's gaze, and frowned when all he saw were the ruins he'd noticed before. How can you possibly see it? Tony asked. Don't tell me Erskine's formula was magical? Steve blinked. Might have been? I don't know. But during the war, as a safety precaution, one of the wizards we fought beside charmed me and the Howlies to see magic. I guess it hasn't worn off yet. Then Harry's hand slipped into Tony's, and the ruins before him shimmered. When the view cleared, Tony only just managed to contain a surprised gasp. Where before he'd seen nothing but ruins, now a castle with a dozen towers and spires, maybe even more, though his mind seemed to reject that idea, because why would any castle have, let alone need so many towers and spires? Good God, he murmured, almost without intending to. Quite impressive, isn't it? I never tire of this view, though I don't come to enjoy it as often as I should. The voice made him turn to see Minerva McGonagall standing there. Where she'd come from and when was a matter of magic, Tony supposed. She stepped forward, and only then did Tony register that she was wearing robes rather than the smart, if severe, business suit she'd worn to visit them in London. It's amazing, Steve said, which was a good thing, because Tony was momentarily at a loss for words while he tried to reconcile what he saw with what little he knew of actual historical castles. We think so, she said simply, and then her stern gaze landed on Harry. I admit I was not expecting to see you, Mr. Potter. I thought I'd get some practice in, he said. An excellent idea, McGonagall replied. But you'll need someone to keep an eye on you, for safety's sake. Taffy. There was a pop and a creature who looked a lot like Dobby appeared, well, if Dobby were female, to judge by the skirted outfit she wore. Yes, Professor Kitty, Mr. Potter will be practicing on the Quidditch pitch, McGonagall said. Please keep watch, and if he has any sort of trouble, notify me immediately. Taffy can do, the little creature began, but there was another pop, and Dobby appeared. No, Dobby shouted. Dobby be watching over the great Harry Potter. Before that could turn into a full argument between the elves, Harry said. I'd already asked Dobby to keep an eye on me. Is that okay, Professor? McGonagall's lips twitched. That should be fine, provided Dobby can find us? Dobby can. Taffy, Harry said, will you get a practice snitch for me, please? And then just let it go somewhere on the pitch. Taffy will. The elf disappeared, and Harry pulled a shrunken broom from his pocket. A tap of his wand enlarged it, and a moment later, Harry was airborne. Tony watched his ascent, momentarily disbelieving that a broom could do that before musing how he could replicate it with arc reactor technology. Impressed, Mr. Stark? McGonagall asked. More figuring out how to build one that's a bit more aerodynamic? Tony answered absently and turned his full attention to her, and then hid a smile as she looked utterly flabbergasted. She recovered quickly, though probably a byproduct of teaching for as many years as she had, and gestured them forward. The Quidditch pitch is as good a place to start your tour as any. After confirming that his phone and, by extension, Jarvis were still functional, Tony gave himself over to the tour. The Quidditch pitch was impressive, but not more so than Harry flying. His son sat his broom confidently, soaring and banking, and Tony paid far more attention to that than McGonagall's explanation of the rules. It seems very lopsided, Steve observed, that one move is worth so many points. It doesn't always decide the game, McGonagall replied. It only ends the game. Whatever Steve might have said in response was lost in the blood, suddenly pounding in Tony's ears. Harry had gone into a near vertical dive headfirst toward the ground. Every instinct Tony had screamed at him to save his son. He was about to give the command that would activate the Iron Man armor when Harry pulled up suddenly. And even from this distance Tony could see both the smile on Harry's face and that he had something clenched in his fist. He caught it, Steve murmured. Indeed, McGonagall said, more than a hint of pride in her voice. He's caught the snitch and, incidentally, won the match every game he's played. While Tony could have watched Harry fly all day, his son's expression mirrored his own joy at simply flying, and resolved to join him as soon as he finished with the business of the day. Said business had to take precedence, so he reluctantly turned away. McGonagall led them past a vast lake and to the greenhouses where herbology was taught. Steve appeared to be fascinated by all of it, and years of practice let Tony make appropriate appreciative comments while otherwise focusing on remembering everything he saw. After the greenhouses, a short walk led to the main entrance and the great hall on the ground floor. For tables ran the length of the hall, and on the far shorter wall another table ran horizontally with a throne, certainly a more elaborate chair in the center position. Does Her Majesty dine at Hogwarts often? Tony asked. Her Majesty is a Muggle, McGonagall replied. To my knowledge, she has never dined at Hogwarts. Why do you ask? I couldn't think of any other reason for a throne to be there, Tony said. That is the headmaster's chair, McGonagall replied. Pretentious. Much? Tony kept the thought to himself, barely, though he wasn't sure what his expression might be conveying. Instead, he said, don't the long tables make it hard for students to mingle? Each house has its own table, McGonagall replied. So they don't mingle? Steve asked. How can they make friends with anyone outside their own house? Unless there are other common areas? Each house has its own common room, McGonagall said. And how many times do students from one house go to the common room of another house? Tony asked. It's not prohibited, nor is it something I believe anyone keeps track of. Then she was moving on, showing them classrooms, the library, the hospital wing, which he tried to convince himself was the same as a school nurse's office, just with a different name, where they spoke briefly with Pomfrey, and finally to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Along the way, they encountered suits of armor that snapped to attention as they passed and portraits that moved and even spoke to them. Steve seemed decidedly uncomfortable at the portraits, less so at the suits of armor, and Tony resolved to ask him about that once they were safely back at SI. Mind your step, McGonagall said as they came to a flight of stairs that somehow moved out of its path just as the party approached. She leapt nimbly from the corridor where they were and onto the moving staircase. Tony followed and Steve followed behind him. Do you have a problem with students being late to class? Steve asked while Tony was making a note to teach the magical world that just because you can doesn't mean you should. Stairs were dangerous enough without adding movement to them. Mostly during the first week of the school year, McGonagall replied. Until they've had the chance to learn the correct routes. And how many students are injured as a result of the moving staircases every year? Tony asked. 1 or 2, but as you've seen for yourself, Mr. Stark, they can be healed rather quickly. Tony leaned over the railing and looked down at the floor. Unless they land awkwardly and break their necks. Unless magic can heal that, too? Unfortunately not, McGonagall said. But no student has died at Hogwarts since 1943. That seemed like a pretty good record, and Steve's unease had faded, as far as Tony could tell. But before either of them could ask more questions, McGonagall paused at a large portrait of a, well, Tony supposed the polite term these days was plus-sized lady in a pink dress. Cor Leonis, McGonagall said. Now, Professor, the portrait lady replied. You know heads of house need no passwords. I'm demonstrating internal security here at Hogwarts for my guests, McGonagall replied. Not very secure to tell us the password, though, Tony observed. It will, of course, be changed upon your departure, McGonagall replied stiffly. Then again, most of her manner seemed stiff, upper lip or otherwise. The portrait frame swung away from the wall to reveal a round hole. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit, Steve murmured. Remind me to show you those movies, Tony said. At least the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The Hobbit just started last year, so jury's out on that one. This leads into the common room for Gryffindor House, McGonagall said, and led the way inside. Tony followed and emerged into a round many-windowed room, cozy with squashy armchairs and a large fireplace that, given Scottish weather, likely held a burning fire most of the year when students were in residence. That staircase, McGonagall pointed to her right, leads to the girls' dormitories. The staircase is charmed so that if a boy starts up it, a klaxon goes off and the stairs become a stone slide. Teachers are exempt, of course, Tony murmured. Have to be in case of emergency. Quite. Over here, she led the way across the room to her left, are the stairs to the boys' dorms. If you'll follow me, Tony started up the stairs behind her. No security system on these stairs? The founders believed girls to be more trustworthy than boys, McGonagall replied, so, no. I'm not sure I agree, Steve said. Though in my day, most girls did want to preserve at least their reputations. There didn't seem to be anything to say to that, so the rest of the trip was conducted in silence. McGonagall opened a door leading off the second-floor landing. This was Mr. Potter's dorm last year, she said. There is a dorm for each year. Tony looked past her to see 5 four-poster beds hung with red velvet curtains. Only 5 boys in Harry's year? Unfortunately, McGonagall said. Harry's yearmates were all born during the Wizarding War. You can understand there wouldn't be many children born during wartime. But the years after should see an increase, right? Tony asked. I mean, if wizards act like we did after the Second World War. The baby boom, Steve said, and grinned when Tony shot him a look. I started reading up on this new world before we came to England, right? But Steve's serious expression prompted Tony to add, don't like the decor? No, it's fine, Steve replied. It doesn't seem like there's any place for someone to study quietly. Most students study in the library, McGonagall said. Some sit outside when the weather is fine. Steve nodded, and McGonagall turned to lead them back down the stairway. Tony thought he understood Steve's point, though. The library and outside might be fine, as the professor put it, but they were also public, and sometimes Tony just wanted to be alone and comfortable. Those didn't seem to be options at Hogwarts. I thought I'd show you the library after tea, McGonagall said. Given your penchant for reading Mr. Potter's textbooks, can I borrow books from the library? Tony asked. They are for student and staff use only. Then I'll pass. No sense looking if I can't borrow. You could make a list of books to buy, Steve pointed out. No sense buying until I know where I'm going to put them, Tony said. McGonagall must have taken that as a not-so-oblique reminder that whether he and, by extension, Harry, would stay in Britain was still an open question. At least technically it was an open question. For now. Where are we headed now? The staff meeting room for tea, she replied. We've taken the liberty of inviting the 4 heads of house, who are also core subject instructors, to join us. Tony flicked a glance at Steve, saw his own concern mirrored in the other man's eyes. They'd planned for 1 or 2 magicals, assuming Tony's armor and Steve's enhancements would keep them on a mostly even footing. But 5? If worst came to worst, 5 to 2 odds might be overwhelming. Tony forced himself to continue as though he weren't alternately terrified and plotting. And you're Harry's head of house, right? Gryffindor? Yes. Tony nodded and fell silent until they reached what appeared to be more of a break room than a meeting room. 5 other people awaited them inside. McGonagall introduced a squat woman with flyaway gray hair as Pomona Sprout, professor of herbology and head of Hufflepuff House. Sprout accepted Tony's and Steve's offered hands with a smile that seemed to fill her whole face. After her came a quite short man named Phileas Flitwick, professor of charms, former dueling master, and head of Ravenclaw House. His smile wasn't as bright as Sprout's but seemed genuine enough, and his grip was almost as firm as Steve's. Then came a scowling, sallow-complected man with greasy-looking hair and a large hooked nose who turned out to be Severus Snape, professor of potions and head of Slytherin House. The one who tried to humiliate Harry on the first day of class. Nonetheless, Tony offered his hand. Snape shook it perfunctorily. The final person in the room was a wizard with Gandalf gray hair and beard, each of which fell to his waist, wearing a set of robes in vivid periwinkle blue with animated orange firebirds darting and diving all over them. Headmaster. McGonagall's voice brought him out of his momentary reverie. Mr. Anthony Stark and Captain Stephen Rogers. Gentlemen, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Tony, please, Tony said to the man, offering his hand. But Dumbledore wasn't looking at him. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Steve. Hello, Albus, Steve said, and Tony's brain shut down. At least, he thought wildly. McGonagall and the others looked equally shocked. Captain, Dumbledore said, and he sounded only somewhat less stunned than the others. Forgive me, you're the last person I expected to see. Likewise, Steve said with a grin. The years have been kind to you. I spent 70 of them in suspended animation. Dumbledore frowned.
Suspended animation?
I'm not familiar with the term. Think of it like a really deep sleep, Tony said. But your body doesn't age or starve or anything else like that. It sounds rather like the draft of the living death, McGonagall said, and that wasn't an ominous name at all. Ah, Dumbledore said. Well, Captain, I'm quite glad to see you looking hale and hearty. Shall we sit for tea? The table was set for 7, and Tony took the one nearest him, offering a silent thanks that the headmaster didn't require a throne at this table, too. Without meaning to be rude, Mr. Stark, Flitwick said as place settings appeared before each of them. How is it that you're Mr. Potter's father? James and Lily were quite devoted to each other. I know, Tony said, smiling as memories floated briefly into his awareness before fading again. But devotion can't overcome a curse. A curse? Sprout asked. What do you mean? They told me that James had an injury or accident of some kind while at work, Tony said. I've since concluded that he was cursed, somehow, and therefore couldn't have children. They approached me to be a sperm donor. Why you? Snape asked. Or more precisely, why a muggle? No clue as to why she chose a non-magical, Tony said. But as for me, she wanted someone at least as smart as she was and who looked similar to James. It's a shame he didn't take after his parents in intelligence, Snape said with a sneer, and Tony's eyebrows flew up even as Steve went rigid beside him. Harry is quite intelligent, Severus, Dumbledore said, if a bit lax in his studies. Yeah, that's gonna change, Tony said. I don't expect him to be as smart as me, but I do expect him to do his best. That's all any of us can do, Sprout agreed. While I'm sure you have questions for us, I hope you'll indulge us in asking a few about you. Tony gave her one of his less practiced smiles. Honestly, I didn't expect anything else. What kind of work do you do in the Muggle world, Mr. Stark? Flitwick asked. Pretty much whatever I want, Tony replied without thinking. The slight furrowing of Steve's forehead made him review his words, and he chuckled in self-deprecation. That could mean almost anything. But my father built Stark Industries into a leading manufacturer of weapons during World War II. I carried on that legacy for a while until, well, let's just say that while I still design and manufacture armor and defensive equipment for the military, I've shifted focus into providing clean energy and other beneficial services. I understood all of that except clean energy, McGonagall said. Energy, the thing that powers our equipment and technology, Tony said, and sought a simple explanation. Until recently, most energy was created by burning fossil fuels or coal, both of which produce large amounts of toxic byproducts, gases, pollution, things like that. Clean energy sources don't pollute. Or at least they don't pollute as much. Conversation flowed relatively easily after that, covering a range of both magical and non-magical topics. Tony noted that Snape rarely participated, only responding when asked a direct question, and while he couldn't find it in himself to fault the man too much for that, Not everyone was socially adept, after all. He did wonder how Snape's taciturn nature translated to the classroom. It was well over an hour later when the house elf Daffy? No, Taffy popped into view. Taffy is sorry to be interrupting, she said. But Governor be here to see Professor Snapey. Bring him, Snape said. We will adjourn to my office from here. You know which governor? Severus? Dumbledore asked. Lucius Malfoy said he would stop by today or tomorrow, Snape replied. I assume it to be him. Mr. Malfoy is a member of the Board of Governors of Hogwarts, McGonagall offered, though Tony was sure his expression hadn't conveyed a question. Maybe she was just being politely thorough? Tony nodded in acknowledgement, but before he could say anything, a tall man with blonde hair almost as pale as his pointed face strode into the room, pausing only briefly when he saw the assembled group. Forgive my intrusion, he said, his accent very clearly upper crust. Headmaster, professors, and guests. The man's arrogant manner pushed all of Tony's buttons in all the wrong ways. Still, it never hurt to be polite, so he rose to his feet and offered his hand. Tony Stark. The man looked down his nose at Tony's hand, but ultimately took it briefly. Stark? It's not a name I'm familiar with. Tony just smirked as Steve rose and offered his own hand. Steve Rogers. Lucius Malfoy, the man replied, then frowned. Americans? Mr. Stark is Harry Potter's natural father, Dumbledore said. Malfoy's eyes narrowed as he gave Tony a quick, mostly discreet, once-over and obviously dismissed him as no one of importance. He offered a thin smile. I see. And what brings you to Hogwarts, Mr. Stark? Just checking out where my son goes to school, Tony replied. It's the responsible thing to do. Quite, Malfoy said. Though muggles don't usually come to Hogwarts. Tony grinned. I'm not a usual muggle. If you'll come with me, Snape said. We can conduct our business in my office. What business might that be? McGonagall demanded. Buying new brooms for Slytherin again? Tony was preparing to be bored while various people in the room traded barbs when the impact of her words hit him. Wait, what? Tony demanded. You're telling me this man bought new brooms for only one house? For all the good it did them, Sprout replied. His Nimbus 2001s weren't a match for Potter and his Nimbus 2000. The Interhouse Quidditch Cup was cancelled last year, Malfoy said, as though it was only that fact that prevented Slytherin from winning. But Gryffindor defeated Slytherin in the one match that was played. Flitwick pointed out. Luck is an element in every game, Malfoy said, clearly implying it was luck rather than any skill on Harry's part that led to the victory. Tony's hackles were rising, and just as he was about to tear into Lucius Malfoy, Steve spoke. That's very true, and it sounds wise to say, Steve said, fixing Malfoy with a stern look. But cheating isn't the same as luck. Then he turned that same look at McGonagall. And it wasn't when Harry received a Nimbus 2000, the then fastest broom on the market, when everyone else was playing with whatever they could afford or the school had, which left Tony wondering just how much Harry had told Steve that he hadn't told him, and whether he should be jealous of Harry's apparent rapport with Steve. Surely you don't expect one to outfit one's opponents to win? Malfoy said, and that was an opening Tony could capitalize on. Opponents? Tony repeated. No. Everyone? Yes. So I'm left to wonder if you intended to favor one house, or if you couldn't afford brooms for all four houses. Do you have any idea how much quality brooms cost? Malfoy demanded. Not a clue, Tony replied cheerfully. But I do know that 4 brooms, one for each seeker, would be cheaper than 7 brooms for one team. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and he pulled it out to look at the screen. A text from Jarvis conveyed that the newest, top-of-the-line broom just out this summer, the Firebolt, was about G1 500. A little mental arithmetic told him that he could outfit all 4 teams with Firebolts for less than $300,000 US. Another 100,000 or so would provide enough second- or third-tier brooms for the introductory flying classes. That is true, Malfoy said, but house loyalty does count for something. I was sorted Slytherin, so naturally I favor them. Favoring is fine, Steve retorted. Stacking the deck in their favor is not. Before that discussion could turn into an argument that came to blows, Tony said, there's a simple solution. And what's that? Malfoy and McGonagall demanded, almost in chorus. and clearly that thought was distasteful to both of them if their expressions were anything to go by. "I'll buy brooms for all 4 houses," Tony said, "and enough other brooms for the flying classes, plus whatever practice equipment the teams need, and a professional-grade set of equipment for the school, to be used in the matches themselves." Malfoy spluttered. "That's more than 75,000 galleons. A little less than $500,000, Tony agreed before turning to McGonagall. "Who should I send them to?" McGonagall recovered quickly. "Madame Rolanda Hooch is our Quidditch referee and flying instructor." "Hooch?" Tony repeated, grinning widely. "Really? I fail to see what's so amusing about her name," McGonagall said sternly. "It's just that Hooch is American slang for alcohol, especially the illegally made or obtained variety," Tony said. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. "Indeed? I didn't know that. I dare say Rolanda will be as amused as we are by that information." But Malfoy was sneering at him. "You really think that you can outfit the entire Hogwarts Quidditch and flying programs with brooms? Just like that?" "Pretty much," Tony said. Have Bear order 28 Firebolt brooms, 4 professional-grade Quidditch practice sets, and 1 Quidditch competition set. Then order standard brooms until you've reached $500,000 or 80,000 galleons, whichever comes first. Have them all delivered to Rolanda Hooch at Hogwarts." Jarvis' acknowledgement came via a slight vibration in his phone, and Tony tapped it once to confirm receipt, then looked up and found Lucius Malfoy staring at him with his mouth agape and a completely dumbfounded expression on his face. "Problem?" Tony asked as innocently as he knew how, which wasn't very. "Updating the school's equipment is never a problem, Mr. Stark," Dumbledore answered, and his eyes were twinkling so much Tony wanted to ask if he had a condition. "Don't you agree, Mr. Malfoy?" Malfoy collected himself somewhat, though his tone was barely civil when he replied, "Of course. Hogwarts students deserve the best." "Happy to help," Tony said carelessly, mostly because he knew it would annoy the other man. He might not know Lucius Malfoy personally, but he certainly knew his type. Tony'd been off his type for years and saw no reason to stop now. "Thank you," Malfoy said through gritted teeth before turning his gaze to Snape. "I've intruded enough. Perhaps you can join us at the Manor for dinner tomorrow night? We can conclude our business then." "Of course," Snape replied, and he appeared almost as flabbergasted as Malfoy. Tony watched as Malfoy swept from the room and turned back to find 5 people staring at him in various degrees of shock, and Steve just gave him a smile and nod. "What?" Tony asked the Magicals. "You've made an enemy," Snape said. "Lucius Malfoy is no one to be trifled with. He's a bully," Tony shot back. "I'm not as allergic to bullies as Rogers, but bullies have no place in school. Speaking of which," he turned to Dumbledore. "Why do you let him," he nodded at Snape, "bully the students?" "Professor Snape is one of the top potions masters in Europe," Dumbledore replied. "And I'm one of the top engineers in the world," Tony said. "Doesn't mean I can teach. It's not my fault the students are too dunderhead to learn," Snape said with a truly impressive sneer. Tony blinked, and beside him, Steve stared at the potions master in horror. With that attitude, Steve said, "Why on earth do you teach? I don't know how things work in the magical world, but if you're that skilled with potions, aren't people falling all over themselves to hire you?" "The headmaster offered me more freedom than any of the others," Snape said. "Freedom's great," Tony said. "Americans, right? Freedom is our thing. But," he deliberately hardened his tone, "that does not give you the right to bully or humiliate your students." Snape's lip curled. "I don't know what Potter's been telling you, that on his first day of class you called him a celebrity in a very insulting manner, and then, when he didn't know answers to questions that weren't in the first chapter of the assigned text, you dismissed him with fame isn't everything." Tony had never thought Harry had lied to him about that, but now he saw confirmation in Snape's eyes, if not his otherwise expressionless face. And to really put a cherry on the top of the Sunday of his first class, Tony continued, "When another student made a mistake with his potion, you blamed Harry for not preventing it when Harry was focused on his own potion. Where you do get off treating any student like that. Potter is an arrogant, spoilt brat, like heck he is." Tony cut him off. "I met him for the first time last week while he was lying in a hospital recovering from a car accident that killed his aunt. His doctor told me he'd been physically abused. Having met his uncle, I expect there was emotional abuse in there, too. Harry may be arrogant. I haven't seen it, but I guarantee you he was never spoilt. And even if he were, Steve put in, that still doesn't give you the right to be a bully. And the rest of you, Tony added, are complicit in letting it happen. Don't any of you give a darn about your students? I don't appreciate your implication. Flitwick began, but Tony cut him off. Not an implication, a statement of fact. You let this man bully students multiple because I'm sure Harry's not the only one, and by letting him, you encouraged him. Every single one of you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And just when did I start sounding like my father? Since I became a father myself. The realization was humbling, amusing, and horrifying all at once, and Tony forced it aside to deal with it later. Right now, he had to deal with 5 magic users he'd just pee off. The admission came from McGonagall, and when Tony glanced at her, he saw tears forming in her eyes. I am doubly ashamed because I saw how the Dursley boy treated his mother, and I protested Harry being left there. Clearly, I didn't do enough. I apologize. I know it's not enough, she added, but it's true. No more, Severus, Flitwick said. You will not bully our students anymore. Now, Filius, Dumbledore began. No, Albus, Sprout declared. You've let it go unchecked long enough. We've let it go unchecked long enough. Do better, Severus. Or else what? Snape asked with another of his trademark sneers. Or else you'll be meeting me on the dueling stage, Flitwick said. Coming from such a short man, the threat should have been funny. But Flitwick's expression would make even Tony think twice about crossing him. Severus has my complete trust, Dumbledore put in. It's not about trust, Albus. The quiet declaration came from Steve, who looked grimmer than Tony had ever seen him. And Tony had seen him in the middle of an alien invasion. Kind of is, Tony argued. Only it's not about your trust in him. It's about the students' trust that they'll have a safe learning environment. And I gotta say, the headmaster defending a bullying professor? Not a good look. Indeed not. McGonagall gave the headmaster a stern look. And we will discuss how to handle such incidents going forward after this meeting concludes. Steve appreciated the small break that followed the discussion of bullying teachers. Besides giving him the opportunity to relieve a bladder made full by tea, scones, cookies, and finger sandwiches, the break gave him time to collect himself before diving back into the fray. Despite hearing the name before this visit, he'd been surprised to see the Albus Dumbledore he'd fought beside. Surprised and, if he were honest, just that little bit upset. Seeing an elderly, approaching ancient, Albus brought home to him once again the differences between the time he'd gone into the ice and the time he'd woken up in. In his memory, Albus was a man in his prime, casting spells as quickly as Steve could fire a pistol and joining Steve and the Howling Commandos for a pint after a particularly hard mission. Now, Albus was well past his prime, though undoubtedly still formidable, and Steve couldn't quite reconcile his memories with the man before him. It was, he concluded reluctantly, just the hardest of the adjustments he'd had to make since coming out of the ice. Tony came up beside him at the wash basin. You heard her, right? When she said she protested Harry being left there. Yes. What are you planning to do about it? For the moment, nothing, Tony replied. Too many other things higher on the priority list. Steve could only nod to that. Just having a son would create a to-do list several pages long. Having a magical son made that list into a book. And, Tony continued, I'm not sure I'll do much even when she reaches the top 5 of the priority list. Oh? Why's that? Steve asked. Because from how everyone else reacted, Dumbledore's the big kahuna in the room, and they all followed his lead. He always was charismatic, Steve murmured. Still is, Tony allowed. But the point is, she offered a protest. That's more than a lot of them did, it sounds like. I'm willing to give her another chance. And that has nothing to do with the fact that Harry likes her a lot? Steve asked. Tony snorted. He likes that Hermione girl a lot. He respects McGonagall. Fair enough. And Steve admitted, privately, deep inside his mind, that he was surprised by Tony's discernment. As far as he knew, Howard Stark never had it. Steve wiped his hands and turned to Tony. Once more into the breach, cry, havoc? And let slip the dogs of war, Tony replied, and for a moment Steve was startled by his answering a quote from Henry V with one from Julius Caesar. When they returned to the staff room, only Albus and McGonagall remained. I thought, McGonagall said, you might prefer this part of the meeting to be private. Tony gave a careless shrug. Your choice. I have nothing to hide. Sometimes, Steve wished he could imitate Stark's breezy manner, even if they themselves were faking it. He'd never regret volunteering for Project Rebirth ever, but one of the implications of Erskine's serum that he hadn't fully realized was that, as Erskine himself said, it enhanced everything. In addition to extra strength, speed, and endurance, no doubt the Army's original intention, Steve's mental abilities too improved so that he could remember in some detail things he only got a glimpse of, for example. That was a logical extension of the serum's effects. But the part that surprised Steve the most was that his personality traits, too, were strengthened. His tendency toward honesty meant that he'd never be suited for undercover work, for example, and his instincts for protection meant he'd never run from a fight. Not that he ever had, of course, but still. And, unfortunately, he'd never be able to affect as casual a manner as Tony had just now. He set aside momentary regret for that fact. He had other skills to bring to the table, after all. Steve brought his thoughts back to the moment, and found the moment hadn't really changed. The four of them still sat silently at the table, untouched cups of tea going cold on the table before them. The silence stretched to a full minute, during which Albus sat looking like someone's dotty grandfather. McGonagall sat looking like a stern mother superior, and Tony slouched in his chair, staring intently at the phone in his hand. It was like some weird contest of patience or maybe endurance. Who would break first? McGonagall did, her brusque, well, echoing in the room. Tony looked up from whatever he'd been doing on his phone. Hey, you guys invited me. Oh, and the brooms are on order from the manufacturer and will be delivered in about 2 weeks. Most generous of you, McGonagall said. I'm anticipating a golden era of Quidditch at Hogwarts. I'd like to see a game sometime, Tony said. I'm sure that can be arranged, McGonagall replied. Perhaps the first Gryffindor/Slytherin match this year? Those games are always most entertaining thanks to the rivalry between the houses. Sure, sounds good. Just let me know when. You'll enjoy watching your son play, Albus said. Harry is a most talented seeker, already playing at near-professional skill. He's a natural on a broom, McGonagall said by way of agreement. And every single day, I'm grateful he was sorted into my house. I hope the invitations open whether or not Harry returns to Hogwarts, Tony said, and despite his mild tone, Steve recognized the conversational bombshell included in those few words. Albus frowned at Tony. What are your intentions with regard to Harry's education? I want him to have the best education possible. Tony must have noted the other man's satisfied expression just as Steve had because he added, in both worlds. But why? Albus asked, his eyes twinkling once again. Steve didn't remember them twinkling like that during the war. Harry is a wizard. What possible use could Muggle education be for him? Tony's jaw dropped, and Steve could almost feel the disappointment rolling off him, ignoring the blatant prejudice and ignorance behind that question. Harry's a child of both worlds, Tony said, his voice surprisingly calm. He grew up in the non-magical world, and someday he might want to live in it again. He won't be able to do that without an education. Surely not. Albus looked as if the very suggestion offended him. None of us can predict the future, Tony said, or even what will make us happy in the future. My job is to make sure Harry has as many options open to him as possible, magical or otherwise. Harry is a wizard, Albus said slowly, as though Steve and Tony were both children. And his destiny is in the wizarding world. Steve couldn't take it any longer. His destiny is what he makes it, he snapped, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. The same is true for all of us. Harry is a special case, Albus said, and now he was serious as Steve had ever seen him. There is a prophecy about him, you see. Prophecy? Tony repeated, his expression openly disbelieving. Seriously? Albus' expression remained grave. Quite. Okay. Tony sat back in his chair. Let's hear it. Such things should not be spoken of lightly, Albus chided. You brought it up, Tony said. So you can share it now or it's off the table. Forever. Young man, Albus began, but Tony shot to his feet.
Smon, cap.
"We're done," he said, and appeared pleased that Steve was on his feet before the second word left his mouth. "Mr. Stark," McGonagall began. "Please don't be hasty." "I won't be hasty if he—" Tony shot a glare at Albus. "Won't be rude. Deal, Albus?" McGonagall prompted. Albus heaved a sigh and offered Tony an expression of extreme disappointment. Steve bit back a grin at the tactic because there was no way Tony Stark gave a darn what Albus Dumbledore thought. "Very well." Tony sat again, but he was nowhere near as relaxed as he had been just minutes ago. "Let's hear it." "I was interviewing a young woman for a position teaching divination," Albus began. "And in the middle of the interview, she gave a prophecy." "Sounds like she knew how to get what she wanted," Tony said. "Or else that's spectacularly convenient timing. But go on." "She said, 'The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Albus said. "So I knew she had the gift. She was a true seer, and could teach the subject." When Albus didn't say anything else, Tony glanced at Steve, and Steve could only shake his head. "That's it?" Tony asked, turning back to Albus. "That's the prophecy you think is about Harry and who? Voldemort?" "Yes." "How do you know?" Tony demanded. "Voldemort marked Harry when he attacked. The scar on his forehead," Albus said. "Not what I asked," Tony shot back. "I asked how you know it's about Harry and Voldemort." "Could have been about another boy, Neville Longbottom," Albus admitted. "But Voldemort chose Harry." Steve stared at the other man, wondering privately whether Albus might be suffering from early stages of dementia, or the magical equivalent thereof. It was a horrible fate for a once vibrant man, but if Steve had learned anything, it was that life was rarely fair. "Again, how do you know?" Tony demanded. "The Dark Lord isn't identified, and neither is the one with the power to vanquish him." It could refer to any Dark Lord, any time after she gave the prophecy. "It took 700 years for Isaiah's prophecy to be fulfilled," Steve put in when Albus looked mulish. "I have to agree with Tony, as vague as that prophecy is, it doesn't have to be about Harry. As I said," Albus said with a kindly, grandfatherly smile, "could also have been about Neville Longbottom." "I'm not convinced," Tony said, and held up a hand when Albus started to speak. "But let's say, for the sake of argument, that you're right. In that case, I just want to know one thing." "And what's that?" Albus asked. "How many times is Harry expected to vanquish this Voldemort person?" I beg your pardon?" McGonagall asked. "I thought it was a simple question," Tony replied. "How many times is Harry supposed to vanquish the Dark Lord? Because by my count, he's already done it twice. 3 times, maybe, if he actually did something the night James and Lily died." Both McGonagall and Albus stared at Tony as if he'd grown a second head. "Don't think about it too hard," Tony advised. "Or you might disappear in a puff of logic." Steve stifled a laugh at the comment, but the two magicals were apparently mulling over what Tony had said. The silence stretched long enough that Tony finally rose to his feet. "Thanks for the tea," he said. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go flying with my son." It wasn't until the door closed behind Tony that Albus and McGonagall came out of their befuddlement and looked at each other. Where Albus looked completely baffled, McGonagall looked like she might jump the line for people who wanted to punch the man. Steve spoke before either of them could. "How long have you been at Hogwarts, Albus?" Albus blinked, and again, and finally focused on Steve. "I started as Professor of Transfiguration in 1927 and became Headmaster in 1966. Steve allowed his disappointment to show. "I expected better of you." Albus's jaw actually dropped, but it was McGonagall whose ire found words. "You expected better of Albus Dumbledore?" She glared at him with enough heat that Steve was surprised she didn't spontaneously combust. "Who are you, a Muggle, no less, to expect better of the man who defeated Grindelwald?" "I'm the Muggle who fought beside him when he did," Steve snapped back, his gaze fixed on Albus rather than her. "I'm the Muggle who listened to him talk about equality under the law for everyone, regardless of blood status. I'm the Muggle who listened to his dreams and his hopes for the future of the magical world." I'm the muggle who sees what he's made of those hopes and dreams in the intervening 3/4 of a century, and who is very disappointed by it. Albus? McGonagall asked, and her tone was hesitant now. Is that true? He fought beside you? Steve thought he should be insulted by the question, by her doubt, and he probably would be at any other time. Now he had a stronger point to make than that, so he held his tongue. It is, Albus said finally. He and his team were a specialized unit dealing with the occult and the unusual science that Hitler was interested in. Gellert attempted to work with Hitler once, and my team and the captain's team stopped that, and in the doing also defeated Gellert. He focused fully on Steve. What more do you expect me to have done? You've had nearly 50 years as headmaster of what everyone says is the best magical school in Europe, Steve said. In that time you've encouraged the house system, which forces kids into antagonistic positions from the first day they're here. Why didn't you abolish that system, or at the very least, restrict its influence by encouraging students to mingle with students from other houses? That would be difficult, Albus said. No more difficult than randomly assigning students class schedules, instead of keeping all the houses together, Steve said. You could do the same thing with extracurricular activities. Not all of them, of course, but some. Parents would object, McGonagall observed. Let them, Steve said. And if they don't like it, they're free to send their children elsewhere. He paused, then, shaking his head, I don't know why I'm bothering. For every idea you object. Changing centuries of tradition is never easy, Albus said. His hands spread in a placating manner. But Steve was in no mood to be placated. You haven't even tried, Steve snapped back. And don't I remember you saying once that it's better to do what's right than what's easy? That was you, wasn't it? Albus began and then broke off before he finished whatever sentence he might have had in mind, frowning thoughtfully. After a moment he gave a heavy sigh. I have failed my students. He met Steve's gaze directly. I will do better. I'll help, McGonagall said, resting a hand on Albus' forearm. Thank you, Minerva. Albus patted her hand before looking up at Steve once more. What did he mean he was going flying with his son? HP. Tony stepped out onto the castle grounds after only 3 wrong turns, helpfully pointed out to him by the talking portraits on the wall. He paused at the last one, a youngish woman dressed in late medieval or maybe early Renaissance fashion. Her reddish gold hair dressed in jewels, and a long rope of pearls dangled almost to her waist. I'm new to the whole magic thing, he told her, feeling only a little silly for talking to a painting. Are portraits like yours common? They were most uncommon in my day, kind sir, she replied, her Scottish accent tinged with something else that Tony couldn't immediately identify. French, maybe? Or the medieval equivalent. Massey's only stayed in Scotland long enough to paint me and Daracha McKay, headmistress of Hogwarts. I believe he was going to paint a few others in England after he left. Surely my cousin would have had her portrait painted by someone else if not Massey's. But I've no idea where it might be hanging now, if it survived. So reserved for the noble classes, or people of some importance or wealth? Tony asked. Certainly. And they take quite a long time, she added. I sat for him an hour a day, every day, for near 6 months. That surprised him. Did it really take that long to paint back then? Oh no, regular portraits could be finished with much less sitting time required. The artist could paint the pattern on the gown, for example, with it as a reference. Backgrounds and such could also be painted without the subject sitting for the artist, she explained. But to imbue the personality of the subject into the painting? That's a complicated process and the subject must be present for the spell work to take. That made sense, but do you know if the process has changed since whenever you were painted? The woman frowned briefly. It's not a subject I'm familiar with, I'm sorry to say, but perhaps portraits painted after mine would know. I'll ask, Tony said, and it wasn't exactly a promise. More a curiosity that he would indulge some other time. Thank you. You are most welcome, the portrait began, paused. Forgive me, I know not your name. Tony Stark. Pleasure to make your acquaintance? Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. Tony didn't even try to hide his surprise. You know of me? The portrait asked. Mostly because of your cousin Elizabeth, right? The portrait nodded, and Tony continued, "My godmother was English, and she told me stories from English history." The portrait sniffed in a most unqueen-like fashion. "Biased, of course, in their favor." "Of course," Tony replied, "but since your son became King of England, you really don't have a lot to complain about." Mary glared at him, but then laughed briefly. "I do so miss intelligent conversation. Most of the students ignore me completely, except sometimes to ask for directions as you did. They wouldn't if they knew who you are or were." "Whichever," Tony said, and that brought up another question. "Do the headmaster and staff know who you are?" Mary gave a delicate shrug. "None have addressed me by name since before the current headmaster took office." Something in her tone made him ask, "Do you like hanging here at Hogwarts?" "There are far worse places I could be," she said philosophically. "But surely there are better, too." "I'll see what I can do about finding you a better place," Tony decided. "No promises, and maybe not soon, but I'll do what I can. Just the offer is more than anyone else has ever done." "Thank you, Mr. Stark." Tony offered her a smile and a nod and turned toward the door that would take him out of the castle and onto the grounds, his armor forming around him as he walked. The door opened and he took to the air. "Systems check. Jarvis?" "All systems functioning normally," Jarvis replied immediately. "The temperature is 60 degrees Fahrenheit with humidity at 63%. There are thunderstorm warnings across much of the Highlands." "Then we won't stay out too long." But he would stay out long enough to fly with Harry, who was halfway across the Quidditch pitch spiraling up into the air. No snitch in sight. Tony caught up to him in seconds, and Harry grinned at him. This close, it was easy to see the joy in Harry's expression, the sheer exultation at having slipped the surly bonds of Earth. Tony grinned even though his son couldn't see it behind the mask. "Race you around the pitch?" Harry asked. Tony snorted and toggled the loudspeaker. "I can reach Mach 2, you know. I have no idea how fast that is, but let's do it." 3 times around the pitch. Harry shot off before Tony could reply, and he spared a moment to laugh at his son. Then he took off after Harry, content to trail behind and just enjoy being with his son. 3 circuits of the pitch later, Harry landed. Tony followed suit, his faceplate rising as his feet touched the earth once more. Harry frowned at him. "You let me win," sort of, Tony said. "More like I wasn't trying to win. I was just enjoying it." And Harry's expression showed he understood. Tony wasn't ready to have an emotional moment here, not with Dumbledore and McGonagall approaching with expressions of astonishment, Rogers trailing behind them, so he smiled at Harry as his armor retracted. He slipped his hand into a pocket and withdrew a handkerchief that Paddington Bear had turned into a portkey before they left. "Ready to get out of here?" "Yes, please." Note for those of you wondering about Dumbledore. At this point, the only thing Tony knows about him is that he has allowed/encouraged animosity and bullying at Hogwarts. He suspects that Dumbledore had something to do with Harry being placed with the Dursleys, but needs to investigate. Also, for those of you following along at home, the end of the previous chapter is where I had originally ended the story. "Yeah, I know." Grin. August 10th. Steve was on the roof before sunrise, having spent a restless night that started with a 2-hour run around the city when he hadn't fallen asleep by 2 a.m. After a shower and a light breakfast, he'd decided to watch sunrise over the city and maybe capture a skyline in shadows on paper. Now, the sun was almost fully up over the horizon and his sketchpad remained blank, pencil dangling from lax fingers as he thought over yesterday's events. It wasn't seeing his old, not friend exactly, but comrade again that had affected him. Well, not much anyway. He hadn't thought Albus would still be alive, much less still alert and active. True, Steve had been disappointed by how little Albus appeared to have done to achieve his dreams, but to be fair, most people never went after their dreams, so he couldn't really blame Albus for that, even if the results were a continuation of a system he'd once fought against. No, what really had Steve distracted to the point where all he could do was sit and stare at nothing was what happened after he, Tony, and Harry had returned. Sirius and Crispian met them in the conference room. McGonagall had charmed the parchment to return them to the place she knew the best, and the first thing Sirius did was draw his wand and cast a spell at Harry. "What are you doing?" All 3 had asked in almost the same instant. "Checking you for charms," Sirius answered, and then frowned and cast again. This time Steve could pick out the words, finite incantatum. His schoolboy Latin told him that it probably meant finish the spell, and he could only wonder what Sirius had found. Paranoid? Much? Tony asked. Lily used to say that it's not paranoia if they really are out to get you, Sirius replied with a grin, turning his wand to Tony and repeating his initial spell before adding, standard practice in my family. A lot of people really were out to get one or another of them at any given time. Then he turned to Steve and repeated his initial spell again. You two are clean, Sirius said. Harry had a monitoring charm on him. What does that do? Tony asked tightly, and the two adult wizards exchanged a glance. There are several varieties, Crispian said, but in this case I would assume it was meant to monitor Harry's health or well-being. So it doesn't work, Harry said. Or didn't. I mean, the accident? Nobody from the magical world came to see me at all. Wartime experience made Steve add that you know of. Then he glanced at Tony, knowing they had similar thoughts. Nobody had responded to the abuse either. Before anyone could say anything else, a crack like sharp thunder in the room behind them. Steve whirled to meet whatever threat might present itself, a supply of marbles ready in his hand. Crispian, Sirius, and Harry had drawn their wands, and Tony's left hand was suddenly encased in gleaming red armor. Steve found himself facing Albus Dumbledore, who looked surprised to see so many weapons aimed at him. What are you doing here? Tony all but snarled. How'd you even know where here is? When the monitoring charm failed, it gave me a location, Albus replied, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Sirius. I have to ask, do you know who that is? My godfather. Harry replied. He betrayed your parents. Harry, he did not, Paddington declared, every bit of his aristocratic old money background in his tone. The ICW has issued him a pardon, and a Wisengamot inquiry will begin soon. For the record, Sirius added, the charm didn't fail. I removed it. Harry's with family now, and nobody else has any right to monitor him. And that's more than you needed to know, Tony said. Get off my property. If you ever come back without an invitation, you will be treated as the intruder you are. Now, Mr. Stark, Albus began. This is all just a misunderstanding. Your misunderstanding, you mean, Tony retorted. You're not invited here, you're not wanted here, and you have no reason to be here. Get out. But, now Albus, Steve said. I don't want to take you down, but you know I can and will if I have to. Albus had made some movement, a twitch of his hand, and Steve reacted, throwing the handful of marbles at the other man even as he dove to one side. Expelliarmus! Sirius cried in the same moment. Albus staggered as 3 marbles impacted his chest and stomach, and his wand went flying from his hand toward Sirius, who caught it casually. Get out, Tony said. You've entered my residence illegally. You've drawn a weapon on me, my family and guests. If the next move you make isn't to leave, you'll see what I can do. Yes, Albus said, rubbing his chest where one of the marbles had hit him. Yes, perhaps I misjudged. My wand, if you please. I don't please, Sirius snapped. Here. He had thrown the wand toward Albus, who had summoned it to his hand. My apologies for intruding, Albus had said, and then teleported away. That encounter had been bad enough, further eroding Steve's affection for the other man. But it was what Sirius hadn't said that had kept Steve up all night. Sirius hadn't said he'd found a charm on Steve, much less that he'd removed it. So now Steve was left wondering whether the charm he thought had been placed on him during the war had somehow worn off just as they returned from Hogwarts. An astonishing bit of coincidence, if so, or whether there was some other reason he could still see magical places that, by all rights, he shouldn't be seeing. That he had no idea what that other reason might be had kept him up all night. He'd have to ask someone, maybe Crispian Paddington, maybe Sirius, what it meant. Good morning. Steve jumped in his seat, embarrassed that he hadn't registered the elevator's arrival, nor that Crispian Paddington had emerged from it, until just now. Sorry, Paddington added. Not your fault, Steve said. I was lost in thought. Pleasant thoughts, I hope. Puzzling ones. You're up early. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Paddington came forward and leaned against the railing of the gazebo where Steve sat. Steve grinned. Quoting an American, I'm impressed. Family legend has it that a distant cousin inspired Mr. Franklin. Paddington replied dryly. Steve chuckled. Maybe so, but until Tony or someone invents backward time travel, we'll never know for sure. What brings you up here? The curse breakers from Gringotts should be arriving shortly. Steve blinked. This early? They wanted to start even earlier. Apparently, the report from St. Mungo's caused a stir. That doesn't sound good. No, Paddington agreed. Doesn't. So, with Mr. Stark's approval, and to save a few minutes of time, I gave them the coordinates to apparate directly to the roof. That's teleporting, right? Right. Steve sat quietly for a moment before asking something that had been bothering him. Why'd you call Commander Hill? Pardon? About the quiz. You told her that Tony knew about magic. No, Paddington said. I asked her if she had any reason to believe that Tony Stark knew about magic. That sounded like splitting hairs to Steve, but he contented himself with asking, why? The quiz. There was almost no chance the magical words were made-up nonsense words. I needed to know what Stark knew because the statute of secrecy trumps my employment contract, Paddington explained. The worst Stark can do to me is fire me. The worst the wizards can do is remove all my memories of magic and my magic itself strip much of my identity from me. Not even my father could convince anyone to do otherwise. Steve frowned. It sounded like Paddington had been caught between a rock and a hard place, and Steve couldn't say what choice he would have made in the same circumstance. If it makes you feel any better, I'm fairly certain the confidentiality agreements I signed when I came to work here only cover trade secrets, not employee morale-boosting events, Paddington said. Besides, Maria's also bound by the statute, too. She can't tell anyone about magic and, by extension, that Tony Stark knows about it. That's good, Steve said, unwilling to admit aloud how relieved he was by that statement. But it also gave him an opening to ask the other question he'd been wondering about. Why are you working for Tony? Your family obviously has status, for lack of a better word. We're old money, is that it? Paddington offered with a wry grin. Steve hoped his embarrassed flush wasn't too bright. Something like that. One day, I'll run the family estates, and it's good to have outside experience as well. I chose Stark Industries because they're the best. Before Steve could ask what best meant in this context, two pops, more like gunshots than thunder, sounded, and before him stood two people. Steve's first thought was that the taller of the two, a man with long red hair tied back in a ponytail and a thong dangling from one ear, wearing clothes that looked more sturdy and serviceable than anything else, would fit right in with Tony. The other was a woman wearing a leather jacket over a clingy t-shirt and trousers with lots of pockets, cargo pants. Steve thought Tony had called them. Her dark hair, too, was pulled back in a ponytail, but her earrings were simple studs of a gem Steve didn't recognize. Crispian, she said, offering Paddington a bright smile, white teeth shining against her tan skin. Good to see you again. And you, Lara. Paddington stepped forward to buss her cheek. He straightened and turned to the redhead. Crispian Paddington. Bill Weasley, the redhead replied, then flicked a glance towards Steve. Steve Rogers, Paddington began, may I introduce Lara Croft and Bill Weasley, Cursebreakers with Gringotts. Steve rose to his feet and offered his hand to Lara Croft.
Applisure, Mum.
No, Captain, the pleasure is mine, Croft replied. Thank you for all you did during the Grindelwald War and more recently. Steve ducked his head. I only did what anyone else would have done. That is patently untrue, Croft said. I only regret that I couldn't be there to help you this past May. Bill and I were deep in Pepitou's tomb, and there were lots of nasty surprises in it. The redhead Bill Weasley laughed. We earned our pay on that one. I suspect we'll earn our pay on this one, too. Given the report from St. Mungo's, Croft said dryly. If you'll take us to the lad, we'll get started. HP. Harry woke early, long habit, thanks to the Dursleys and a very long list of daily chores, and lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time he could easily remember, he had nothing waiting for him to do. No chores, no homework, and he wasn't entirely sure what to do with himself. Oh, the Cursebreakers from Gringotts were due later today, certainly, but how long could that actually take? What would he do when they were done? He didn't want to drag his father away from his workshop just to amuse him, and Sirius still shouldn't be seen anywhere in England. Maybe he could ask Steve to show him Kensington Palace? Or even just walk around London. But no. It would be selfish to ask Steve to spend all his time with a 13-year-old boy, especially when Steve himself had a lot of catching up to do. Maybe Steve could drop him somewhere and then pick him up at an agreed time later? That seemed like a better plan. Now he just had to decide where he wanted to be dropped for the day. A knock on his bedroom door, followed by said door opening, and a soft voice calling, "You awake? Pup?" "Yeah, Sirius, I'm up." Harry shoved himself to a sitting position. "You're up early. The Cursebreakers are here." "Already?" Harry reached for his glasses and shoved them on. "I didn't think they were coming until later." "Neither did I." Sirius sounded grim. "They're waiting in the lounge." "I'll just shower and—" "You showered last night after all that flying," Sirius told him. "They came all the way from Egypt to see you, and they know it's early. Don't keep them waiting." "If you're sure?" But Harry was already swinging his feet over the side of the bed and into the slippers waiting for him. A luxury he'd never had before. "Come along," was all Sirius said in response. So Harry followed him down the short hallway and into the lounge. Besides the people he already knew, a dark-haired woman and a red-haired man sat on a sofa. "Morning," Tony called. "Sleep well?" "Yes, thank you," Harry replied automatically as the woman's and man's eyes widened. "Harry Potter," the man said. Yes," Harry said. The man rose to his feet and came to offer Harry his hand.
I'm Bill Weasley.
"Thank you for saving my sister." Harry blushed but shook his hand. "You're Ron's oldest brother, right?" "Right," Bill replied. "And my partner, Lara Croft." "Hello, Mr. Potter," the woman Croft said with a kind smile. "Shall we see what's got the healers at St. Mungo's so upset?"
Zure?
Harry glanced at his father, then his godfather and honorary Uncle Steve. They all wore grim but encouraging expressions, so he focused on Ms. Croft once again. "What do I need to do?" "For now, just have a seat." Croft gestured to the coffee table before her. With a last look at his father, Harry crossed the few feet to the coffee table and sat on it. She smiled at him. "This is just a diagnostic, okay? Nothing that will hurt, I promise. It just tells us what's going on." "Okay," Harry said. He didn't have much choice but to agree. Regardless, he appreciated her explanations. Croft produced a wand and waved it in a pattern that encompassed his entire body, muttering the incantation under her breath. Harry didn't pay attention to that, but rather to the information displayed as a result of the spell. Thanks to supplementary summer reading, he recognized some of the runes that appeared in the air before him. He had no idea what they might mean, but he recognized them and he counted that a win. Croft frowned. "What's wrong?" Tony asked immediately, and Harry wasn't sure how he should feel about that. Oh, he knew that having an adult care for you as a child was a normal thing, but his life hadn't been normal since he was 15 months old. A slash of her wand ended the display. "Bill, come and verify what I found, will you?" Bill looked up from his quiet conversation with Sirius and Crispian, his wand sliding into his hand, and cast the same spell. At least the words sounded the same, but Harry couldn't be sure. "Bloody heck," Bill muttered. "Mind educating the non-magical folks in the room?" Tony asked. Croft looked up, her expression somber. "It looks like a Horcrux." Harry was oddly glad that Crispian looked as confused as Tony and Steve did. Sirius, though, let out a stream of cursing that made even Tony raise his eyebrows, though Harry thought that might be more admiration than anything else. "More things I shouldn't say until I'm legal?" Harry asked in an attempt to lighten the mood. "I'm pretty sure you shouldn't say some of those things at all," Steve muttered even as the others laughed, however weakly. "So, guessing that's bad," Tony said. "Lay it on us." Bill exchanged a glance with Croft before giving Tony a somber look. A Horcrux is a container, basically one that dark wizards and witches can use to house a part of their soul. It's a horrible, evil attempt at achieving immortality. I thought. Harry swallowed past a crack in his voice and began again. "The healer at St. Mungo's told me it was just a fragment, that Voldemort probably made it by accident the night my parents died. They suggested that a killing curse rebounded and split his soul in two, and one part of it lodged in my scar. I'm not aware of any way to accidentally split your soul," Croft said quietly. "So what does that mean?" Tony asked. "It means that either Voldemort or Lily Potter was in the middle of a ritual when the attack happened," Bill said. Probably Lily, Sirius put in. The brightest witch of her generation, and a devoted mother. If anyone could have found a protective ritual, it would be her. That's what Professor Dumbledore said. Sort of, Harry said, only to flush when all eyes turned to him. After Quirrell, he said that my mum's love for me, her sacrifice in dying for me, offered me a special protection. That's certainly possible, Bill said. But we suspect she did something more. Your scar, it's in the shape of the rune Soilo, the rune for victory and wholeness. I can't imagine that if the killing curse did somehow leave a scar, that it would look like that. I love theory as much as the next person, Tony said. But can we get on with getting whatever's in Harry out of Harry? Of course. Croft stood. Is there a place Harry can lie down? He should be comfortable while we work. Will it hurt? Harry asked. Not a bit, Croft replied. A draught of living death, and you'll sleep right through it. You have Wiggenweld with you as well? Crispian Paddington asked. That's the antidote, Bill offered before anyone could ask. And yes, what exactly will you be doing? Tony asked. Think of it as an exorcism, Croft replied. It's not exactly the same, but close enough. We're going to extract the soul fragment from Harry and, well, I'd like to say we're going to destroy it, but just as Horcruxes are created in ritual, they have to be destroyed in ritual. So we'll contain it and destroy it later. You have to wait for the full moon or something? Tony asked. It's a destruction ritual, so it would be the waning moon, preferably the night before the new moon starts, Bill said. We'll want an unbreakable vow to that effect, Sirius said. Destruction of the Horcrux, or whatever it is, by the next new moon. You'll have it, Croft promised. Now, Harry, let's get you lying down and we'll get started. HP, 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 HP. As soon as the ritual was done, Croft teleported away with a black jar about the size of a softball that, she and Weasley repeatedly assured Tony, contained the soul fragment that had been in Harry. Harry currently slept off the effects of the ritual, not potion-induced sleep, in his bed. Tony stood in the doorway to Harry's room, watching as Sirius settled into a chair beside Harry's bed. Tony intended to join him in his vigil, but was distracted when Weasley cleared his throat. Tony looked over at him. Problem? A question, if you don't mind? Sure. Tony took a few steps away from the room. Weasley took a breath. What's your connection to Harry? He's my son, Tony said simply before telling him an abbreviated version of the story, ending with, when I found out Harry had been in an accident, I came right over. We've been figuring it out since. Thank you for telling me. He paused a moment. You know, he's friends with my youngest brother. Tony wasn't very good with people in general, but even he couldn't miss something that obvious. You can tell your brother about Harry and me, and you should probably tell the rest of your family, too. He shouldn't have to keep secrets from them. Thank you, Weasley said with obvious relief. I keep secrets about work all the time, but this one, it's personal. I get it, Tony said. Then memory returned. Wait, wasn't your family visiting you? In Egypt, wasn't it? They were. But they came home with me when I got the orders from Gringotts. Tony frowned. They shouldn't have to give up their vacation over this. Well, Weasley ducked his head. They'd been there almost 6 weeks already. Still, Tony said. They shouldn't have had to lose the other, 2 weeks? Mr. Stark, Tony, please. Tony. Weasley blew out a sharp exhale. Harry might have told you the family isn't wealthy? He quirked an eyebrow in question, and Tony nodded once. It's just as well their trip was cut short. The money they won't spend on the last 2 weeks is better used in their vault. Ah, Tony couldn't think of anything else to say. You can probably expect an owl early in the week, Weasley said. Mum will want to meet you. She thinks of Harry as one of the family. I know Harry wanted to tell Ron himself, Tony said. He didn't want to put it in writing. Weasley snorted. I can understand that. Maybe we can all get together in a day or two. Except Sirius Black, Weasley said. I don't think either of my parents would ask questions first, which Tony couldn't fault them for. In their place, he'd do the same thing. Understandable was all he said, though, and after a moment, Bill Weasley took his leave. Contrary to Bill Weasley's prediction, the owl from Molly Weasley, once again the apparently on his last wings Errol, had arrived before sunset, with an invitation for Harry and his new family to brunch the next day. Tony left Errol resting, recuperating, on the roof and sent Hedwig with an affirmative reply that 3 would be coming, And did she prefer to provide driving directions? Or would another mode of transport be better? After Hedwig left, Tony spoke to Harry about appropriate hostess gifts, and then placed an order with Jarvis. When Tony woke the next morning, Hedwig had returned with a note saying that Bill and Arthur Weasley would come to side-along apparate the three of them to the Burrow at 10:30. Upon hearing that, Harry promptly refused breakfast. I know, I need to eat more. But Mrs. Weasley always puts out enough for twice the people she's actually serving. I'll eat there, I promise. See that you do, was all Tony said, though it lacked force. Harry just grinned at him. Bill Weasley might be under an unbreakable vow, but Arthur Weasley wasn't, so Sirius operate away at 10. Just in case the Weasley men arrived early promising to be back by dinner time. At 10:20, a soft pop sounded and Tony looked up from his e-reader to see Bill Weasley and an older man with graying red hair standing in the lounge. Good morning, Bill said. I hope you don't mind that we're a few minutes early. Dad couldn't wait to see a Muggle home. The older man was looking around with keen interest and a hint of mild disappointment. So Bear, it's not my permanent home, Tony said. Just an apartment for when I'm in London. Both men's eyes widened. Bill cleared his throat. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't realize that. Dad, this is Tony Stark, Harry's biological father. Tony, my father, Arthur Weasley. Tony powered down the e-reader as he exchanged good mornings with Arthur. When we're finally settled, I'll have you over so you can see Harry's new home. Would you? Arthur asked. That'd be wonderful. My wife worries about him, you know? Almost like he's one of our own. To be fair, Tony said, there was good reason for her to worry until now. Jarvis, tell Harry and Spangles that we're ready to go. I'll explain later, Dad, Bill murmured, obviously knowing his father's expressions well. Harry came in from his bedroom then and grinned at their visitors. Hi, Mr. Weasley.
Bill.
Bill crossed to him, drawing his wand to perform what Tony assumed was a diagnostic of some kind. How are you feeling after yesterday? Lots better, Harry replied. Lighter, like some heavy hat has been removed. Steve emerged from the elevator then, one hand casually in his trousers pocket. Probably, Tony thought, both amused and grateful, holding a few marbles in it. The feeling passed quickly enough, and suddenly Tony was stumbling to regain his balance in front of a building that defied the laws of physics as he understood them. It looked to have started as a farmhouse, but several crooked stories had been added, and Tony wondered how in heck it stayed standing without significant use of cantilevering. Magic, of course. Tony shook that thought off and turned to check on Harry and Steve. Both had recovered from the trip without any problems. This way, Arthur said, gesturing them toward what Tony assumed was the back of the house. We thought, since the day's fine, we'd have brunch by the orchard. Sounds good, Tony replied and followed the other man around the house, still making idle calculations to do with gravity and mass in his head. The house absolutely should not be standing. Harry, a red-headed kid, and looking beyond him, Tony saw a lot of red-headed kids, ran up to them. Come on, Bill said he'd play with the twins against you, me, and Ginny. You brought your broom, right? Harry looked up at Tony, bit his lip, then looked at Arthur. Is there time before we eat? Go on, Harry, Arthur said, then glanced at Tony. If your father doesn't mind? Not at all, Tony said. I'd like to watch a game. This won't be a full game, Arthur said as Harry pulled his shrunken broom from a pocket and followed Ron and Bill toward the orchard, and the small paddock Tony could just make out at this distance. 3 players on a side instead of 7. But you'll get the feel of it, I think. While the kids, well, Bill wasn't really a kid, but he wasn't that old either, got their game organized, Tony and Steve followed Arthur to a long table that could fit 12 but was set for 11, where a short, plump red-headed woman was apparently guiding napkins and silverware into place via magic. Yes, Tony exclaimed. This is what I've been wanting to see, magic used in everyday life. The woman looked up with a kind smile. Welcome to the Burrow, Mr. Stark. It is Mr. Stark, yes? She added, glancing between him and Steve. The one and only, Tony replied with a grin. My friend, Steve Rogers.
I'm Molly Weasley.
The twins are Fred and George, you met Ron, and my youngest is Ginny. She looked up as another red-headed boy, this one appearing in his mid to late teens, came up carrying a casserole dish of some kind. And this is Percy. He's staring his last year at Hogwarts this year. Pleasure, Tony murmured. Why are you carrying that instead of levitating it? I'm not 17 until the 22nd, he said. Can't do magic outside of school until then. Right, I forgot. He was about to turn back to Molly when he saw 6 kids on brooms flying around. Harry and Bill had taken positions above the other 4, who were throwing a ball between them and attempting to get it into one of 3 hoops set up at either end of the makeshift pitch. Tony watched them play as Steve offered to help Percy bring out other dishes from the house. To one side he heard Molly, he assumed, taking a breath because Arthur said quietly, "Now, Molly, we have no right." Tony turned away from the game to focus on the Weasleys. "No right to what? Ask about me and Harry?" "Well, yes," Molly said. "Ever since he stayed with us last year, I've started to think of him as one of my own." "You have a kind heart, Mrs. Weasley," Tony said. "The short version is that James Potter was cursed impotent, and he and Lily asked me to donate sperm so they could still have a child. When they were killed, I should have been notified, but I wasn't. I recently started looking for him and found him in hospital after a car crash killed Lily's sister." "Why?" Molly asked. "Why'd you start looking for him now?" "Aliens invaded, and I started to reevaluate my priorities." "Aliens? From another planet?" Percy demanded. "Don't be daft." "Yeah, we didn't believe it either," Tony said wryly, "until they invaded Manhattan." "Well," Molly said, cutting off what appeared to be the beginnings of a rant from her son, who huffed and stalked back toward the house, Steve following behind him. "That's all well and good, but what are your plans for Harry now?" "Make sure he has every opportunity one can give him," Tony replied immediately. "Learn how to be a father along the way." "That's something you never stop learning," Arthur said. "Each child brings new challenges." Steve and Percy returned with the last of the dishes, and Tony suddenly understood why Harry had skipped breakfast. All the components for a full English breakfast were on the table in quantity, plus 2 different breakfast casseroles, yogurt and fresh fruit, and what looked like oatmeal. Or did they call it porridge over here? "And those are both admirable goals," Molly added. Then she cleared her throat, touched her wand to it, and said, sonorous, "All right, kids, come on down to eat." The last sentence echoed loudly over the pitch, though without the distortion that sometimes happened with a megaphone, as did the final word she said, quietus. "That's handy," Tony observed, then looked up when Steve cleared his throat. Steve quirked one eyebrow and patted the front pocket of his trousers. "Oh right," Tony said. "Completely forgot my manners, though I'll need your help with it." "With what?" Arthur asked, as Molly corralled the kids and got them seated at the table. "Hostess gift." Tony reached into his own pocket and pulled out a small drawstring bag. From it, he withdrew a tiny bottle and small box before placing them on the table at Molly's place. "They need to be unshrunk." Arthur drew his wand and sent a finite at them. Tony grinned like a child as the items regained their normal size, resolving into a bottle of Coates Sealy Blanc de Blancs and a box of Alain Ducasse chocolates. "Oh my," Molly said. "Thank you. Are these Muggle products?" Arthur asked eagerly. "They are," Tony replied, wondering why that mattered. "Wonderful," Arthur exclaimed. "I don't think I've ever tried any." "We'll try them later," Molly said. "Perhaps after the children are in bed?" Tony chuckled at Arthur's sudden embarrassment and followed Molly's pointing finger for where to sit. Harry, he noticed, was between the youngest boy Ron and the girl, Ginny, across the table from him. Steve sat at Arthur's right, and Tony found himself between Bill on one side and the twins on the other. Percy filled in the seat closest to Molly. "Who won?" Tony asked. Harry's face lit with a smile. "I beat Bill to the snitch twice out of 3 times. "You're really good, Harry," Bill said. "Better than Charlie. You keep that up and you could be a professional if you want." "Charlie's our second," Arthur said. "He works at the Dragon Preserve in Romania." "Dragons?" Tony perked up. "Really? Can we go see them?" "Not today," Steve put in hastily. "Of course not today," Tony agreed. "But sometime? I'd like to see a real dragon." "We have," Ron said. "Harry and me. First year. Hagrid hatched one in his hut. And then Charlie had to come and get it so it wouldn't burn the hut down." "Really?" Tony grinned, but shot a glance at Harry. "I haven't heard that story before." That story turned into others, not just from those two. Everyone had an amusing story to tell, and Tony was glad that the Weasleys seemed as interested in his and Steve's non-magical stories as he was in their magical ones. When Tony thought the meal was over, Molly surprised him by saying, "Now, we wouldn't normally have dessert after breakfast, but it was Harry's birthday recently. Technically, it's brunch, Mom," Percy said. "Yes, very true, Percy," Molly replied. "But I baked a treacle tart. I know it's Harry's favorite." Harry's eyes lit up again, and Tony made a mental note of his son's favorite. When everyone had been served dessert, Tony cleared his throat and, surprisingly at a table this full, got silence relatively quickly. "I want to thank you all for inviting me and Steve into your home," he said. "You're not actually," began one of the twins. "In our home," the other finished. Both of them wore mischievous grins. "Details." Tony shot back with a matching grin. "You've been part of Harry's life longer than we have, and I just wanted to thank you. And also to apologize for your vacation being cut short. Rogers tells me that I need to learn how to say thank you without spending money, and I'm sure I will someday, but today is not that day. Can I get one of you to unshrink these things?" "Sure," Bill said. Tony rummaged in the drawstring bag again and pulled out a small box. A tap of Bill's wand later, it became a Stark phone, which he passed to Ron. "What is it?" Ron asked, tearing into the package. "It's a telephone," Harry said, and Ron frowned. "It doesn't look like any telephone I've seen before," Ron said. Harry looked between Tony and Molly. "May we be excused so I can show him how it works?" "Of course," Arthur said. "But you'll explain it to me later, right?" Harry just grinned, and then he and Ron rose from the table and headed back toward the orchard. Tony handed out the rest of the gifts quickly, a handful of classic middle-grade books for Ginny, all of whom featured smart young girls as the protagonist, magic kits and books of jokes for the twins, a day planner and set of pens for Percy, a science and engineering explorer kit for Arthur, who looked even more pleased than the twins at that, and finally a gift certificate for Molly. Molly took it and frowned. "I don't know what a day spa is." "It's a place where you can relax and be pampered," Tony said. "Massage, sauna, they have a lot of services." "Well, thank you, but I'm not sure I'd know how to find it, or what to do if I did." Tony grinned. "No problem. I got the same thing for Hermione's mom. I hope she'll be able to answer any questions you have. But if that turns into an issue, just let me know. I'll find someone who can walk you through the process." "How?" Arthur asked, and there was a hint of suspicion in his voice. "I know a few magicals who are comfortable in both worlds," Tony replied easily. "I'm sure one of them will help if you need it." "What do you mean you're not going back to Hogwarts?" Tony jumped at the shout and looked up to see Ron and Harry talking, well, Harry looked like he was talking while Ron's face was flushed red that Tony could see even at this distance. "What does he mean?" Ginny demanded. "He means that we're still discussing Harry's schooling," Tony answered evenly. "But Harry has to come back to Hogwarts. That's a decision for his father to make, Ginny dear," Molly said in a kind but firm voice before turning to Tony. "Though I am curious why you don't want Harry to go back. It's the best magical school in Europe." "So I've heard," Tony said. "But it's sure not the safest, and his safety is my first priority." "Well," Molly said after a moment, "I certainly can't argue with you about that, not after what happened with Ginny last year." "Where will he go instead?" "Haven't decided yet. I want to look into American schools before we decide." "You don't have much time," Arthur pointed out. "School starts soon." "I know. So I've got tutors, or we'll have tutors for at least the start of this year." "Good ones, I hope," Molly said. "Some of those tutors barely passed their OWLS." "Crispy Paddington for herbology and potions," Tony offered. "Paddington?" All of the Weasleys at the table looked surprised by that, except Bill, who'd met him, and Ginny, who just looked confused. Arthur cleared his throat. "Sorry, just Crispy, son of Clive Paddington?" "Yeah." "Why, it's just surprising that you know him," Arthur said. "The Paddingtons are an old, respected family." The angelic and devilish sides of Tony debated for a moment. The devilish side won. "Crispy works for my company." HP. "What do you mean you're not going back to Hogwarts?" Harry flinched away from the anger in Ron's question, at the same time suppressing a sigh. The lesson in how to use a smartphone had been going well, until he mentioned the reason Tony had given Ron the phone. Harry took a breath and forced himself to answer calmly. I said I don't know if I'm going back. Tony hasn't decided yet. Well, why wouldn't you? Ron demanded. Voldemort, Harry answered immediately. I've been at Hogwarts 2 years, and each year I've faced him somehow. And you've won. We've won. Harry blew out a breath and offered Ron a smile, weak, but a smile regardless. We're 13, Ron. Should we be facing down the worst dark wizard in recent memory at 13? Well, no, Ron admitted. But it's Hogwarts. Your parents went there. They did, and I'm glad I got to see it. But it's not worth risking my life every year. But Quidditch won't be the same. We'll lose the House Cup again. Ron sounded miserable, and Harry understood. When Tony had first raised the possibility of not returning to Hogwarts, Harry had felt much the same. It was only with time, and with really thinking over Tony's points, that Harry had concluded that it was the right decision. Assuming he could find some other school, or tutors, Tony said he'd take care of it. He's kept his word until now, so give him a chance. Harry brought his attention back to Ron. I'm sorry for that, but winning the cup isn't a good trade-off for risking my life, and yours, and everyone else at Hogwarts. Ron frowned for a minute before his expression cleared. Oh, you mean if you know who comes back again, right? It's not fair to risk the students at Hogwarts. Harry blew out a breath. I didn't have a choice before. Hogwarts was so much better than my aunt and uncle, even with Voldemort making a hobby of haunting the school. But you have a choice now, Ron said, and then it was his turn to blow out a breath. I get it, Harry, I do. It's just, you're my friend. And you're my friend, too, Harry assured him. My first friend, or at least my first human friend. I got Hedwig before I met you. We'll still be friends, won't we? Even if you don't come back? Harry heard the pleading in Ron's voice, knew he would sound the same if their positions were reversed. That's why Tony got you the phone. So we can keep in touch. And maybe I can come visit next summer. Ron grinned widely, his eyes alight. That would be brilliant. Harry grinned back. Then so, wanna show off your phone skill? How? Let's call Hermione. I'll show you how to set up a 3-way call. August 12th. Shortly after breakfast, Tony headed downstairs. He looked longingly at his workshop, itching to get back to work on the latest round of upgrades to his armor. But this morning was for business he'd put off too long. He clunked his coffee down on the desk and powered up his terminal, wincing at the thought of the backed-up email inbox that awaited him. Pepper was the best partner in business he could have, but there were still some things that only he could handle. Once the terminal booted, he opened his email and sorted the waiting messages, so the ones from Pepper were on top. He opened the most recent, the one with the subject line draft press release, with a grimace. He knew it was necessary, but he wasn't looking forward to the media frenzy that would follow. He read through it quickly, sent back a reply approving what she'd written, and asking if it would do any good to add a request that Harry's privacy be respected. He's only 13, Tony wrote, and doesn't deserve to have a pack of rabid reporters dogging his every move. He clicked send and moved on to the next email in the queue. 2 hours later, Tony leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms over his head. He wasn't caught up with all the emails that had come in, but he'd made a significant dent in the mass. He picked up his coffee cup and started toward the elevator. But before he took more than a step, a soft pop sounded and Dobby appeared in front of him and held out a hand. Dobby be getting Harry Potter Sir's father's coffee. I was thinking of a donut, too. Tony handed his cup over. Dobby get. The elf disappeared and Tony stretched a bit more. If he were going to be fighting beside Spangles and the others on the regular, he'd need to take better care of himself than he had been. Granted, the suit and Jarvis did a lot of the fighting for and with him, but at the very least he needed to work on his endurance. That thought made him touch the arc reactor, frowning. The reactor kept him alive, but Obadiah Stane had proved it was also a risk. Jarvis, ask Bear to find a magical doctor. Not a healer, but a doctor who has magic in the States, preferably. I want to consult as soon as we can arrange one. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied, and Dobby popped back into existence in front of Tony, a plate of donuts in one hand and his cup in the other. Thanks, Dobby. Tony took the cup from him as he set the plates down. Find permanent work yet? No, Harry Potter Sir's father. The elf's ears drooped a little. Well, Tony said, and yes, it was an impulse, but what the heck? I don't have a lot of work to offer, but between all of us, me, Steve, Sirius, Harry, we can come up with something. Are you willing to come to America with us? Dobby is. Only Dobby not be knowing where America is. No problem, Tony said. As long as you can turn invisible, you can just come with us. Jay, add another request to bear. Are there any regulations about transporting house elves? Yes, sir. Jarvis actually sounded somewhat astonished, and Tony grinned. Whatever else he might invent, Jarvis would remain his
favorite creation.
Harry Potter sir's father is too kind. Okay, yeah, that's gotta go, Tony said. Harry Potter sir's father is kind of long to say. How about just calling me Tony like everyone else does? Yes, Tony sir. Dobby can do. The elf popped away before Tony could say anything else, like offer a salary. More amused than he thought he should be, Tony reached for a donut. He'd talk to the elf later about his plans for the day. HP. Harry paced the living floor of the tower, hallway, kitchen, eating area, lounge, back to the hallway and start again. For the first time he could remember, he had nothing to do. He'd cleaned up after breakfast, finished the last of his homework, and had no other chores. Well, except the usual things like making his bed and such, but he didn't really count those as chores so much as keeping life under control. Tony was in the part of his workshop that doubled as his office, catching up on calls and whatever else he did with Stark Industries that he'd put off since coming to England. Harry thought there might be a meeting with the lawyers in there, too, but he wasn't certain. Crispian had taken Sirius to his father's home, so that the elder Paddington could hear Sirius' story in person before petitioning the Wisengamot for a trial. Steve, well, Harry wasn't exactly sure where Steve was. He'd returned from his morning run, and Harry might have to start doing something like that, to be sure he didn't get as fat as Dudley on the abundance of food that had come into his life now. But left again mid-morning and Harry had no idea when he'd be back. He thought about calling Ron. His friend had quickly picked up how to use the phone, and the miniature arc reactor powering it meant that Ron wouldn't have to make regular excursions to the non-magical world to charge it up, but decided against it. What would he say, when they'd just seen each other the night before? And how often were friends supposed to call each other? Anyway, Harry shook his head briefly, sharply, dislodging that thought. He had a lot to learn about being someone's friend still, and how often to call was just one more thing to add to his mental list of questions. A glance at the clock told him it was a little past 3, way too early to start making dinner. But maybe he could make cookies? He was just turning toward the kitchen when Crispian Paddington popped into being in the dining room. Can I learn to do that? Harry asked. When you're older. Crispian grinned. I know you hate that answer, but it's because you don't know enough yet. Besides requiring a certain amount of magical power, or capability if you will, operating is a combination of magical disciplines, and you don't have the foundational knowledge yet to build upon. Harry couldn't fault the reasoning, but the answer still disappointed him. Operating was the coolest bit of magic he'd seen so far, and he'd been looking forward to learning cool things since he found out he was a wizard. Passing your OWLS is the general prerequisite, Crispian continued. Once you've done that, I'll get the texts and practice exercises for you. That would be great, thanks, Harry said. Don't pursue it entirely as self-study, the older man said, his expression and tone both conveying a warning. Apparition is dangerous. Pretty much everything in the magical world is dangerous, Harry pointed out, and Crispian grinned again. True enough, but apparition is even more so. If you do it incorrectly, or attempt to do it while impaired, you can leave body parts behind. Harry flinched. But I'm sure one of your tutors or professors can help. When you're ready, Crispian finished. If all else fails, let me know and I will. Harry grinned widely. Thanks. I could do with a spot of tea after the day I've had, Crispian said. Join me? Sure. Harry turned to the kitchen to get the tea started, only to be stopped by another pop. Dobby be getting Harry Potter sir's tea, the elf said. Thanks, Dobby, Harry said, and the memory of his conversation with Steve made him ask, how much do you charge for preparing tea? Dobby is grateful to be asked, but Harry Potter, sir, not be needing to, Dobby said earnestly. Harry Potter sir's Tony sir hired Dobby. He did? When? Harry blurted. Before lunch, Harry Potter sir, Dobby answered. But Harry Potter sir not eat lunch, he added with a frown. A frown, Harry noted, that was matched by Crispian Paddington. I'm not privy to all of your medical history, Harry, but even I can see you shouldn't be skipping meals. Harry shrugged, looking down at his trainers. It's summer. I don't usually eat a lot during the summer. He left the reasons why unspoken, but Crispian appeared to get it anyway. You didn't eat a lot during the summer before now, he said. But going forward, Dobby, will you make sure Harry eats something every couple of hours? Not a lot each time, mind half a sandwich or a cup of soup or similar. Dobby will. But now, Dobby makes tea, and Harry Potter be eating sandwiches, not just biscuits. Harry sighed as Dobby popped away, but then realization hit. Where's Sirius? Still at my parents' house, Crispian replied. Dad's browbeating every member of the Wisengamot to get him a trial as soon as possible. What happened to him is a shame and a travesty, given that England has been a constitutional monarchy, a nation of laws more than kings since 1689. Or 1215, depending on your point of view. Harry could only nod his agreement. He'll be here by dinner, though, Crispian added. Okay, Harry replied, unsure what else to say, and even more unsure what to do, since Dobby was making tea. He thought he should be productive, somehow, even if that was simply a holdover from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's making him do every chore they thought he could do. But there wasn't anything productive for him to do. Wait, he could start reading one of the books he and Steve were going to read together, to help Steve get caught up with modern history and continue Harry's non-magical education. Decision made, he turned toward his bedroom, only to be distracted when the lift door slid open and Steve Rogers emerged. Look who I found, Steve said with a grin. Almost before Harry could look past the other man, he heard, Harry, and braced for impact. Hermione wrapped him in a tight hug and his arms came around her instinctively, even as he looked up at her parents.
Hello, DRS.
Granger. Hello, Harry, Wendell Granger replied. In one hand he carried a cat crate. You have a cat? He asked as Hermione stepped back. I just got him today on Diagon Alley, she said. Is it okay if I let him out?
Jarvis?
Harry asked. Is Tony allergic to cats?
No, Jarvis replied.
And I have closed the doors to your bedrooms, so the cat may explore the common living areas. Thanks, Harry replied as Mr. Granger put the crate on the floor. Hermione opened it and a ginger cat with a face like he'd run headfirst into a wall, bandy legs, and a bottle brush of a tail strode out of it. His manner even haughtier than Mrs. Figg's cat's, and that was saying something. His name is Crookshanks, Hermione announced. Isn't he great? Harry had known too many cats to agree to any judgment of them quickly. Instead, he offered his hand, and Crookshanks sniffed at it once before rubbing his head against Harry's palm. He's certainly distinctive, was what Harry said. But what are you guys doing here? He looked up to include her parents in his question. The Granger parents glanced at each other, then looked at Steve, who shrugged and said, Jarvis, kick Tony out of the workshop. His guests are here. Not all of them, Crispian said. I'll pop back and drag Sirius away from Dad. He was gone in a heartbeat, and a minute later, Tony emerged from the lift. Hey guys, glad you could make it. Monica Granger laughed. Well, you did say we'd be talking about Hermione's schooling. Harry leaned closer to Hermione, still scratching Crookshank's head with one hand. I'm sorry your vacation was cut short because of me. Don't be silly, Harry, she said. Schooling's more important than a vacation. France will still be there next year. Two pops sounded, and then Harry heard Sirius saying, Your dad's a menace working on your behalf, Crispian replied calmly, which seemed to mollify Sirius a little, if the other man's cheerful greeting to the others was any indication. Are we all here? Tony looked around. Then he frowned. Wait, where are the Weasleys? It's not yet 3:30, Sir, Jarvis replied. I have informed Hedwig, and she is on her way down in the lift. Right, thanks, Tony said, as though that explained everything, and maybe it did to him, but Harry had no idea what was going on. The Weasleys? Hermione's hand clenching around his wrist drew Harry's attention back to her. Hedwig? In a lift? She's been hanging out on the roof? Or in my bedroom, whichever she likes, Harry said. Jarvis had a button installed so she could call the lift. Really? Hermione asked even as the lift door opened again and Hedwig swooped out. Brilliant. Then both her and Harry's attention was consumed with making certain Hedwig's first meeting with Crookshanks didn't end in bloodshed on either side. By the time they'd introduced the two animals to each other, 2 more pops sounded. Harry looked up to see Bill Weasley holding hands with Ron and Ginny, and then Mrs. Weasley on Mr. Weasley's arm. Bill popped away and was back in a minute with the twins. "What's going on?" Hermione asked quietly.
No idea, Harry replied.
"Now everybody's here," Tony said and turned to focus on Harry. "Remember I said we'd have the official celebration later? Well, it's later now, so let's get this party started." With that, Dobby popped into place with a very large birthday cake in his hands. He put it on the nearest coffee table, then snapped his fingers and plates, forks and serviettes appeared, along with a selection of bottled and canned drinks on ice. "Happy birthday, Harry! HP, 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 HP. An hour later, Tony sat with Monica Granger and Molly Weasley while Bill, Sirius, and Crispian kept an eye on the kids. Not that Tony thought they needed much supervision, they were just playing games after all, but Bill insisted, saying something about the twins being inveterate pranksters. That had caught Sirius' attention, so he'd gone to talk to them, and Crispian had shared a long-suffering look with Bill. "You'll need help, then," he'd said, and fell into step with Bill as they followed the kids to the roof. Jarvis was giving Wendell Granger and Arthur Weasley a tour of Tony's workshop. Tony had thought about doing it himself, but knew himself well enough to know that he didn't have the patience for the questions that both men would inevitably ask. So he'd handed them off to Jarvis without remorse, Steve tagging along just in case, and then poured something a little stronger than tea and settled in with the ladies. "It will be strange for Ron," Molly Weasley said, tapping her wineglass with one finger. "Not having Harry and Hermione at Hogwarts, Ron's welcome to join them in tutoring," Tony said. "I've got tutors for every magical subject already." "Really?" Monica asked, setting her gin sour aside. "Who?" "Sirius will take Transfiguration and Charms," Tony said, and studiously ignored Molly Weasley's slight scowl. Bill had informed his family of Sirius' presence and the ICW pardon before they came, but it seemed a dozen years' habit of thinking of the man as a betrayer and criminal wasn't easily broken. Still, they'd been polite, if a bit stiffly, to Sirius, and that was all Tony could ask when they were all guests in his home. "Crispian will take potions and herbology for now," Tony continued, "though he's looking for someone in the States to take over for him. His cousin, Anthony Dinozo, is taking defense against the dark arts." "Is he any good?" Molly demanded. "Given the dangers Harry faced at Hogwarts, and Ron right there with him, he shouldn't get the job just because of family connections." "Agreed," Monica said. "You said you'd get the best. He's a federal agent." Tony cut her off and took a sip of his bourbon, a small batch from 4 Roses, before continuing, "and was a police officer for 6 years before he joined NCIS. Naval Criminal Investigative Service," he added. "They investigate crimes committed by or against members of the United States Navy and Marine Corps and their families." "Well, he sounds qualified," at least Molly allowed. "They'll take mundane studies with Spangles," Tony said. "The other 4 classes will be taught remotely, but by experts in the field. History of magic and ancient runes will be taught by Daniel Jackson. The man has doctorates in archaeology, ancient history, and linguistics." "I recognize his name from somewhere," Monica said. She took a sip of her gin sour, and then her expression lit with recognition. "He writes articles on Egyptology." "Among other things," Tony agreed. "How do you know that?" "Hermione went through a phase when she was younger," Monica said. "She read a book called The Egypt Game and spent 6 months reading everything she could get her hands on about ancient Egypt. Astronomy and arithmancy are being taught by Rodney McKay, 2 doctorates," Tony added, "plus extensive background in astrophysics, and I'm still peeved that he won't come work for me." "Why?" Molly asked. From what Bill and Crispian have said, you're a more than fair employer." Tony waved his drink. "He's doing something with or for the government. Classified, so I have no idea what, but he appears to be enjoying it." "That's all anyone can ask in a job," Monica agreed. Then she blew out a breath. "It's hard to believe we're really doing this." Molly reached over to pat her arm. "We all do what we think is best for our children, dear." "Speaking of," Tony said, "I notice you haven't accepted the offer for your kids to join Harry and Hermione." Molly took a long swallow of her wine and set the empty glass aside, only for it to be refilled a heartbeat later. Dobby's work, no doubt, and Tony reminded himself to discuss salary with the elf the first chance he got. Now, though, he focused on Molly, who looked troubled but also resolved. Hogwarts has been a Weasley family tradition for decades. Centuries, even. I know these last 2 years have been unusual in what happened, but as long as they're just the unusual ones, we're reluctant to change. Understandable, Tony said. Just remember that it's not just possessed teachers, basilisks, and the like. It's also the staff condoning bullying and encouraging animosity between the houses. Yes, well, you said you talked with the staff and they agreed to do better on that front, Molly said. It's only fair to give them a year to see how they follow through. Or if they do, Monica added quietly enough that Tony suspected she didn't want to be overheard. Fair enough, Tony agreed with Molly and sat forward. And in that case, I want to ask a favor. What? Molly looked a bit skeptical in a friendly sort of way. Tony wasn't certain she could be anything except in a friendly sort of way. Talk to your kids. Ask them about the changes they're seeing, or not seeing, whichever, at Hogwarts next year, he said. Harry hasn't said anything, but I'm sure it hurts that he's leaving Ron and the others behind. What are you thinking? Monica asked. I'm thinking that if they do make the changes we talked about, or any changes along the same route, that maybe I'll let Harry go back there for his 4th year. Maybe. That sounds reasonable, Monica said. I admit I prefer the tutors, if only because we'll have more contact with them, but we should give them a chance to change. We'll all keep an eye on Hogwarts, Molly said. I'll talk with the other parents I know as well. Then she paused. If any of them ask about Harry, what should I say? Tell them the truth. That Harry's father has withdrawn him from Hogwarts to attend school in America. If they want to write to him, they can send it in care of Gringotts, Tony answered. They'll forward any letters to us. Same for Hermione, he added, and Monica Granger raised her glass in thanks. August 13th. For immediate release, Tony Stark welcomes son home. Child's guardian killed in car accident, New York. New York, August 13th, 2013. Tony Stark is pleased to announce that his son, Harry Potter, will be joining him in New York and in his life. In a private arrangement, Mr. Stark donated genetic material to James and Lily Potter, who were unable to conceive naturally. Per the terms of the arrangement, Mr. Stark would have no contact with the resulting child so long as the Potters lived. The Potters were killed in a car accident when the child, Harry, was only 15 months old. Through bureaucratic error, Harry was placed with his maternal aunt and uncle. His aunt, sister of Lily Potter, was recently killed in a car accident that also injured Harry. Upon becoming aware of the accident, Mr. Stark departed immediately for England, where the Potters and their family lived, to take custody of Harry, now 13. Father and son will be returning from England in the next few days and ask that journalists respect their privacy as they get to know each other. Harry looked up from the press release at his father. Are you sure we need to do this? Unfortunately, yes, Tony replied. Better to release the news on our terms than have it splashed across the tabloids in the most lurid manner imaginable. If you're sure, Harry said, though he couldn't keep the uncertainty from his voice. Very sure, Tony declared. Fame sucks sometimes, and this is one of those times. People will get all up in your business thinking they have a right to. The best counter to that is to give them only what you want them to know and then stand firm in the face of questions. They won't ask me any questions, will they? Harry's throat closed at just the thought. You should probably have a short statement ready, Tony replied. A couple of sentences about surprised, pleased, whatever. Don't say anything bad about your aunt and uncle, though. Why not? Harry asked. I don't want him to see it coming. See what coming? Or do I not want to know? Tony's expression held grim satisfaction. Justice. HP. Dear Professor McGonagall, however, as impressive as the school is, given the safety concerns we discussed, it is my decision to withdraw Harry from Hogwarts for the coming school year. When we spoke, you and the rest of the staff indicated that those concerns will be addressed. If they are, then I will consider re-enrolling Harry at Hogwarts. Tony Stark. HP. Tony wasn't surprised to see a small crowd of reporters waiting on the far side of the customs checkpoint for private flights arriving at LaGuardia. Beside him, Harry's pace slowed. Relax, kiddo, Tony murmured as the Homeland Security agent scanned their passports. We talked about this, remember? Short statement, surprise, looking forward to your new life, that kind of thing. Harry nodded, but Tony could almost hear his son's heart pounding, and so he squeezed Harry's shoulder in silent support. Then he and Harry were through the checkpoint, and he paused to wait for Hermione, her parents, and Steve. Paddington Bear had stayed behind with Sirius, but both of them would come to America once Sirius' trial concluded. Tony hoped, for Harry's sake as much as Sirius, that the process didn't take very long. When everyone had cleared customs, Tony led the way to where Happy waited, having apparently appointed himself the barrier between the reporters and Tony's party. "Welcome home, boss," Happy said. "I have a limo waiting. Couldn't do anything about the reporters, though. I'll handle them," Tony said and turned to his companions. "Doctors Granger, Hermione, Happy will get you into the car. Ignore the press. If anyone asks, I'll give them the basics: a friend from school, offering moral support, that kind of thing. Capsicle guard duty, please. Not that I think anyone will get crazy, but you never know." He turned back, summoned one of his public smiles, and started toward the reporters.
Guis.
Guess the press release wasn't enough? That started a clamor of questions, which he allowed to continue until he got within comfortable speaking distance, but still allowing enough room to respond to an attack. Not that he expected one, but the Battle of New York had made him a little paranoid. When he was close enough, he held up a hand and, eventually, the reporters settled down. "There's not much more I'm willing to say," Tony said. "Unlike all those other women who claim to have had my secret love child. That is what the tabloids call it, isn't it? I knew about Harry. His mom sent me a picture shortly after he was born. Now he's with me. What else is there to say? Does he take after your intelligence?" Someone shouted. "He's doing well in school, if that's what you mean," Tony replied. "And before you ask, I'm hiring tutors for him this year. He has a lot to adjust to, and there's no sense adding the stress of a new school on top of it." "What about the girl?" This questioner was definitely male, and Tony sent him a glare that made him swallow hard. "She's Harry's best friend," Tony said. "I asked her and her parents to join us until the start of the school year, to make the transition easier for Harry. That's the only question I will entertain about her, and if I ever do take another one, it'd better be more politely phrased." "Will you be answering questions?" A female reporter, Tony thought he remembered her from Vanity Fair, asked, her tone gentle. Harry stepped forward. "No, but I'll say that it was a huge surprise when Tony Stark showed up at hospital. I suppose it would be a dream come true for anyone, finding out that he's your father. I'm looking forward to getting to know him, but right now I'm still recovering from the accident, and really tired from the flight." He looked up at Tony. "I'm ready to go home now, Dad." Here ends the first part of Tony and Harry's new life. This story was always intended to deal with their emotional issues and the issues surrounding Hogwarts, i.e., rampant bullying, life-threatening danger 2 years running, and I like to think I've done that, at least from Tony's perspective. The next part will be 4th year/Goblet of Fire, but it won't show up until I've internally reconciled the events of both universes, notably that Thor isn't on Earth for much of that time, and I don't remember when the Bifrost is repaired to allow for relatively easy travel between the worlds. In the meantime, some questions came up in comments that I either didn't have a chance to respond to or thought deserved broader address. And there were some things I thought people would ask about but didn't. Here are the answers to those, in no particular order, if anyone's interested. 2013. I originally set this story in 2012, and then remembered that 2012 was the year of Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee and the London Olympics. Checking dates told me that the Jubilee celebrations were held during the first weekend of June, well before Harry's birthday, which is when I knew the story would start. The Olympics, though, those ran from July 27th through August 12th. Harry's birthday, of course, is 31 July, and I really didn't want to deal with all the disruptions, traffic, economy, more tourists than usual, and so on. The Olympics must have caused, nor with researching to find out just what those disruptions were. Thus, 2013. Magical world bashing. No apologies for this. The magical world is evil as JKR has presented it, at worst. At best, it's dystopian. From rampant, unchecked bullying and racism against Muggle-born, to blatant political corruption and lawlessness, There's a lot of evil in that world. One commenter told me I was bashing the world too much, and then told me that Tony couldn't do much against said world because he would be obliviated so much he'd forget to wipe himself. My irony meter self-destructed at that. Steve, not Pepper. Canon's responsible for this decision because of one scene in Civil War when Steve, Tony, and Bucky are all fighting. Steve says, "He's my friend." Tony then says, "I'm your friend, too." My brain screeched to a halt at that. Steve and Bucky have been friends since childhood. Steve and Tony have been friends a couple of years, for at most, if you compare release dates of Avengers and Civil War, and the depth of that friendship isn't really explored in the films. So for Tony to believe he has the same claim on Steve's friendship that Bucky doesn't work for me. So I decided to remedy that at least a little. That Steve could have known Dumbledore during the war was a bonus. And Pepper, to me, she's portrayed somewhat inconsistently, and I really didn't want to deal with that in this story. I was more interested in Tony and Harry's relationship and, as a secondary matter, Tony and Steve's friendship. Not another one. Okay, that was my fault for not being clear. I meant to imply, not another woman claiming to have had your child. I thought we agreed to ignore them. In hindsight, Tony interrupted too soon.
Ah, well, c'est la vie.
Ron and Molly Weasley. At this point in canon, Harry has spent 4 weeks at the Burrow per the HP lexicon from August 5th to August 31st, which is plenty of time for her to get to know Harry and start thinking of him like one of the family, but IMO, not enough time for her to assert any maternal claims against his biological father. If I'd set the story later in the series, say the summer before 5th year OTP, then she'd be reacting very differently. Ron is challenging to write, and I freely admit that I lost all respect for him after the Goblet of Fire incident. That said, prior to that moment he was okay. Not great, not bad, just okay. I explained why in response to a private message to one person who loves Ron, and repeat that explanation here. When we first meet him as a character in his own right after he boards the train, in other words, he acts a bit somewhere between starstruck and awed, and that's fine, he's 11 after all. But the way his behavior is described, the words JKR chose, don't paint him in a good light. Asking about the scar, and then when Harry says he doesn't remember it, nothing? Said Ron eagerly. The eagerly makes it sound like he's angling for information or gossip or something, and it hits my reading ear, for lack of a better term, as though he's just eager to turn around and tell someone else what he found out about the boy who lived, or otherwise isn't genuinely interested in Harry as a person/potential friend. When Harry makes a leading comment, "You must know loads of magic already," Ron diverts the conversation. This, I think, is where JKR failed with Ron as a character. He should have been Harry's and possibly Hermione's guide to the magical world. At the very least, he could have said, "We're not allowed to do magic outside of school." Instead, he says, "I heard you went to live with Muggles. What are they like?" He complains about his family. You never get anything new either, with 5 brothers. And Mum always forgets I don't like corned beef. And you don't want this sandwich. It's all dry. Even after hearing about Harry not having any money until a month ago, getting old clothes, and never having birthday presents. Learning that seemed to cheer Ron up. So he's introduced in an off-putting way, and that's a shame, but looking back and trying to remember what I thought when I first read the series all those years ago, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Then he went and volunteered Harry for a wizard's duel, which duels, the proper ones between real wizards, can turn fatal, knowing that Harry was ignorant of such things. And then he said, "I bet Malfoy expected you to refuse anyway," when he accepted before Harry could say anything. Add in the bit with Hermione, he never apologized to her for that, I don't think. And by the end of the first book, I wasn't thrilled with him as a character. I don't believe he's evil, just suffering from a whole bunch of youngest brother issues, and I know he has good qualities. It's just that first impression colors my view of him. We won't even mention that his middle name is bilious, which means secreting an excess amount of bile and or angry and disagreeable, and is not a pleasant thing to name a child. What was JKR thinking? Diagon Alley. I referenced Steve Vander Ark's map of Diagon Alley, available at /attachment_ID equals 4927, for the locations of the various shops. For my convenience, I've placed the offices of the Daily Prophet, which are not included on the map, at the corner of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, kitty corner from Gringotts. Tony Stark's wealth versus Lucius Malfoy's. From the Forbes wealthiest fictional characters list, Tony's net worth, not including Stark Industries, is about 100 B or 78 billion pounds, or G15.7 M. Lucius Malfoy's net worth is about 1.3 B. Harry's wealth. There was a little over US 1.25 million in Harry's vault at the beginning of PS, or about G150,000. I don't remember how I calculated this number or where I found it, but considering that Dr. Bronner's soap company is worth 50 million, current estimation, and it's one of the smallest independently owned personal care product companies I could find on a quick, but likely longer than strictly necessary search, having about US 1 million in a trust account for a child seems more than reasonable, especially given 10 years of compound interest. Money in general. Money in the Harry Potter series is, well, all Meshuggah. To start with, 17 sickles to a galleon, and 29 nuts to a sickle? The only thing those numbers have in common is that they're prime. The conversion rate 1 galleon roughly equal to £5/6.25 makes even less sense, and that's before we figure in the possibilities for currency fraud, arbitrage if you're being polite about it. Those problems, or features, depending on your point of view, are tame, though, compared to this line from Costs, Chapter 4, page 57 in my edition. Harry felt dreadful. When the Weasleys' vault was opened, there was a very small pile of silver sickles inside, and just 1 gold galleon. Mrs. Weasley felt right into the corners before sweeping the whole lot into her bag. At this point, the Weasleys have 5 kids at Hogwarts: Percy, the twins, Ron and Ginny, and those 2 galleons, rounding up the small pile of sickles to be generous, were supposed to cover school books for all of them. While a number of books could be handed down, possibly older editions but still serviceable, that was the year of Lockhart and his 7 required textbooks. Granted, the Weasleys could share, in theory, but 7 brand new books still cost a fair amount of money. Somehow, though, 2 galleons should cover all of the Weasley school expenses that year. And do not, for the love of all that's good in this world, get me started on why, given so little money in their vault, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley visited Bill in Egypt that Christmas. 12, page 211. Or why they'd visited Charlie in Romania in PS/SS, Chapter 12, page 195 in my edition. All that to say, when it comes to money, I'm trying to be a bit more realistic than JKR was, by assuming a basic cost of US 20 per book, about 3 galleons, and 8 books per year for first and second year and 11 books per year 4th through 7th years. That totals 60 books, and that's fairly conservative. Newt students probably have more than 1 book per class, and therefore 180 galleons for a full set. Round up to 200 for easy math. Tony gets 2 sets equals 400 galleons, plus about 6 other books. A grand total of about 450 galleons isn't unreasonable. Grades. In PS/SS, Chapter 17, page 307. Both Harry and Ron passed with good marks. There are canon references to Ron's general performance and attitudes as a student scattered throughout the books. Examples mostly from PS/SS. In Charms, waving his long arms like a windmill rather than swish and flick. In Potions, Ron being as clueless about potions ingredients as Harry was, despite having grown up in the magical world and with a mother who, per POA, brewed a love potion as a young girl. His advice to Harry before the planned duel with Malfoy: if he tries to curse you, you'd better dodge it, because I can't remember how to block them. Not don't know, but can't remember. His lack of structured approach to researching Nicholas Flamel. He started pulling books off the shelves at random. His absolute lack of taking action to secure the future he desires. I'm head boy, holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm Quidditch captain, too. Yes, he got the Quidditch captaincy, but only because Dumbledore thought Harry already had too much on his plate, not out of any genuine effort on Ron's part. And going over their exams afterward made him feel ill. Because of these, I have a hard time imagining him getting better than the equivalent of a C average, A or acceptable at Hogwarts, maybe 1 or 2 EE or exceeds expectations. Harry probably did a little bit better, if only because Hermione encouraged him, so E in general with an O in defense, maybe an A in potions. In Costs, Chapter 18, page 331, Ron and Harry each receive a special award for services to the school. Then, in the same chapter, page 340, McGonagall, stood up to tell them all that the exams had been cancelled as a school treat, so we have no idea what Harry's grades might have been. In POA, Chapter 22, page 429, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had passed every subject. Harry had a shrewd suspicion that Dumbledore might have stepped in to stop Snape failing him on purpose. The implication is that he passed potions on his own merit that year. But then, on page 430, Ron says that Hermione passed her exam with 320%, which makes me depressed, because my schools only ever offered 10 to 20 extra credit on anything, let alone exams. Clearly, I should have gone to Hogwarts instead. Steve's reading material. Parting the Waters is not, in fact, about Moses. It is, rather, a Pulitzer Prize-winning story of America during the Martin Luther King Jr. years by Taylor Branch. When I was thinking about what Steve would be reading, I realized that he'd be fine with a summary of the end of the Second World War, because by 1945 the tide of the war was certainly turning, and he'd likely be aware of that when he took the Valkyrie down. So what I thought were the major events or trends of the 20th century after the war. At least from an American perspective, the rise and fall of communism and the civil rights movement fit that bill quite nicely. There are, of course, other events/trends, including women's lib and the technological/computer revolution, but if you're taking things in chronological order, communism and civil rights win, hands down. So, I mentally flipped a coin and picked civil rights, and when I searched for a good book on the topic, chose Mr. Branch's book for Steve's reading material.
Musée du cinéma et de la miniature.
It's a real place, but I have no idea whether it was closed for renovation during the time this story was set. In my universe, it was a puff of logic. Dumbledore's Hogwarts career dates come from the Harry Potter lexicon. Name dropping. I write the stories I want to read, and then share them. Yes, I'm going to name drop when it seems relevant. As long as it's just a mention, don't read any more into it than that. On a similar note, timelines for NCIS and Stargate. I hadn't really thought about it when I wrote, because I was just name dropping for fun. On reflection, I think Season 6 of NCIS is contemporaneous with this story. Right now, Tony's doing a favor for his cousins, but I could absolutely see him leaving NCIS toward the end of Season 6. Among other times, of course. For Stargate, again, on reflection, it's while Rodney's still attached to the mountain before Stargate. Atlantis begins. Tutors. Spelling it out in this story seemed a bit pedantic, but the tutors are a short-term solution. Tony hasn't had time to research American schools, i.e., send inquiries, request curricula, visit. So he's hiring tutors until he does. The tutors would probably end by mid-year. Break, Christmas. When that research is done, but certainly they wouldn't last longer than one school year. For those who are concerned about Rodney's lack of social skills, I envision his tutoring as consisting of a video conference lecture once or twice a week on each subject, and then email availability for questions and assignments. His direct interaction with the kids will be minimal, and I honestly suspect he has more tolerance for children who are merely ignorant, not stupid, than adults who should not be ignorant and are frequently stupid. Your mileage may vary. Suggestions are no longer needed, but I'm leaving the request intact. Thank you. I've been thinking about the sequel to this. Tentative title. Child of Iron, Goblet of Fire, and I've hit a brick wall on one detail. After several days of giving myself a headache by beating my head against said wall, I've decided that since the hubby and I are going out of town for Labor Day, it's the perfect chance to disconnect and at the same time, ask for help from those of you who enjoyed this story. My brick wall is this: with Wormtail in custody, who among Voldemort's followers would he tap to be his combination mouthpiece and caregiver? Remembering that at the beginning of Book 4 Voldemort is stuck in his baby thing form, only regaining a quasi-human form after the resurrection ritual? I mean, does anyone really think that if Baby Mort, approached Lucius Malfoy, Lucius would do anything other than kill the thing? Lucius is well on his way to controlling the Ministry by bribing Fudge at this point. Why mess with something that works? My first thought would be Bellatrix Lestrange, who would have to escape from Azkaban early, and, more to the point, have some reason to escape early. Offer your suggestions in comments or via PM. Any suggestions are helpful, and all are welcome. Please don't be offended if I don't respond to each and every comment. In a real-life brainstorming session, at least the ones I've participated in, the suggestions are accepted without judgment or other comment. I will say, however, Thank you in advance. I've always suspected that I have the best readers a writer could ask for, and the outpouring of suggestions in response to my request last chapter has proved that beyond a doubt. To those of you who said I was overthinking things, YEP. Grin, on the Myers-Briggs type indicator. I'm an INTJ introverted, intuitive thinking judging, and far stronger T thinking than anything else. That means that I do tend to overthink things and get into what the hubby calls thought troughs, thinking ruts, that I occasionally need a nudge to get out of. Your responses to my request last chapter provided that nudge. I read them all, even if I didn't respond, and y'all offered a ton of great ideas. I wish I could use them all. Naturally, because this is how my subconscious/muse works. While I was at Yellowstone National Park watching Castle Geyser, the muse threw out something completely different. Grin and eye roll at the same time. So, now that I'm home, I'm getting started on Child of Iron, Goblet of Fire, and, yes, I will update MOICOM when it's posted. In the meantime, don't freak out if you see updates to other chapters today. I'm going back to fix a couple of typos that I've received multiple comments on. See you in the sequel. The sequel to this story, Child of Iron, Goblet of Fire, is now up.